We are back and ready to jump into the next group now that Group C has been decided with Zloy and Fury Hunter making it out of that group, so we'll see them tomorrow. And then we do have Fled and Levick kicking it off, and then after that, we have the pleasure of bringing you the match between Bunny Hopper and Pascoa. So I'm actually really excited for this group, Sol. I'm ready to go with these two matches.
Yeah, obviously very excited for the first one. Fled is a practice partner of Superfake. They have very similar lineups, if not identical. But I mean, heaven forbid, I'm not going to go through 160 cards and check they're all identical. Are you? No, exactly. Going up against Levick, who I think has been a great addition to Grandmasters on our side. But then that second match as well, stay tuned for that one, because I think Bunny Hopper versus Pasqua, that is a real connoisseur's Hearthstone match. Pinky's out for sure for that one during the entire duration. I think that one should be awesome. And Pascal actually tweeting recently that apparently he's never won a match that I've casted him in. So good luck, have fun, I suppose.
Enjoy. I'll try and counter that half of the curse and try and help him out a little bit. But we do see the bans there going to be the Hunter and Druid, sorry, wrong ones. Warlock and Hunter bans away from Fled and Levick there. And yeah, a lot of XL all over the show here for Fled, bringing all of the big decks, Sol.
All of the big decks indeed. Yeah, we have XL Mage, XL Paladin, XL Hunter, XL Warlock of the Curse variety as well. Very, very interesting. But as you see there from that final fact, this is not unusual for Fled. He is very much known for doing this, and I think honestly has really blossomed. He was very much feast or famine. You know, he'd bottom out of groups, he'd win a week. He'd bottom out of groups, he'd win a week. That was very much the pattern. And then when we added Superfake into the Grandmasters pool, I think Fled just found his eternal missing BFF, right? And they just joined together. And since then, it feels like the lineups have not been any less wacky, but have been more on target in terms of what they've been looking to beat this time around.
Yeah, just more successful in general. And this is a deck that we did cast yesterday as well. And a deck I think sort of shot up in its strength once Renethil came out and just gave the deck that little bit extra room with the health total as well. So it's a deck I think is really strong. We might be seeing a new Warlock deck crowned when the expansion hits very soon. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to playing that deck terribly. But until then, at least, we do have this Cursed Warlock. And it does feel like going up against a bit of a brick wall sometimes, depending on what you're playing against it, of course. But as we check out Levick and what he's bringing to the table, again, you can see his record there in 2022 Masters Tours, nearly a 70% win rate. And again, a player who, at least while I was casting him in Masters Tours, I was impressed with every single turn of every single game he played. So really, really excited to see him play now.
Yeah, certainly. I remember a couple of occasions. I don't think we ever cast a Levick series together, but I think on at least 2 occasions, I was like waiting in the standby room in the call, and then you've hopped off a cast with Levick. Like, did you watch that? Levick played really well, didn't he?
Just good.
No, he sure did. Yeah, definitely the pattern that we've seen, and those good performances in Masters Tours are what is directly responsible for Levick being here in front of you today, playing in last call with a spot at the World Championship on the line. So fantastic performance being rewarded, and of course, very similar deal for Fled on the other side, who has done it through the existing Grandmasters season for a number of seasons up until this point. Both players with excellent win rates in their respective tours. You can stack Fled's Grandmasters win rate up against Levick's Masters Tour win rate. You know, you can only beat what's put in front of you in that regard, and both of these players have been doing it with incredible consistency.
Yeah, and one thing I'm quite interested in, obviously we've talked a lot about the players, but not about the actual matchup we've got coming up right now, which is going to be that Curse Warlock versus the XL Shaman. For me, it feels like the Shaman has an absolute ton of work to do because the Curse Warlock runs good, very strong AoE that we saw a lot of in yesterday's matches, and has that sort of inevitable factor of just beating them with curses later on, as well as some other things. Whereas the Shaman does feel a little bit clunky in this respect, where I feel that just sticking a board or board presence in general just does not feel like enough versus this Warlock. Levick is bringing some additional tools with the Ashara, for example, as well as some of that burn damage with the Bioluminescence, but the nature of it being a 40-card deck, not having live tap, does worry me a little bit, Sottle, that he won't be able to get to that sort of finisher.
Yeah, and this is very much what we saw from the Super Fake series that we had, the multiple Super Fake series that we had yesterday, where the intention of this lineup does seem to be to poke and prod and stress test that Shaman on the other side. And both of these players have hit on those Shamans in their groups. No great surprise, Shaman was a very common deck coming into the tournament. It's a good read. Whether that can pay out consistently, because Shaman is such a Swiss Army knife kind of deck, it does have all the right tools for all the right occasions. Whether that can carry out consistently remains to be seen, but certainly based on what we have seen so far from this 160 card lineup's performance, that Shaman could just be the problem for Levick.
Yeah, and that's where we drill down into the usual point we get to with Conquest, right? When a lineup or two lineups like this clash is, if Levick can win with the Shaman, then he's looking great for the series based on his other lists, at least for me. If he can't, well, guess what? He loses, because that's how Conquest works. So yeah, keep a big eye on whether Levick can get this over the line or not. But first up, he's going to be going up against the Warlock from Fled. So let's see how this one goes. What are the openings looking like, so?
While Poor Cavern in the opening hand for Levick is very nice, Clownfish, Gorlock, Ravager also a very nice opening as well. The decision for Levick, I think, is whether it's one or the other or both in this scenario. Whether he wants to look for some kind of early aggression with Schooling, for example, Piranhas, tempo out early on. Fled, on the other hand, I think the mulligan is a little more nebulous. Entitled Customer is a great card. The AoE in general is fantastic and has seemed crucial to this matchup from what we've seen so far. However, even on coin, is keeping a 6 ever valid? And I would argue that it isn't. I think looking for those early clears, looking for the rod, looking for ways to answer things early, even with Mortal Coil, Touch, and Drain Soul to make sure that initial board does not spiral out of control, is more the first order of business for Fled, and not surprised at all to see the full mulligan on his part, whereas Levick does choose to go with the full keep.
Ooh, interesting first draw here for Levick. I don't know about you, Sottle, but I'm a fan of, if I have Bolner on 2, I play Bolner on 2, almost regardless of hand. This does have a bit of a different factor against Warlock, because they just generally have more low-cost removal than nearly every other deck right now in the meta. But there's even a Clownfish to follow up with, right? I think it's just too good to pass.
Yeah, I respect it. I think the curve with Bolner into Clownfish into Gorlock Ravager is not necessarily the biggest payoff you get, because the repeated proc on Gorlock Ravager runs out of value very quickly if it's the first battle cry that you end up playing on a turn. However, it's all much of a muchness, because the clear does end up being there for Fled.
Right. Good follow-up as well with Renethil means that Fled not only is dealing with the initial aggro from Levick, but also gets to put a minion in the way as well that can at least make one value trade. And this is what Fled wants. This is what you want in this Warlock. You don't want to have to rely on removal every single turn for, say, the first 5 or 6 turns of the game, right? You want to be able to actually progress your own game plan, and especially deal a little bit of damage if your opponent does also have that 40 health total. Levick does get the Ravager out and starts cycling through those Murlocs again, helping thin the deck just a little bit and giving him some more options to go with this turn.
Frost bites sharper than bane.
This Renethil living is just such a big deal. Oh, okay. Gonna go for the value trade. I actually like this, you know.
Yeah, I like this too. It makes sense, and it's one of the ways that you can leverage an advantage against decks where the AoE is mostly symmetrical, Hellfire-like effects that hit both sides of the board, is take value trades like this where you can, because if an AoE is going to come out, then there is a very good chance that the minion on the other side is going to get blown up anyway, so no damage done at the end of the day.
Fled deciding that the board was a bit too much for him there. He could have actually just equipped Rod and took the hit initially and then tried to gain it back from the Rod procs later. But did say, you know what, no, this board's a little bit too wide for me, and I think most importantly, he didn't have access to one of those big AoEs, mainly sitting in that 6-drop slot.
So certainly not short on refills for now for Levick. He will be able to keep on plugging away for a number of turns here. And this is not the massive AoE stacked hands that we've been used to seeing from the Warlock on the other side. No Abyssal Wave, no Tamsin.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. There it is off the top. No Entitled Customer being the big one as well. However, this reaches an interesting point based on the last turn, because I was going to say I was okay with the Rod not being played there, firstly because of you said it was a lot of damage, but secondly there's no big payoff card draw effect in the hand, right, that would have been able to proc that Rod quickly anyway. So you would be investing in the Rod for it to only pay off a couple of turns from then anyway, with you having to spend your mana on clearing up the board after the fact anyway. But now the big card draw with Tamsin has appeared. Now suddenly you get very tempted to be greedy, right, and start looking at whether those Rod procs are possible.
I like it a lot because there's Mistress of Mixtures to play this turn as well. So Rod Mistress and then go, because also if he plays Tamsin, he will overdraw potentially, right, as well. So
yes,
I think I just liked this. The Mistress will, you know, reduce some of this damage. And then just Tamsin feels so good the turn after, because it not only draws the cards, but as you said, it will proc the Rod as well, which means this whole hand is getting a heck of a lot cheaper. Question here, is this the Mutinous turn?
very well might be. Can still make it happen here at the end of the turn, even without the discount anymore.
He has got to look interesting here, because there's two main AoEs, which is obviously the customer, which can do insane damage. So you kind of just say it does 1,000,000.
Yeah.
But then the Abyssal Wave is one that can definitely be dodged if you just give everything a little bit more health.
Big outcome for Fled there. The fact that the Mutinous did not get particularly big after all of that means that he can quite happily Dreadlich Tamsin, and even if he does not find a way to clear up the rest of the board from here, it's not really a significant amount of damage left at the end of the turn with the Mutinous.
And now a customer has been picked up, which means that, especially with these card draws and of course the hero power from Fled, he's got to be feeling great. At any point he can choose to clear the board, almost no matter the size. I think there's only a Glug that can really mess with that plan, right, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be a Glug played on a board that you've left alive, that they can trade off minions into, which is something that you're probably quite likely to play around pretty aggressively in this situation anyway, because you know how big a threat that is.
You know, Fled probably feels like he can do close to whatever he wants for the near future, right? Especially if he keeps drawing some of this removal. Doesn't have to do the customer on this measly board. Can actually just start building up with the Demonic Assault here. Very interesting to keep an eye on the Ashara as well. Obviously not active yet, but the Ashara with the ring and the bioluminescence can actually cause silliness to happen.
It can, yeah. Without even getting into brand school teacher stuff.
Yeah. Without even going full Habu Gabu. And Levick is putting Fled around that sort of health, right? Where like double bioluminescence plus like 2 burn spells could actually start getting very silly indeed.
Yeah, which funnily enough is precisely what the hand is looking very much like. A couple of turns of setup to get there, because Levick does not have access to these discounts that Fled has on the other side. But still, we're in a position now where these AoEs are very precious resources for Fled, because he does have to continue to keep this board clear with the threat of bioluminescence coming out, or if not clear, at least down to a manageable size.
Yeah, there is the option actually to go customer, Zola the customer, and just equip the weapon, which I wouldn't hate at all. So you still have another big AoE, but you get the weapon active and then carry on next turn. Fled's not going to go for that one, though.
Looks like no rod this turn if we're starting with the hero power.
Such a perfect specimen.
There's a Shara active.
We have plotted long enough. Now
And again, making a grand assumption that it is going to be the ring here, but I don't think Horn of the Ancients is really going to get much done, right, against Warlock. So yeah, I do like this a lot. Does still have to build up a board, though.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Yeah, still has good tools remaining in the deck to be able to do that, though. Still both copies of Schooling remaining, for example. And still has his school teachers as well, can find Nagalings, which then are not only a cheap minion, but can also, you know, summon extra minions with some of the spells for just 1 mana on that turn. So very easy if he's able to get through his deck and pick up some of those cards.
Also, just his hero power if he hits the rocks, right? Like he's got now.
True.
Predictable.
Led does have Spy Spread, though, so can get a reasonable amount of health back whenever he decides.
Does anyone else have a real problem with Okani saying predictable every time it counters one of your things? Because I feel like Okani is the one that's predictable in these situations. You always know which one it is, right? In most matchups when it comes down. It's not like you ever get got and just like, oh, I'm really surprised that that happened to me. Like, you're not doing anything. Calm down. Wind your
Okani's
neck in.
opponent plays a 30-card minion deck, picks minion, he's like, huh, predictable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's pure deflection, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not predictable. You're predictable.
Ooh, you played against Quest Mage and you countered a spell. Well done. Have a freaking medal, Okani. Come on.
Oh, he'd love a medal.
Oh, everyone wants a medal deep down. Come on.
It would have to be waterproof, though.
Like rust proof?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nagaling, Frostbite, I'm going to guess. I actually didn't notice which one Levick chose.
I'm coming.
I always think this is one of the most interesting positions you can be in a game of Hearthstone. A spot where you know for a fact your opponent can clear any board that you make. How much do you give to them in order to make them clear it? Because it's one of those spots, right, where if you make a board that you're happy to be AoE'd and then your opponent AoEs it with the AoE that you both knew you had, which one of you's wrong? Because you can't both be right when that scenario happens, right?
Yes, it's definitely tricky because any board, I would say 3 minions or more,
Yeah.
has to be respected from Fled because he knows about bioluminescence in the deck. He knows that Ashara has been played for
In the
the
Ashara,
ring
yeah.
almost certainly, so he has to respect. So I think, you know what, everyone wins, Sol. Everyone's
Oh, okay.
here.
Fine.
Like sports day in school now. Everyone wins.
No, come on, Raven. Don't give them fuel. Participation medals have always been a thing. That's never changed. Come
Wasn't
on
in
now.
my school. What, it was brutal over here, mate. Up north.
No one got a participation medal. They just got sent to work in the coal mines if they came out of top 3. Yeah.
Exactly. And there was 50 people per race.
48 people and 2 canaries. Get down the mines.
Oh, I had a slight disconnect, which is a bit of a shame here, because I'm very excited to see where this goes. Because, again, I spoke earlier where the sort of mid-range style board presence style of the Shaman could be a bit difficult against Warlock. But weirdly enough, Fled's got the AoE, but none of the threat, right? Hasn't really started doing anything big with curses yet, so there's no real damage coming over to Levick. And Levick's slowly piecing together that board, right? Or at least that combo, should I say, of the double bioluminescence plus board equals win. So we get back in nice and quickly here, and we can see how this is going.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we did not take a break for too long there, because I think we are at an extremely crucial juncture, because the Finley shuffling away the entitled customer that I was just talking about, that is kind of forefront of both players' minds at this point, really opens things up for both players, because suddenly now Levick's like, ooh, do I have a window? Like, has the AoE gone? Is it coming back? Is the other one there? Is there an abyssal wave? Like, what's going on at this point? Suddenly, the hand is a lot more nebulous to try and play around from Levick's side, but at the same time, I think what you're saying is spot on. Fled knew that he just could not continue waiting forever to find a win condition, because eventually he was just going to run out of clears for those big boards that would come down with the bioluminescence combo. So from Fled's part, he just kind of wants to get on with it.
Oh, 6 damage as well for the Brakan next turn for Levick. Not looking too bad.
Of course, the rod only just proccing now. Finley does not count as a card draw effect in any regard for anything that looks for cards being drawn. Your hand is simply replaced with other cards. They're not drawn. They might look like they're being drawn. They may come out of your deck and go into your hand, but they're not being drawn because the game says so.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
Haven't heard of me.
Amazon's dragged below, okay.
Sounds like I have a problem with that. I really don't. Like, the game says so is the only explanation you need.
I feel like you've had a negative experience in the past with this, Solid. You're really holding on to it.
No, genuinely not.
Turn now, Levick has to decide how he wants to use these resources, because right now you could just say, oh, we'll just Glug Hero Power. That's strong. But that leaves Tamsin up, and that's something you really want to do. Well, the answer is obviously no, but is it something Levick can afford to do?
I mean, the alternate question, right? You can flip that question on its head and throw it straight back at you. Do you want to throw one of your incredibly valuable burn spells at this Tamsin when you're trying to juice up for lethal damage on the other side? So it's a really tough spot to be in for sure. I think the Tamsin does have to go down, but it is absolutely not a good feeling here at all. Yep, there it goes.
No, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Levick will no doubt at least be using that to replace the burn spell, right? To just stay on top of where he was in terms of how much reach he's got. Does get the Glug and obviously the stack down. So still wide again on board. Oh. Just Gigafin silence here if he really wants it.
And do, yeah.
That kind of just solves the problem.
I don't think this is necessarily a matchup against Shaman where you're super interested in unfreezing your own board for a lethal push, right, through a Snowfall Guardian.
Don't think so. I think I'd much rather kill a wide board and not worry about it.
Okay, just going to silence.
Oh.
Does have nulls that can be used to fight for board the manual way here. So this does make some sense.
Null trade coil.
More bones to gnaw on.
Zakul as well. Okay, going a little bit different here, using Drag Below just to start these. Heals up maximum amounts from the curses. There's 3 in hand.
It's 3, 4, 5 as well. A couple of ticks on the curses progressed while we were off screen with our little technical difficulties. Makes a lot more sense with that huge chunk of healing coming through all the way almost back up now to Fled's specific starting point of 40, the starting point he will be at, remember, for this entire series due to the line.
Oh, big draw. Nargaling can be bioluminescence or, you know, burn spell. This can start to add up a lot. Oh, he's actually going to go brand now.
Goes.
Who goes with it?
He ride. Rock Fighter weapon is damage. Schooling goes wide for the bio though.
But you've still got to spend the mana on the wands. What about Charge Call, because it's a free +1 minion?
Sure, yeah.
Because with Schooling, it's definitely good, but it still costs 3 mana, right, to play each one. Rock Biter go.
A lot of damage.
This is the slight worry I've got with the silence, because now Gigafin is just nowhere near as good. The problem as well is, because of the bioluminescence threat, it's not like, oh, well, if I Gigafin and they kill it, there's still a turn before they can attack. Well, not if they just kill you with all the minions that Gigafin through bioluminescence, right?
Game is so tight. 12 cards remaining for Fled. Curse is already up to a very reasonable level. That Tidal Surge did do a lot of work for Levick for sure in terms of stabilizing, but it's really only one board being stuck away from this being a potential disaster for Fled at this point. That's not the draw though.
Oh, Levick just keeps being so close. But just not quite getting there. Have Maelstrom in the Nargaling. And then use the Amalgam to get another Naga?
Pick me! Pick me!
I think that's better than Beast.
Feel the sun bear down upon me.
Frostbite gets the whole board back here, of course.
Yeah.
But now it's only going to be a single rep of bioluminescence, and even then if you wanted to do double bio, you don't then have the burn spell to be able to throw at your opponent's face after the fact, so the bioluminescence win condition is starting to look a little bit sketchy. I think this might be the last push now for Levick.
It's looking a little bit rough, isn't it? Just checking out what's left. There's obviously still a lot left, but it's time that Levick's going to struggle with now, right? Because Bled is really starting to gain control of this, especially now he has Bran plus the curse.
Yep.
Is that 7 and 8 then? It's 6 and 7.
I think it's 7 and 8. I think the last one that went off was 6.
Potential Okani turn here. Oh. The old Bran Okani. Nice.
Yeah, sure, why not? Fire it up.
Pick minion twice.
I like that it just doesn't even give you the option.
Yeah. Oh, this is such a problem actually for Levick, isn't it?
Yep.
He's barely got enough resources to still have hope, and then the Okani's just like, yeah, burn 2 cards, enjoy.
Yeah, as you showed in the deck a couple of seconds ago, still, what, 1 Lightning Bolt, 1 Frostbite remaining that can replace those spent burn spells from Levic's hand in order to make some kind of bioluminescence win condition happen. But in order to get there, you got to plow all the way through this mess. Used to be the card draw, the treasure guard being sacrificed. Might have to end up sacrificing more card draw with the wind chill as well from the Sleep Breaker.
Where's this Zola gonna go?
On the Maelstrom portal Nargling? Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. I think that's the Maelstrom portal Nargling. I'm not sure how the sequencing works with it going in and out of a Gigafin on the way to being here, but...
This lethal? It is, right?
Should be Starfish go face. You need 13, or you need to leave them at 13, I believe. Yeah, that's plenty of damage.
Wow.
Led going to be able to tick this over with a 6 and a 7. Levick is going to go down marathon first game. Settle in, because we might have 1, 2, 3, or 4 more of these, the way this series could pan out, depending on when this Shaman continues to be queued, or whether this Shaman continues to be queued, I should say, and exactly how many attempts Fled takes to get across the line if he is going to get there. But I do feel like if Levick has any hope, this Shaman needs to be finding a win very, very soon indeed.
Yeah, and I think Flood did a really good job in that game of staying cool, basically, and not trying to rush anything, making sure his health was a, as safe a total as it was realistically going to get to throughout the game, making sure Levick never really had a strong chance. There was never a turn that we saw all game from Levick where it's like, oh, well, if he just does this, he could just win, right? It was always, oh, he needs another card, or he needs another 2 cards, or he needs the board to stick once, and it was just never enough, and Fled stayed on top of that, so really good job there. And I think you can tell pretty quickly that Fled and Super Fake, they don't just, oh, here's a weird lineup, let's just submit it and see what happens. Like, they put the time in, they know the decks, right? They know how to play. They're not just, Googling some weird decks and throwing them in and hoping it's all right. They're really putting the work in, and it's paying off.
Oh, I mean, if it's a Fled or a Super Fake deck, you're not finding it on Google in the first place, like, forget about it. King Mukla, Ken, Bloodhoof Mage, you didn't find that on Google anywhere. But yeah, this time around, I think, going a little bit more standard, like, these are at the very least decks that exist, right? People do play 40-card versions of all of these decks, and they would look fairly similar, if not identical, to some of these builds that are being run. But they do all have one thing in common, and it's that Shaman can just sometimes struggle to find the way over the line against a majority of them. However, this, on the other hand, the Mine Rogue from Levick, I think, might just tell a different story. I think the Mine combo decks are what Bled would have been most scared of in this series. The Mine Warlock, I believe, has been banned away. Oh, no, sorry, it's the Hunter that's been banned away, right, on the other side. I'm getting confused. No, Levick's Warlock is banned.
Yes,
Levick's Mine Warlock is banned, which leaves up the Mine Rogue on the other side. And you can see from that is kind of the combo decks that is the fear. You are a little bit slow and meandering with a Renathal deck, which means that you give those fast explosive decks like Combo Lock and Mine Rogue just a little bit too much time to be able to do colossal amounts of damage. But unfortunately, you can't ban them both. Fortunately, you don't need to, because one of them can win, and you can still quite easily get out of the series if you have good matchups remaining in the rest of your decks.
Yeah, I do like to see this from Levick, though, just deciding, okay, that was a long slog of a game. Let's change pace for a game, right? Because even if he just assumes, oh, I can always win with Rogue, so I'm still worried about the Shaman, just take your foot off the gas a little bit and just be like, you know what, forget about the Shaman for a minute, play the Rogue, try and get it a win done, and then come back to Shaman and see if you can make it work after there. But yeah, we are jumping in. Mage versus Rogue. I'm always excited for these Rogue decks, Sol, because like you said earlier, they're over really fast, one way or the other.
Yeah, that's right. If you imagine, like, Weapon Rogue, like Poison Rogue, but you remove the ability to hit minions and be immune while you do so, that's kind of what you're dealing with this deck. If boards appear on the other side, you're kind of in trouble a lot of the time.
Just going to see Fled plod along now, just getting some card draw done. Already drawn the secret. Now +1 is going to be an early weapon as well from Levik with the old Innovate.
Innovate gone fishing, going digging, snap
Okay.
pick, sketchy information. So he is going to get off to a start here. Very, very crucial that Levik activated a Death Rattle this turn. With the counterfeit blade in hand. Worth mentioning as well, Levik held onto the smoke screen in the opening hand, which does make a lot of sense. Just really looking for that trickster high roll to be able to slam that out as early as possible. But since then, he kind of drew the other half, the other possible combo route, which is now mine, the weapon, and the Snowfall Graveyard, just to be able to do a ton of damage instead.
Yeah, this is going to start stacking, isn't it? Snowfall Graveyard and mine available next turn. There is just the Wicked Stab, which is even more damage available. The Ice Barrier is going to help Fled, but I'm sure Levik is more than aware of it since he did see it get drawn a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision with this deck, by the way. Levik attacked into a minion last turn, which seems like a very inconsequential decision. However, because of the threat of Ice Barrier, sometimes leaving minions up when your opponent doesn't have an Ice Barrier in play is quite useful, because then if an Ice Barrier appears, it means that you have a target that you can attack into with your weapon that doesn't necessarily proc the Ice Barrier, and in this instance, saves you 4 health on your opponent, right, if you want to start getting those big activations off from the weapon. I think that is more of a late game consideration than it is this early on, especially when your opponent's packing 40 health and you know you're going to have to chew through it the hard way, but certainly something to look at in terms of trying to guarantee yourself some targets.
Hey, well now Fled does have the option of Ashara, or he could just look at the Okani, especially if he's not really happy with his hand. He could Okani into Finley and then just sort of redraw, re-swap 4 of the cards before he shout me for saying draw. And just kind of try and cause Levik some issues here. A bit of a tough decision, because you'd think, like, Queen Ashara is good, but against this deck, like, you would want, what, Colossal into Kolek or something, right? Exactly.
Sure. We can't have Kolek ending up being good twice in one day, right? That's surely not possible.
I love Kolek.
Of course you do. Because you like bad cards.
Someone's got to.
That's true. Bad cards need love too. Yeah, I respect it. And spent? No. Okay, fine. Got a long way to go.
Oh, bad card, Sol. You sticking with that?
Yep, quite happy with that
me.
assessment, actually.
It's such a big deal.
I mean, at least you called your shot, right?
Oh, yeah.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott.
Well, now at this point, what is the choice here? Oh, that's the choice. I was like, is he going to try and play a later game? But with the Kolek, it's so much extra health to get to. And Fled just got there very quickly. Levik thought he could maybe grab a quick win to have a refresher on the Rogue. But Fled was like, nope, I can beat your other decks as well if I need to, just like that. And again, I think for me, although I respect the Mage deck from Fled, I feel in my experience it's been the most wonky, right? Like with 40 cards in that kind of Mage, it just feels like you can just get ran over early game. That's a pretty big win. Not to say you wouldn't have been able to beat the Shaman with Mage anyway, but why not take a quicker win on it against the Rogue?
And I think you saw the contrast in reactions in the 2 wins from Fled as well. The win against the Shaman was very much, okay, expected, business as usual, series is moving on. When he picked up that win against the Rogue, we saw the little mini pop-off from Fled as well. Now, I would attribute that to importance of wins in the series in Conquest, and picking up a win like that at the first port of call against the Rogue is a bigger win than just freezing out the Shaman on one occasion, because you kind of feel like you have to do that 3 times over the course of the series. However, it just as equally could have been that Fled had a lot more energy after this game than he'd had after the previous one.
True.
This one was about 1/10 of the length of the previous game. So either way, might be reading too much into it, but I do think that that is a big win to pick up.
Yeah, just one, especially with that pretty decent opening, I would say, from Levek. I think that was one that was not as expected, right? So really big win, and that's very suddenly, Sol, means that Fled is on Paladin as the last deck. Now, I feel like Paladin has been universally disrespected for quite a while now. What do you make of this Paladin, at least to do the job it needs to do against the likes of Shaman in this matchup? Is this the weakness here for Fled?
2 words, Raven. Draw Carriel. That's how you do it.
Got it.
It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, very rarely, I think. I mean, we see this with hero cards. Hero cards are naturally extremely high draw and win rate and very polarizing because of how game plan warping their effects can be. It's essentially, if you think of it as a continuous rest of game aura that you then cast over the entire game, of course they're going to have massive impacts on the game, but rarely have we seen a class and an archetype and a style been so heavily defined one way or the other as to whether they can get their hand on that. Like, you almost want to go back to the Forbidden Frostlich Jaina meta, right? Of how polarizing it can end up being.
We agreed we'd never utter those words again.
That's true, yeah. I mean, we played one World Championship under those conditions. We may well be heading towards another one. We shall see. But certainly, I think, jokes aside, in the 40-card version of the deck, it is slightly more interesting because you are going to have more games where you do have to find solutions that don't just involve tanking a billion damage, because you are going to draw Carriel a lot less consistently. So being able to just piece together that early curve early on can be very useful for sure. In this particular matchup, early aggression and righteous defense in particular, I think, are crucial. So the combination here of early Divine Shields, Shimmering Sunfish as well, and having that righteous in the early hand already is pretty good indeed. This is a slightly different matchup, though, overall, from what we've seen from, straight-up Kazakhstan Druids in the past, because the minions on board don't actually end up that big unless you're in, like, Starfish World, for example.
Or it's exactly Presta, right?
Right, and if you are responding to a situation where your opponent has played Starfish and made their small minions big, you probably need a little bit more than a one-off 3-mana spell that can deal with one of those problems. So I do like the focus here from Fled just to be a bit more proactive, curve out as aggressively as possible. And Righteous into Battle Vicar into Sunfish is about as good as it gets in this situation. But I do wonder whether Fled might be in the Bloodfen Raptor business just because it deals 3 times as much damage as a Battle Vicar in this early game. No. Okay, turns it down. Fine.
Another righteous defense on offer. Did go for Grace. Okay. I mean, he wants to be able to win the game, right? He wants big minions, because that, again, is something that the small dragons can struggle with, is if you just drop some massive minions, like, you're in the realm of exactly Raid Boss and Ixia or Alexstrasza to realistically deal with them. So I can get behind that. But you are right. Look at this board already. Who's the aggro deck?
Fake Guff, double thumbs up. Fled will know, based on that information of where the Guff was played from, that Prestor is guaranteed next turn, because that was the card drawn from the Cold Tooth Mine. Only way that's possible is if Prestor is already in the hand.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. It's kind of going back to what you're saying about the Pyromancer, is that one of the best things about playing against Presta is turn 6 is do nothing pass, basically, because this minion doesn't have taunt, it doesn't directly affect the board that turn. But yeah, Fled not having like on-curve minions available or anything, even a Prince Renethel, is a little bit painful, especially not hitting Alliance Bannerman as well. I think that would have been a big deal for him so far, but still just doing what he can do. Does have the Equality Pyro if needed, as well as that Holy Maki roll.
And does have the Carriel on top of all of that as well, which is very nice. Does have the Varian left-hand side as well, which means once we get to that point, as long as he's stable and able to do so, which he should be with the Carriel, he will be able to refill and start getting some big minions rolling with the Carriel Hero Power, with the Garden's Grace, whatever else he ends up with. Okay, Banana Man is a decent pickup here for sure, just to be able to fill out this curve. But yeah, we have very much hit the Paladin zone now, right? Early curve, great. But eventually, you are always going to hit that point where your board development is a little bit underwhelming, particularly if you're going with a 40-card version of the deck.
Good thing for now is Taunts and Divine Shields are helping Fled out, knows that it's unlikely anything horrendous happens, but we'll have to see. 9 mana available for Levick and card draw off the back of Guff means that you never quite know. Oh, there's Raid Boss.
It's a raid boss.
I'm the brood mother. Don't you ever forget.
Are they keeping the stealth?
Nope.
Oh. Okay. Now Fled has to work out what he wants to do, and I think Levick's doing a pretty good job of making his board carrier proof right now.
Yeah, it is carrier proof in terms of being cleared, but is any board truly carrier proof? That's the real question. I think this is still absolutely fine to jam carrier into.
Fled disagrees.
Looks that way. So it's going to be a Pyro Mackie roll clear maybe instead.
Yeah, because there was the 1/1 into the tower, right? And then just do the carrier was option.
Exactly.
But looks like you are right, Mackie roll's going to come out. This is still useful because of Garden's Grace, right? Oh, this big turn is going to help reduce that down a lot, along with the light ray as well. So it's not like this is just a clear, it's still progressing Fled's game plan.
Is one short at the end? It is, right? Oh no, still has one more final one to be able to clear
Oh.
up. It's actually a full clear. Okay, I thought it would be short of clearing the Twilight Drake, which is why I didn't really consider it. If it ends up being a full clear, then sure, I'm fully in support of this. It seems unlikely you will be under that much pressure again next turn, at which point you can just quite happily slam the carrier. This seems fine.
This is the moment where our Righteous could come in pretty clutch, sort of. This kind of play where it's just, oh, 4/12, make it a 1/1, go. Activate to get rid of something. Probably can... What do you think about the Discover first? Just in case it's a big, important dragon.
Discover first on, what, the aquatic form?
Yeah, because he had 1 mana, right? And that could have been it could have been an Alexstrasza, right? You know, you don't know. Down goes Malagos.
Light Ray number 2 coming out. Multiple Deathwings to be able to deal with this situation. Deathwings plural in this instance.
Make something happen with double Brasswing.
This must be the way.
Wait,
Yes.
maybe
Waiting.
not. I was looking at, you know, Warder that summons the whelps. Do that twice, rush all the whelps in, and then have double Brasswing. Whether that did anything, I didn't really have time to count. No.
Sure.
Reflect.
Again, though, pick an amalgam, it's never really going to go wrong. Oh, this is just a million Brasswings instead. Okay.
It is indeed, yeah. This is 4 Brass Wings coming out from the Priestess of Elune.
Yeah, this is simply better.
What are we saying about carrier-proof boards, though?
Well, these Brasswings have done their job, okay? Can't ask them to do much more than that.
All right, fine.
Give them a break. Most importantly, though, the Priestess does go down. Sorry, the Oracle goes down, right? Like, that is a big, big deal. Because if that gets to live, you're probably in trouble if he names Fled. Oh, Twilight Drake being a 1 attack. Ouch.
There it is! That's the card that Fled does not want to see. But Levick picks it instantly.
Is it... It's not time for it, though, now, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I think you still have a turn or two from here.
Especially with double composting, right?
Yeah, how you allocate those compostings, though, is a little bit interesting. You could choose to go one for more dragons and then keep one for the Kazakhstan itself, potentially, depending on what other source of card draw you're able to pick up.
Fled's like, the equality pyro turn at last.
Or I, a paladin, have simply been biding my time, waiting to unleash the pyro equality. What's that? It's not 2014.
Levick just dumping some cards there. Dreaming the night back. Makes sense.
Got to make space for this composting, make sure you're not burning any cards. We saw Okashinsuke getting to a little bit of a mess with this earlier on in the day.
Okani, it's very interesting actually. If there's going to be a board clue. It's got that sort of weird double-edged sword where on one side you think, oh, well, you're Okani against Presta Druid, they just have a 0, 1 or 2 cost minion to throw away. And it's like, that's fair, but it's also a dragon that could be insane, right? You know, it could be really strong, have a strong effect, so it's still potentially worthwhile anyway. Or, of course, it could just go spell.
Is this even a pyro clear turn? Because there is a very juicy 1/9 on the board that you can throw a Blade Master into.
Yeah, I mean,
It does involve spending a lot of money, a lot of mana on Garden's Grace, which is a little bit awkward. You would ideally like to be playing that for free. Okay, fine.
Yeah, you couldn't do that with the Blade. The Blade Master would have to have had the hero power, right?
Yes, true.
To be relevant, because the Divine Shield.
The Divine Shield, yeah, I'm forgetting about it. I always do this.
Just Pyro Blade Master Garden's Grace. Perfect.
Yeah, that would have worked. You've solved it.
Easier.
Wait, the entire point is to save the pyro.
Don't know what you're talking about. We're long past the point.
Yeah.
Now we're just making plays work.
Don't let them harm the edge.
It has to be in that case, right? Which makes the sequencing make sense. I mean, you do this anyway, but Fled rolled the hero power, saw where it landed. I think if it had landed on the Blade Master, then maybe we could have talked about some things.
Agreed.
But having it land on the pyro, I think, is the biggest decision maker in the other direction in that spot.
Oh, wow. I know.
I4 Bryce Brasswing. Love it.
Bryce? Is that his name?
Yeah, that's him. It's an interesting addition, right? The Stockade's Prisoner, just to actually have some big statted minions after the fact. Not something we're really used to seeing. Like 5/4s come out of the deck and like, huh? What's going on?
I like it a lot.
But, yeah.
It's very suddenly the minions aren't sort of ignorable stat-wise from opponents, which is nice. Right, can Ashara Kolek get us out of this?
I think we're more interested in digging for the Mr. Smite at this point, I would imagine.
Yeah. Let's have the Myrmidon in hand. Oh!
Hello. Hello, beautiful. Welcome to the team.
Quick, play all the other minions.
I mean, yeah.
There is triple Garden's Grace as well. And Righteous.
Yup.
Wait, Fled almost wants Kazakas to come down now, just for relevant stats.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, please play an 8/8 so I can siphon all of those stats onto my Smite. Thank you very much. What do you mean you're playing 7 Divine Shield taunts the turn after you do that? No, less of that.
Don't let them harm the edge. Ride free, Gertrude.
All right, Levick has decided it is time.
Yeah.
Pull the trigger. Fled holds his hands up. Knows that that is a bit of a disaster.
Angs, I imagine here.
Boombots, it looks like. Interesting.
Oh.
Puzzle Box is actually kind of interesting with this deck.
Also do weird things with Boombots, right? Because of Deathwing.
Did get Assistant and Reflections, I believe, in the last and first picks, respectively. Outside of that, pretty mediocre Kazakhstan, I would say.
So, okay. Interesting. I was looking at Samuro, Righteous on the Kazakhstan, then Hero Power Trade. Led's gonna commit just a little bit, and this feels very scary.
Does. Needs the card draw, though, I think, is the big alarm here.
What are you on about? He's got Smite and 3 Gardens Grace. Aim.
Opponent is at 40. Problem.
It would have been close if the Righteous Defense went on it.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Running out of time.
Okay, he's gonna empty. This does empty a few more cards as well. Does it?
Okay,
Right.
that's good. Really good. Really, really, really good outcome, of course.
Oh. That looks like a good Holy Book target. Would just use the Starfish instead. I think Levick wouldn't mind a 10-10.
Yeah, true. The Starfish has been hanging around waiting to create Murder Board the entire game, however. But I'm wondering now, I suppose, since the Kazakhstan deck is in play, how relevant that is compared to your other win conditions now. But there is no Embers, there's no Book, there's no Pure Cold, there's no like straight up damage source anyway, and even if there were, you are dealing with Cariel on the other side, so I think making boards, sticking boards is still your best order of business here. I mean, if anything, that's just another 10-10 to get siphoned onto this Mr. Smite for Fled.
Oh, thank you. Surprised as well, the one of the Grace wasn't saved for the Ashara as well.
Sure.
Big
Let's
Okani.
Big Okani, yeah.
Now we run.
Take a quick look. What's left for Fled?
Not a lot, it has to be said. Couple of discovers,
No buffs.
no buffs.
Suddenly Ring of Tides doesn't feel as cool anymore, does it?
Hero power is still there, though. And it is already,
Tidestone? Let's go.
what, a 13 attack, Mr. Smite, hanging out?
I believe so. Like Tidestone or Horn of the Ancients.
Running out of time.
Oh yeah.
Cannot escape the box, no matter where we go.
Boombot awakens.
Get him?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I think he's got so much refill with reflections that
Yeah.
is it really a big deal sticking boombots to try and go face for one? Like, maybe, but I just feel like there's so many sort of board fills for Levick that just spam it out, get the damage done, and then go again. Okani hero power has to happen, right?
Well, here's my first thought. This is very much a board that you could just leave hanging around for a couple of turns. If you don't feel like playing anything, just start pressing that hero power, taking the 50-50 on where it lands with the Mr. Smite. Okay, well, that's not going to work out quite so well anymore.
You go for the statues, try and soak some of these boombots.
Interesting. Deliberately decided did not want to tank that on the face. Oh, there is the Clockwork Assistant now.
And this is unfortunate interactions left, right, and center.
Yes,
for,
indeed.
Fled with this Clockwork Assistant and Ancient Reflections. You'll make the mistake once, and then you'll turn the game off and go and cry.
Well, these bombs have not cooperated.
What? They're blowing up. Oh, they're building.
Oh, that could not have gone any worse.
Yes, Master?
Ta-da!
Just nothing Fled can really do, right? For anyone wondering, equality does not work if people don't realize. Oh good, we get the visual display.
All are equal under the light. Been there, huh?
Fled? Fled?
Look,
Fled, are you okay?
yeah, I think he knows he lost, right? He just wanted to go for it, just in case. But
Is
yes,
this how they play Hearthstone in the Americas region, Raven? What's going on? What's going on over there? This is
obviously
ridiculous.
it is. Look at the results. But yes, I am glad that the interaction we were sort of half talking around was shown. The minions are 1-1, so equality doesn't do anything because that stat is a constant aura effect, and equality brings it, well, brings it down. It's a 1 anyway, but brings it down to 1. The aura stays, boom, boosts it back up. So yeah, does a whole lot of nothing. So although Levick did not have embers, didn't have any of the burn, did have what felt like a guaranteed win condition in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Has +1/+1 for every spell you have cast this game, not gains +1/+1 for
Right.
every spell you have cast this game. If you take it away once, it still has it, because it reapplies the card text again, so you cannot get rid of it in that situation. Similar to interactions with, like, South Sea Captain and Equality, I suppose, some people might be familiar with from Pyro Warrior kind of days, very similar kind of deal. Yeah, can't happen. And I think, you know, regardless, although Fled's brain obviously turned off for a moment there towards the end of the game, there was not a winning line from that position, so it doesn't really end up making too much of a difference.
The line was definitely, hope they patched it in the last patch, and,
Yeah,
and
true.
you didn't read it. You know what I mean? Just hope that it got changed in a patch that you didn't notice and go for it. Because, like I said, these 1818s just don't go anywhere, so there's nothing Fled can do, so why not try? He's there just having a good time about it, which is all you can do at that spot.
I just like Levick's little, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No,
This doesn't work, right?
does look like Levick is planning to leave the shame until last, though, Sottle, as he's jumping back to his Rogue now. And he's going to, of course, be going up against Fled's Paladin, the only deck Fled has left to win with. So again, Rogue versus Paladin. Levick on the Mine Rogue that we saw a little bit earlier on as well, I think. Going up against the Paladin, going to be a tough one because Paladin, I think, is one of the few classes in the game right now that does have the ability to just recover from that kind of damage, right? It has heals, it has higher health in general, and it has damage reduction.
And it also has a Swift Scale Trickster in its opening hand, but that is getting thrown away. Sticking with the other side of the combo this time around, keeping hold of Snowfall Graveyard and Sketchy Information.
What is it Fled actually looking for here? We see Flash of Light, we see Righteous Protector. Righteous Protector feels great because of the weapon, right? Like soaking hits, looks fantastic.
Yeah.
But outside of that, what does Fled want in the early game? Is it just stuff?
I think stuff's good for sure, just things to occupy the board, distract the opponent somewhat. But Divine Shield taunts, this Righteous Protector is certainly a monster, but also any card that says heal on it is very valuable because the damage is, even though it is a combo deck, the damage is kind of forced to come in increments due to the way that the deck works. You have to activate Death Rattles one by one, and then you have to swing weapons and so on and so forth. So it's not like healing is pointless because your opponent can just save up forever and then 40 you in a single turn. They do incremental damage over the course of the game. So if you can can constantly repair that with Flash of Light, with Vitality Surge, with Holy Mackie Roll, with whatever else, then that can buy you the time you need to get to turn 8, at which point you need to have drawn...
Ariel.
There you go. Surprised you didn't say Variant.
I was tempted.
Yeah.
Tyrion. What?
Tyrion! Yeah, that'll do it. Kolak! No, that's different.
I mean, you could draw it on turn 8.
I'm 7
Yeah, true.
moves ahead of
So far, though, Fled doing a decent job of just building up the board. And that's the other thing, right? Kind of what you were saying. That unlike Weapon Rogue, this deck doesn't really interact with an enemy board very well, which means there's just a chance you can just beat them up first. A really big block there by Okani as well, of course, but not much Levitt could really do about it. Chose to just spend the mana anyway and get Okani out the picture.
I want you to cast your mind back many minutes or hours ago at the start of this series. In game 1, Levick was leant forward, face very close to the camera, attentive, looking bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to attack the series that was put in front of him. Now, however, he has the demeanor of someone that is quite distinctively had enough of playing against 40-card decks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, similar to Zloy Gruzin, who got progressively more horizontal as the series went on for the majority of it. Did recover at the end, though. Levick, yeah, it's tough, right? And I think this is why the combination of obviously TJ and Lorinda had the majority of this, but with Fled and then we got Super Fake. Why it's so interesting to watch, because it felt like Fled and Super Fake are just playing a better game, right? Against certain lineups that we've seen in the past as well. Very, very impressive overall.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the thing, right? Fled's not only staying at full health, but he's just killing Levick at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's just nothing he could do. Fled managed to curve out, and it was just, yeah, you can't really interact with the board, so unlucky.
The dead never rest. The demon seed brooded past the
I do a good job though of defending. 2/5/8 taunts is definitely going to help. Always a little bit dicey against Paladin because of exactly this card. Equality sort of deletes the defense you gain from that to an extent, but still going to be good there for Fled. Garden's Grace going to power through here with the Pyromancer. The Pyromancer's a huge threat in its own. Massive lethal setup, and I don't think a card exists that can stop him.
Does a card exist that deals 40 damage? Because that's often more likely when you're dealing with Mine Rogue.
Not
in
yet.
this situation.
But coming soon to a Hearthstone near you, Sire Denathrius was doing silly things in the theory craft, so keep your eye out for that one.
I wonder.
So what do we have? Wicked Stab, Tooth.
This is 100% the correct play. Smoke screen and hope something weird happens, which it definitely won't. Fled is going to take the victory here, not only in the game, but in the series. And again, Sol, just... It looked like such an uphill climb. Even the Druid win from Levick didn't really look straightforward until the very end, of course, with Kazaka-san. But, even that wasn't just, okay, well, I could just win with the Druid, let's forget about it. Like, the whole series felt like not only a slog, but, like I said, just such a huge uphill climb for Levick that Fled just looked pretty happy and chill for the whole series, and it paid off.
Yeah, and honestly, we can go back and recontextualize a couple of things, having now seen some stuff play out more in front of our faces. That victory over the Mine Rogue with the Mage, I think that reaction that came out from Fled was perhaps a bit more telling than I gave it credit for at the time. because I imagine this matchup is not terrible in this regard from Paladin going up against the Mine Rogue either.
Right.
I think the Mine Rogue really had a couple of comfortable spots it could get through, but by picking up that win with the Mage over the Rogue, I think Fled put himself in such a dominant position in the series overall. He now puts himself in the dominant position in the group, sitting pretty, waiting for the winner of Bunny Hopper and Pasqua, which will be our final cast of the day, by which I mean mine and Ravens. There will be a couple more coming after that, with your Americas casters, TJ and Edelweiss, coming after that.
Yeah, but don't forget, if you are a Levick fan, and I count myself as one, he's not out yet. This is obviously, we've just started a new group in the final group of this weekend. So he's still got a chance in that elimination match a little bit later on. But we are going to go to a break while we set up that next match between Bunny Hopper and Pascoa. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match for Sol and myself today. But of course, the Americas casters will be picking up right after us, so make sure you stick around after that for plenty more Hearthstone coming up later. But for now, we do have Bunny Hopper versus Pascoa in the next initial match of Group D. Really excited to see this one, Sol. We know Bunny Hopper very well. We know how good he is, and he's actually been killing it in some other tournaments currently for his team. And he's going up against Pascoa, who's a player, at least I haven't cast personally too often, but of course seen him play a lot, who's also fantastic and one of the hopes of the Americas.
Yeah, and I suppose we should clarify this from the offset, because otherwise it's going to get confusing. Raven is going to say Pascoa for this entire series.
That can change.
I'm going to say Pasqua for this entire series. The official verdict is he doesn't mind. It's just I asked him way back in like 2015 how to pronounce it, and that's what he told me, so that's what I've been stuck with since then. A lot more people these days say Pascoa. It's not a big deal. In case you're confused, that's why. Okay, we've got that over with. Moving on. These lineups are looking very, very interesting. It's nice to see some Boat Rogue coming back in, because we have not seen a great deal of that so far. Actually, Jackpot Rogue in this regards, but you know, the non-combo version of Rogue that's more focused on board presence. But for Bunny, there is that little bit of scam potential coming from the Jackpot this time around. Bunny is also playing Celestial Alignment Druid, which, you know, like you say, we know Bunny pretty well. We kind of have a good feel on what kind of decks he tends to favor and what kind of decks he doesn't, and I would largely put Celestial Druid in the not a bunny hopper deck category, so it's a little bit surprising perhaps to see him coming out with that one for this tournament. But now, for those of you who don't have the pleasure of knowing Bunny as well as we do, we can find out a little bit more about him, Raven.
Yeah, just a very long and strong record in his competition that you can see here. Of course, top 4 in 2019 at Worlds, along with solid results, especially in those Masters tours. Has done decent in Grandmasters, of course, but not one of the win percentages that has really blown us away. But again, the thing about Bunny Hopper is he's just reliably good. I think one of the players who just consistently makes the least even small mistakes throughout games. So really excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table, especially, like I said, he's been playing very, very well in other tournaments very, very recently, kind of similar to Fury, that he's actually, by playing in these other tournaments, you would argue he's even more prepared for yes, Grandmasters beginning, because he's been jamming games and high competitive games just recently, like this past week, basically. So he's definitely good to go and has had a lot of help and practice for this. So I'm very excited to see how this one does. He's going to be kicking it off on the Rogue, and I believe going up against Pascoa's Warlock to start things off, Sottle.
Yeah, for sure. We can now take a look at Pasqua, which is it's a player that I think we were all very happy to see coming into Grandmasters when he did make it. Is one of those players that was perennially on the cusp, right? Always felt like he was one match short or just a little bit off, few wins here and there. Didn't quite make it, just below the cutoff, always that kind of position. But he's a player that's been around for an incredibly long time. Like I said, during one of my first big casting events, did a sit-down interview with him when he was a complete unknown, qualifying for a seasonal championships for the first time. Got to know him quite well. Great person, great player, and a credit to Grandmasters for sure. Very, very happy to see what he can do there. And as Lorinda was very keen to point out, a fellow spreadsheet enjoyer. When I say fellow, I mean Lorinda and Pasqua, not myself and Pasqua.
Well, I will join in on that as the third person, because as someone who used to build complicated spreadsheets for my job before my Hearthstone casting days, I fully respect anyone who can make a good spreadsheet. So yeah, extra levels of respect there for Pascoa. But we are going to see that Curse Warlock go up against the Rogue. And I don't know if you have any strong feelings on this matchup, because unlike, for example, the Shaman, I feel like we've spoken a lot about today, Rogue, or especially this Rogue with Jackpot, has the ability to just break the game to an extent, right? And say, well, actually, no, you don't have the time. I'm going to do things you can't answer, Mr. Warlock, and just sort of accelerate the game in very odd ways. And I think that might give it a bit more of a better chance than some of the matchups we've seen Warlock kind of casually win, right?
Yeah, I do like to look at this version of Rogue in comparison to the Boat Rogue as kind of separating the floor from the ceiling, right? You can crash and burn a lot harder than Boat Rogue can, but you can also do some utterly ridiculous things when things go right. So if you're going to be up against some rough matchups, that can give you the high roll potential that you need to get out of it. Whereas, you know, I think Boat Rogue has been incorrectly described as a 48% deck against everything. I think we've have enough of a sample now in recent tournaments and very, very high level play to show that that isn't the case, and it's just a good, solid deck overall. However, you know, the ability, as you say, of the Thief Rogue to do what it does is unmatched. When the pieces come together, it can do some truly disgusting things.
Do you see the full mulligan away there from Bunny Hopper? Pasco, those just still taking a quick look at exactly what he wants to do. And again, I think it is tricky, right? Like, instead of mulliganing for your opponent, I think a large part of this is you just do the mulligan that's best for your own deck here with this Warlock in this matchup. Because how do you mulligan against this rogue, right? They could do anything, potentially. So I do like this. It's just nice, cheap cards, options to go forward with. Also getting the Warlock hero power. Never. Sorry, Warlock hero power. I'm looking at the wrong play. Druid hero power. I was just going to say, Warlock hero power, obviously fantastic for the rogue, but we see Bunny with the Druid hero power. Apologies. How is he going to just play
the
on
one with the
curve?
classic card back, Raven? We've even put contingencies in
I don't
place
look
to
at
make sure
card
this
backs.
doesn't happen. Yeah.
Come on. But now that kind of a weird question, right? Like without this Mistress, just playing Maestra might just be fine, right? Just play a tempo minion, but in the Mistress, I can easily see the Cutlass getting cycled instead.
Time waits for no
Yep,
one.
I like it. Take a little bit of time, keep getting those discounts rolling, try and look for the Wild Paw Knolls wherever possible. With that Trickster in hand, drawing cards as well for some of the expensive payoff spells is very much worth it as well.
Pascoa having access to his Warlock hero power this turn is definitely quite powerful. The class he has chosen to play.
Very true. Accurate analysis. 10 out of 10.
Got there in the end. Yep, we're just going to go for the Shroud. Again, not many great options. And, did
nice.
hit the Null. That's the payoff he wanted. So he can at least get rid of this Mistress and then also just put something on board pressure-wise, right? Because he doesn't quite yet have access to Jackpot or anything that's really going to make a big impact in the game at this moment in time.
Yeah, might also just decide to just leave it in stealth and not allow the opponent to interact with it this turn, because obviously you're going into Drain Soul range, you're going into Dragged range, you're going into basically every removal spell in your opponent's deck range. Even Null, as you can now see, would be playable on the other side to be able to take a juicy value trade out. So I think this is a really smart decision from Bunny to leave this one in stealth.
Speaking of the Null, though, I weirdly kind of like it to just play it out because it does beat the Null on the other side, right? And also just utilizes the mana in a fine way. Again, difficult to decide what you're holding for what against this rogue deck exactly. But I did think it was a reasonable play at best there for Pasqua.
So many possibilities.
Mistress being held in this instance. Bunny now with the stealth removed on the minion. I think really he was looking for a way to deal with this 2-2 comfortably without chipping into the health on his minion, which he does now, I suppose, have if he wants to go down the Trickster route. Does make a pretty impressive board state.
I also wouldn't just hate the Okani, honestly, with the trade.
Cool. See that?
Muddy the waters.
Gonna go for the Trickster though. Gonna go for the slightly higher power impact play, which again retains as much health as possible. So I'm never gonna argue with this.
Yeah, I do like this more because, so Goldshire Null, I guess we do need to be Null specific when we are talking about this particular matchup. On the other side, can only really deal with one of these problems. And keeping your entire board at 5 health by not making the Null trade means that you are out of range of the 3 health removals and the 4 health removals that are available to your opponent on this turn. So it's kind of a 2-turn setup for Bunny, leaving the minion in stealth for an additional turn, making sure that that Mistress of Mixtures could not be taken care of, and actually makes the decision from Pasqua on the previous turn not to play the additional Mistress of Mixtures quite interesting as well, because that additional 2/2 could actually put in a lot of work on this board state if it was able to chip into one of the 5 health minions.
Yeah, there is an option now where Pasqua could just go Null into Null and then just drag below the 2/2, even though it doesn't, it's kind of overkill. And you'd much prefer to put the damage on the 5/5. As you said, the numbers simply don't add up. But this would leave the Null to sort of challenge the Shark in itself. But it's got to go in a bit of a different route here, just banking an additional Null with the Zola instead.
Yeah, funnily enough, right after I said we need to be Null specific, when you said you go Null into Null, I was about to correct you and say, no, you can't play a second Goldshire Null if you Zola your Null. That doesn't work like that at all. But I then realized what you were talking about. But yes, this is the kind of play that I was looking at as well. Doesn't quite work out because of the mana costs. But I think that Null being as cheap as possible was the reason Pasqua decided not to play the Mistress of Mixtures on the previous turn.
Right.
And it has enabled this Zola line without using coin, which is very nice indeed. But it does mean that the pressure is beginning to mount now for Bunny. But this is the point where it becomes scary, basically no matter what you do against this deck, because good luck making a board that coin entitled customer does not deal with.
Yeah, the positive thing here, if Bunny goes Spell, which I could imagine him doing, is if he trades the 2/2s, there's no even knowledge of the Null in hand for Pasqua. There's no great way that Okani gets cleared up with just minions, right?
Yeah, very true. Now you can see the upside of that Mistress hold really paying off. This is now 2 Nulls that it's discounted by 1 by having that extra card in hand. It's also now just a very cheap expendable minion that Pasqua can use to test minion if he really wants to here.
I wonder.
Yeah, I don't... Even though it's weird to say, like, oh yeah, just use a Null to test if it's minion and if it might just get countered. That's kind of bad, but the rest of Pasqua's hand, I would actually argue, is just better than the Null right now.
There's no way Mistress of Mixtures is better than the Null, right? Surely you can throw that out first regardless.
Now the Null costs more. Now Null's worse.
So predictable.
This spell counter is actually so strong, isn't it? There's just no good way that minions alone deal with this.
Ooh. Mortal Coil is a nice pickup there, but Pasqua, I think, is just going to say he's going to deal with this the hard way. All right.
I need to get this Ashara active. Good prep, right? And then still Colossal.
Good though?
Oh wait,
I suppose so.
could prep and just Wicked Stab the Null, right? And trade the Mistress?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, that's
looking
better,
at.
right? Yeah.
Can't always trust what you see.
I still don't know why that's a tiny fin.
Why? What's a tiny fin?
When Maestro gets played, it always shows tiny fin.
Wait, does it?
Oh my god. When you play it, the card sort of flips, right? and it flips like from a tiny fin to Maestra, and I'm like, is Maestra really disguising herself as a tiny fin?
Fascinating news.
And as an update, Sol plays Radio Hearthstone.
I pay so little attention to animations and art and general beautiful design that a whole team of people have put hours and hours and days and weeks and months of care into designing. Entirely lost on me. This game was just stick figures with numbers on them. I'd like it just as much.
I wonder.
Oof. Can't wait for the expansions coming out next year. The stick figures left, right, and centre. That'd be great.
Almost out of time.
Pasco's really in a pickle here, isn't he? He can just coin, but it's a little bit painful. He's going to decide to go with coil, okay.
Yeah, I like the coil usage.
How can did work, though? Let's... These turns
It did.
more awkward.
Yeah, still hanging around as well, being a threat on board, continuing to push damage as well.
So now Bunny can do the thing, right? With the Ashara?
Yeah, it looks better this turn because you actually get to fully tempo out, play the whole thing.
Yeah. Play the Kolek.
Play the Kolek, yep, for sure. One game-winning Kolek incoming.
It's the test follow-up as well.
Could choose to go with the Wicked Stab instead, just to fully dominate the board, but
Oh.
I think I like this more. All right, sure.
Okay.
The board clear, bit of damage pushed.
The question is, do you trade with the... Oh. Oh no, you only need to trade one anyway, right? Trade one dagger.
I think you just trade the other one anyway. It pushes the damage regardless. Yeah, I think this is fine.
Fine. Good though, 7 health, 5 health on board. Not really susceptible to anything but the customer. Without a bit of extra work anyway. Pascoa considers the coin into the Gigafin. It's very scary with a Colossal, isn't it?
For sure, yeah. It's just so much stats coming out the other side if it does then get respawned.
Double drag below is an option just to kill the Colossal and then just say, I'll take 7.
Like a lot, though. Especially when you know the threat that now this mage card has been played once, it could be coming back turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, I just don't see another way for... I mean, the other option really is just school teacher, right? And hope there's something good, but I'm not really sure what that something good could be that's better than what Pascal already has.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it's
It's
just
gonna be the
forced
line.
into this, honestly. It's now Gigafin's just that little bit better afterwards because it's not going to summon the whole Colossal anymore.
And this
Or
is a
is
lot of
it?
damage going back the other way, though. Like, Bunny cannot necessarily ignore the amount of damage that's being taken right now. He'll really want to, and he might end up doing so.
Yes,
it's a
yes,
risky
yes.
I mean, how sold is Bunny right now that means there is no entitled customer in the opponent's hand? I would say very.
Yeah, very, but not impossible.
Yes, agrees.
Gab's not the choice here for Bunny. Was he going to spend to remove the curse?
A lot of damage.
It is, but it's also missing a lot of damage, right? That's the problem. You're always in a sort of weird race, aren't you?
Too soon.
All right, 2 and 3 out of the hand.
Both players with kind of low tempo turns previously, but now Pasco has picked up the Mortal Coil, does have Abyssal Wave and Coil.
Yeah, huge draw actually
Yeah.
to be able to find the missing piece to be able to clean up this board. Bunny can refill, of course. Ooh, there is the customer now. Hand size a little bit smaller than it once was, but can still do a very effective job against most board states.
Aaron, it scabs.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Mainly because against this Warlock deck, I've got no clue what you'd actually want to bounce. Honestly, it all feels terrible. So what
Yeah,
if you just
right.
play it to generate the 4/2s and have the hero power? You can even hero
Right.
power the curse, right?
Exactly, yeah. If anything, like, empty board scabs is an opportunity to play 2 4/2 stealths that doesn't put an entitled customer back in your
Yeah,
opponent's hand.
exactly.
Does not, wipe the Gigafin that your opponent just played off their board for you without giving you your board back, all that kind of stuff.
Too soon.
Yeah, and there's the bonus of just getting rid of the curse, right? We've seen Bunny does want to defend against curses to an extent.
Yeah.
So yeah, nice play there from Bunny Hopper. And it's also a board like Pascoa just he might have to, but probably doesn't really want to customer, right? Oh, never mind. Insane.
Low. Yeah, this was quietly threatening lethal as well, with 9 damage showing from the 2 4/2s and the dagger, plus the hand with Pest representing damage as well. Yeah, it's not a lethal setup anymore.
You know,
Those days are long gone.
do you like the coin usage here this turn?
Me wait and see what comes into the hand. Oh, okay. I think now at 21, maybe you're more interested in being proactive. Fear of going wide is that your opponent might have the ability to resummon that Gaia at some point. Okay, fine.
I think with only 11 cards left, there's hope at a brand, right?
That's
for
fair,
Pasco?
yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of damage there for Bunny, though.
Just
Two
a little
teeth.
field work.
Ooh, okay.
And a full damage scab. Stab. Are you okaying at Najak, or are you okaying at the light shower?
Light shower more than Najak for sure.
Yeah.
Garen Saber, I think, was a consideration there as well.
Oh, whether Bunny wants to combo it with the blood as well. Oh, gonna go Tooth once discovers for the test.
Frostbite? Kinda popping on the other 3/3.
Hear that sizzle?
Ends up with the Feral Rage instead. I suppose I wasn't accounting for the other Tooth being available for the other 3/3 anyway. This is just probably better.
Oh, Drain as well, nice.
The path is clear for the
Drain light shower. Okay, both players. Been a bit of health recovery in the past couple of turns. There's the brand, though. Could potentially be a big turn. Pasco wants to just use the brand now in a different way and actually use it with a school teacher. try and get more curse generation from the Argling, maybe?
True. They just now end up not being a brand turn at all, however.
I think with the tap, yeah.
There is still Zakul to come, right? Which is
Yes.
the premium card to be throwing out with that brand. No discounts, of course. This is a rodless version of the deck.
The crab.
Finally.
Been waiting all day for this. Now, is it worth a wicked stab, Sol? That's my question. Does Bunny want to use 6 damage to kill the Gigafin just to get the light shower back? Or can he sort of ignore that and use like Krabatoa to do trades and just say, okay, you vet my light shower, whatever?
Yeah, I think the deciding factor this turn is there's nothing else hugely attractive to spend all your mana on once you factor in the discount. But I do think this makes the most sense. Krabatoa will now be able to clear up and take control of the board using the weapon as well. Yep, this all looks good to me. Takes 1 extra damage this way, but you end with a weapon this way by not trading with the second crab first into the higher attack minion. This all makes sense.
Might even be worth a customer, you know? Why not? Like, because Pascal really want the Elemental to die now because Bunny Hopper's basically at full health, right? So it's going to make the least impact.
Yeah, okay.
I don't really see anything else really great sticking out, mainly because the 5 health on the Krabatoa as well. Make it a little bit too tricky, so I do like the customer here, and then Pascal can follow up with whatever he sees fit.
Yeah, I think otherwise outside of this, you're doing something like null touches, and you have to get an Abyssal Wave in there as well to be able to clear the board fully, which is just way too wasteful, I think,
Overkill.
overall in terms of resources, yeah.
Job done.
Suppose you could just go wave double touch if you really wanted to, but this develops board at the very least threatens to push a little bit of chip damage, which you might actually now need at this point in the game with how things are going. Because that healing will come back. There is a Tess in your future that's going to replay Light Shower Elemental, Drain Soul thrown in there as well for more healing.
Opera has the task now to get a lot done with not a lot in hand, honestly. Gun fishing's going to be huge.
Contraband.
Oh, was that contraband? Okay, I couldn't tell if it was. I looked and it was just disappeared instantly. It's like it was contraband or jackpot.
Unlucky. I mean, that'll do. Got Gaia out of it at the very least.
Yeah. Looking at what Pascal has left, I was going to say that other entitled customer would be quite useful right now, maybe even worth a tap. For a 1 in 6 to just obliterate the board again seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, how concerned are you about the end of your deck at this point, though?
As in to actually try and win the game. I guess the problem is if you were then worried about
I'm not getting any younger.
S or anything else for Bunny resummoning the board. Pasco's quickly running out of AoE.
Yeah.
I must hasten.
More bones to gnaw on.
Drain Soul's second touch, presumably.
Who knows what secret?
Oh,
Ooh, finally the brand gets committed. Okay.
you just get something going with curses. You'd imagine as well if the 5/5 trades, then Pasco has the Abyssal Wave that's at least half decent next turn.
Yeah.
The difficulty here is Bunny Hopper like kind of gets a free curse throwaway every turn now, right? Because of scabs.
Yeah, I mean, it still costs 2 mana, though, because that's a 2 mana discount you would have spent somewhere else over the course of your turn. So it is still net minus 2 mana.
Yeah. I guess it feels worse when the hand is so empty, right? Because you know there's just less chance of there being a full turn anyway for Bunny.
Our Rage going through. This Tess is going to represent a colossal amount of healing here. You want some board space before you do that, do you not? Yes, looks right. There's a Light Shower Elemental and the Colossal that's going to require 3 board spaces. Obviously replay all these curses as well, which will achieve very little.
Got the attack foul range, okay. There's so many rockets being shot.
That looks like... Oh, okay, there's a Tamsin. I
we're
was
in.
assuming the nod meant entitled customer.
Tamsin double Abyssal.
What is taking so long?
Pascoa just thinking whether he goes double touch first. Probably does at least one, right?
Haven't heard of me?
Yeah, I think
Touch,
at
get
the
at
very
least
least,
one free
banking the
heal,
0
yeah.
cost 1 in your hand. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Job done.
More curses for Bunny, and this has been a very strange game, but I kind of expect no less from this type of rogue. But Bunny getting that the Light Shower Elemental has kept him in this game so much, because look at the damage from the curses. He just took 1 million, but he's still alive. Right now, just a quick reminder for what's left for Pascoa. There is 1 additional curse
Yep.
left.
Not good news.
No. I guess there's still school teacher, right? Which could get like dragged below.
Yeah, sure.
Definitely help.
Yeah, Bunny does, of course, have to immediately get rid of every single curse from the hand as soon as it enters right now. Cannot afford to be ticking any extra sources of damage. Prats of extraordinary size. Not really what he was looking for there. And it really is going to have to be these 3/3s that are potentially doing a lot of work here alongside this Queen Ashara to get over the line. Probably. Is it weapon in this spot? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's still Colossal, right? There's so many good ones. A Dreadsteed. You can even just cast another touch, right, on one of the rats. Seems fine.
Pick me! Pick me!
Oh, that is not it whatsoever.
Just a little field work.
Wah.
And that is extremely not Gigafin. I think we may have just reached the end of the road in this game.
Look, there's Chaos Nova and a Dream, okay?
Okay, what exactly is the contents of this dream of which you speak?
Chaos Nova.
And then you die. Not a very good dream,
You
is
don't
it?
die, you go to sleep and then you dream. There you go. Chaos Nova and a Dream.
If you die in the dream, you die in real life,
Oh!
Raven. We know this.
Oh no!
Hear that sizzle?
Bunny is throwing his hands up like, I don't want to think about this turn anymore.
Like,
Get out
why
of it.
did I get rats? What's
Yeah.
going on? Good game there, honestly, from both players. I could have very easily seen Pascoa taking more control of that game, at least where we were at certain points throughout. But yeah, both players are doing a lot to just hold on. Bunny keep repeating, obviously, those big minions that Gaia mainly, and keep building those boards. But Pascoa doing just enough to hold on. So a really close game and a pretty exciting game number one between these two players.
Yeah, and you saw Bunny Hopper going for a very clear healing slant throughout the whole game. Drain Soul taken as an option, Light Shower taken as an option, Feral Rage taken as an option. But in the end, it was so close to being able to exhaust all the damage from Pasqua, right? As in a non-rod version of the deck, the total damage output can be manageable because it's rare that you're going to get Brand with multiple instances of curses coming
Right.
after that. So I think Bunny kind of had this long-term plan of trying to be able to survive as late as possible, but that really was the last push from Pasqua, and with the Chaos Nova in hand for Bunny, if that board had been manageable, if that Colossal had been something that Bunny was able to deal with the contents of the hand, maybe if Prep had not been the draw off the top, then it could have been a very different game indeed. But certainly the pressure was kept up throughout the whole one. It was a marathon. It was the exact game we suspected kicking off our series going into this one, and long may it continue, apparently, with Pascal now going over to the Quest Priest.
Dreaded Quest Priest. The bane of all existence is here. I will say, though, the deck, obviously with the help of Prince Renethil, gets a little bit extra health, more cards, which fine. It is a tricky one because I've run into it, now and again on ladder. And if you don't get on top of that deck, really, like you sort of blink and suddenly they play the quest reward. They're on 40 health still, and you're like, what's happened? And then they just tutor the game-winning card that literally does just win the game. So I've not seen much of it. We've not seen it on stream, I believe, yet, right? No one else is playing this that we've seen. So yeah, I'm excited to see it played, by a player like Pascoa, who's gonna do a bit more, you'd imagine, than the average ladder player in terms of quality of play. So we'll see how this one goes, because sometimes it can be an absolute nightmare, but it is going to be going up against the Rogue again. And maybe Bunny can get hold of something that either completely overpowers Pascoa, and there's nothing he can really do about it, or he gets hold of something that can maybe mess with the win condition from the Quest Priest.
Awkward looking mulligan on Bunny Hopper's side. Shroud is obviously a reasonable card to have, but it's kind of a bailout condition if you haven't found your nulls by the time you get there.
Right.
No tradables to hold on to.
Because of this hand, and I know you probably hate this, but is Shroud ever one of those cards that you just keep one of, just so you've got it to do on 3?
It could be. I mean, it depends how ambitious you're looking to be. I will say this version of the deck does not necessarily have to hit the aggressive null starts with the level of consistency that the straight-up Boat Rogue does, because a lot of their power can come through in the mid-game, late game.
Right. I did not expect a double keep, Sottle. I'll happily admit that. Bunny Hopper very okay with card draw this game. Did pick up the Cutlass as well, so we'll be able to start off with a cycle if he wants to. Pasco in the meantime. As options, which 2-drop does he want to play?
Probably neither of them.
Ooh. Big pass from Pascoe. Oh, wow. Okay. Straight off the
That'll do
bat.
it.
Wild Paw
Yep.
Null. Let's go. Same start again for Bunny Hopper.
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
Bunny now just missing the key piece, right? Just missing the pop-off cards. Go fishing with them. Or for them, though.
Yeah, I think this turn just ends up being the second Shroud. Does have a little bit of time still. Yep, second null found. That is 100% consistency with Bunny Hopper hitting exactly one null.
An option of a different 2-drop now.
Oh, the quality of card in this deck is not there, is it?
The worst part is, though, it does win games.
Yeah.
What is in the
Arena the null now. It's revealed from stealth and starts swapping his stats around.
Yeah, and this is the dynamic you were talking about, right? Like, underrated deck in terms of tempo. There aren't a huge quantity of options there that can be played in the early game, but the starts do exist. Where
Yeah.
Priest can actually get on board quite early.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this, right? So Pascoe is just easily ahead on board right now. Does have some level of AoE in hand already. And it's just like, well, they're ahead on board early. They played a quest on turn 1. They have heal, and they have an inevitable win condition. It's like,
And I've played 2 0 mana 3/5 rushes this game.
yeah, and I'm still
on board.
behind. Yeah. Gonna push him with the dagger and tooth. Maybe get something hold of something quite good. Well, none of them look great, did they?
Yeah, just take the card draw where you can get it. Does make the most sense.
Oh, Wood doesn't need to play a 2-drop. Might start the shuffle here just to see what's available.
Sorceress is a pretty good pull. There is a good number of 1 mana pre-spells. And discover. That is the missing piece of the puzzle right now for the quest progression. There is a wig.
It's not right, it's 4-drop.
No, I just mean you're looking for 1 mana to spend this turn.
Oh,
to
okay.
actually curve out.
I was sat thinking, I know I've not played this deck much because I'm not a big fan of this priest, but...
Oh no, the quest is 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
In terms of finding something to do to curve out
Oh,
this
sure,
turn with the Enchantress, you're looking for a 1-drop.
Oh.
Alright, yeah, seems fine.
Let's go just saying, you know what? My opponent's going to make weird boards. I'm going to try and kill him with Light Bomb. I like it.
Sure. I mean, you are playing against Rogue, so I guess you do have to practice not spending all of your mana. That does make sense.
Yeah, there you
The
go.
new expansion.
And Bunny Hopper on Rogue, a previous master of secret rogues.
Yes, indeed.
That clash was right. What a card. A good way to get a Kolek.
Why didn't you call a Kolek for Pasqua in the previous series, huh? In the previous game, even.
Yeah, it would have been quite good, wouldn't it? Tiny hit. Bit of a tricky one against this deck. Did he pick minion there? I think so, right?
Yeah, did pick minion. I do think that makes sense because if you look at the deck list, there is Undying Disciple, Light Shower Elemental, both being able to be played on curve right now, and they are both Death Rattle minions that end up back in the pool for Amulet, and you get into Res Priest kind of positions. So
there's also no 4-drop spells, right?
that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, so like again, just talking about progression of quest. Pascal really just
Wonder.
in thought right now to see what he needs to do. It looks like he's going for engineer.
Yeah, it makes the
Blocked,
remainder of the turn a little bit miserable, though, just in terms of mana usage. Throws out the Condemn, sure, but a very disruptive Okani turn, I would say. Otherwise, I'm sure that Undying Disciple would have just been slammed into play immediately. Plenty of redundancy in the 6-drop slot in terms of getting that done, particularly with that light bomb picked up now as well.
And now Bunny gets to just play Krakatoa on not an empty board, but a board with one trade, allowing you to swing the weapon once, like ticking all the boxes there. Tons of pressure online.
Ah, good, another deep run engineer, just what I was looking for this turn. Obviously, it makes sense the design of the deck. There is a ton of discover effects thrown in there because those discover effects allow you to fill the gap. You can react to the hand, you can react to what you've drawn, what mana cost you haven't drawn, pick up different things here and there. Not only based on the state of the game, but on the mana cost specific things that you are looking for. And mechs do have a decent range to be going through. But it just looks such a weak card when you draw it in this kind of position.
Hey, it's scary when it's played on turn 2, though. Quest into the engineer turn 2 is like, oh, no, I'm going to lose.
Yeah.
I found a 3-drop. I do think it's a decent light bomb here, though. Not one that Pascal would have wanted to make, but I think you have to respect the damage coming out of a Krakatoa. More rats, Bunny? Want a nest for the rats from last game? No?
I mean, how many rats of extraordinary size can you fit into one nest, really? Surely not that many.
Ooh. Only pick jackpot. Yeah. Let the fun begin.
Choose soon.
That is deeply unpleasant.
You can't
By fun,
always
I meant fun for Pasqua. 'Cause those are rough.
Not the one, is it?
Nope.
Not really what you're looking for.
Wait a minute. Perfect. Clash into Gilag.
All
together.
right.
It's all coming together.
All right. Now we're talking.
sworn it went back together.
Pascoa cannot find a 4-drop to save his life. Ula just the better card, right?
Probably, yes.
Especially
There's
when
only,
you know you're
what?
against like mystery minions and stuff from Bunny.
There's only 5 natural copies of 4 mana cards in the deck out of 40 at the start. So you should draw one on average every 10 cards, and Pasquale's only drawn 11 at this point. So this isn't even really an outcome that's particularly unlikely. Of course, when you then weigh in the discovers as well, that's when it starts to get a little bit more frustrating. But yeah, in terms of the build of the makeup of the deck, These draws will happen because you have put extra cards in your deck on purpose. These deep run engineers do seem important for some reason.
Should have put extra 4-drops in. It's time.
Curious, what is the lightest spot? I will now go silent for a number of seconds.
Fin pick up here from Bunny Hopper. Definitely a decent one, but not the best. It's going to fall back onto Naja. Be able to steal the 5/5 taunt. Is there any big follow up here for Bunny though? That's been his biggest problem here. No actual like high pressure plays. Did have the Crabber Toe, which was of course fantastic, but Flame Strike not doing it. Sigil, jokes aside, definitely not doing it.
No.
In on some damage from a Wicked Stab and a Dream right now.
Yeah, and had to even end up going gifts of Ashara with the Trickster, which is not really what you are looking to do. And this game kind of has just been a story of both players' decks whiffing pretty hard, it seems. Like, this is a bit of a wet noodle fight of a matchup right now.
I wonder.
It does look like we're watching a very odd tavern brawl, doesn't it?
I wonder.
I feel like if you queued up this priest deck in a tavern brawl, you'd never get your pack.
Ever. Literally.
At least Pasquale had the decency to keep Anduin out of play, though, you know? That's something. We've seen enough Anduins from the rogues so far to be seeing them from the priests as well. 4 mana card! We did it!
Do. Press the button! Oh, he doesn't get to pick, right?
Nope. Left one happens by default, I believe, so that is probably what happens.
At least he has 6 and 7 locked in now, right? Now 5's the new 4.
Yes, and having just done that check a few seconds ago, 5 is even worse than 4. There's only 3 natural copies of 5 drops in the deck. There's only 2 Spirit Guides and a Talon. Obviously, the most barren ones are when you get to the top. 7 and 8, there's only 2 7s and 3 8s, but 5's just as rare as 8s in the deck, and Spirit Guide is one of them. Yeah, exactly.
And 1's on the board.
Yep.
Very interested to see if this is a Scabs. Again, he just saw Nova. He's seen a discovered light bomb. It would just play 2 4/2s that are stealthed and bounce his Hexen back and stop Pascoa getting the 5/3 back, potentially.
Keep your enemies close, and your shit.
Yeah, I like it.
This game is an absolute mess already, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's a very nice pickup, though. Be able to deal with the situation we are fronted with. But this 5-drop problem is going to continue to plague Pasquale, I would imagine, for quite some time from here.
What is a loon's will?
Does have Sorceress, though. That could maybe help him out. There are 5-drop mechs as well.
Yeah, both of these things are true.
Can still test them both and play Plague, right? So...
Doesn't find it. What are we looking at? Against all odds? Potentially could have been found.
You're fishing. No? Maybe? Getting the heal in to make sure it doesn't roam. We might have found the reason why. Oh! Oh no, never mind. I looked at the number, not the actual number. Might have learned that we should be thankful that these two players have not crossed paths in GM before. Because we'd never get it done. We'd still be on season 1.
This is some old school Europe Grandmasters here. This is pre-Zoomer age of Europe Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's fine. We were forged in these flames.
Yeah, there's something we've been mentally prepared for. It's this.
Light cannot exist.
Bunny Hopper's rubbing it in now. Just saying, I've got a 5-drop. Enjoy.
What is
You feel that Pascal almost can't play Whirlpool, no matter what?
Because of the scarcity of 8 mana cards.
Yeah, and he's not on that stage yet, right?
I mean, the question is now that we've reached this point of the game, you're fairly stable. It's not like you're under massive amounts of pressure. How likely are you to actually need the quest reward with your opponent sat at 9 cards in hand and you at 25 from this point? Is there ever now a viable win condition from this point? Where you can just say, I will delete your stuff 3 or 4 times and then win the game that way.
That's fair. Very, very possible. Oh, okay.
That helps.
Okay. You just roll the dice on this?
It's so cute. Alright. Unlucky.
The mothership's actually going to be pretty big as well, just for chucking stuff on board, isn't it? Like a good trade minion, as well as just leaving stuff behind. I think that's just against Rogue specifically. It's just very, very solid for Pascal here.
Ajak Hexen back again.
But which one do you steal?
One is a very strong and powerful card, and the other one would be an adorable team mascot.
Pose the same question.
Hey, I'm not saying it's an easy choice.
Yeah, he's breaking down the choices for Assault. Thank you. Bunny Hopper slowly collecting all of the mage AoE.
Yeah, Bunny Hopper literally cannot stop rolling useless cards from Jackpot.
Although he does have double 6 damage Wicked Stab in hand, right? Like,
yes.
And an Ashara that if he would cast some spells, he could actually maybe get a 3rd Wicked Stab.
Yes, very fair.
And he's
There's
pushing,
a monstrous amount of damage.
Smooth 14 this turn, if he wanted to. He's going to kill off the 1/4, which makes sense, of course, but
yeah.
This isn't looking terrible.
I wonder.
Ship coming down now. Again, not the best mechs, but just decent to have things on board. Something the deck can struggle with sometimes at this point of the game. As you can see, a lot of them are just I play a minion pass kind of plays.
Yes. Extremely useful for that quest completion, of course, but more so just having that rush minion, that board swing, just relieving some of this pressure, because I think the pressure is a much bigger deal for Bunny right now than the quest is for Pasqua. It really feels like this game is resolving towards the point where Pasqua survives Bunny or he doesn't, right? Like that seems to be where we're at.
And like you said, the fatigue difference is ridiculous at this point.
Yes.
It's not even worth looking at because it's Pasqua's so far ahead. Still has some heal available to him, especially with the light shower. As just a nope button in the form of Whirlpool, right? And Hydrolodon is actually pretty solid too for a board in a box. Too bad. We can see the Flame Strike, of course, from Bunny would clean that up. But
There's one thing Bunny's not been short of this series. It's randomly generated AoE that he has no interest in.
no contraband?
Yeah, it seems like a decent time for it. He's finally juiced it enough, has the Blizzard in there now as well, which could address most of this board state. Problem, I suppose, is the card draw that he can get hit with.
Ooh.
That was also not the order he wanted those things to happen in.
Yeah, Bunny got nothing, right?
Nope.
Epsilon's just good as well. Epsilon's one of the cards I like the most and play the least. Feels like it's a whirlpool.
Yeah,
got
hard
to be
see this
right.
going any other way. Has to
Yep.
be to relinquish the pressure. Like we said, that is a big opportunity loss with the Whirlpool being used because of that 8-cost slot and only being on Quest Stage 2 right now.
We have plotted
That's a
But I
shower.
believe now, stab, stab, and ring for one.
Stab.
Is
Stab,
going to
stabby,
do
stab,
it.
stab.
Yep.
Looks good to me. Wow, brutal. And what a, again, so I don't know if I was mentally ready for these kind of games where it's like both players kind of go in with a deck and then we go, well, we're not really going to play with these cards though, and just do other things. So really, really difficult, I imagine, for both players to keep at top focus levels there. But Bunny Hopper is going to even up this series with a win on the Jackpot Rogue or Thief Rogue or whatever you want to call it. It means that the Quest Priest is still around for Pascoa. Bunny Hopper now has Mage Hunter. Pascoa has Mage Priest. So again, pretty big differences overall, especially because Bunny Hopper is rocking. Sorry, someone just tried to slam the door off from in front of my house. Then Bunny Hopper is on that still on the Ping Mage and that Hunter. So some slightly more aggressive decks than what we've been seeing in this series so far. So.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I was also being distracted by IRL things there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my cat is trying to invade my desk right now.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. If he shows up on stream, I'm sure everyone will have a good time.
Have headphones?
He's 11 months old, and fun fact, he was actually born during this series. So looking forward to how old he is at the end of it.
I'm not. Yeah, so we can check Bunny's Mage out. Let me just have a quick look at this. Yeah, there we are. He's rocking the big Mage again. Slightly more aggressive, even though it looks a little bit weird to call it an aggro deck. But compared to what we've just seen, I think anything with any damage capability whatsoever feels like an aggro deck at this point. So he's going to be jumping on that Mage, and I believe Pascoa is going to be on the Priest again. And yet again, this feels a little bit awkward, doesn't it? Because the Mage doesn't have damage generally in forms of burn. It just has damage in forms of landing big minions. But Pascoa can have the capability of just dealing with those minions.
Yes, certainly. But I do think, again, you can see a similar play pattern to what we just saw with the Rogue, right? Where the Mage, the pressure comes in the mid-game at a very similar time as it does for the Rogue. And if those minions are able to pressure sufficiently, then suddenly the ability for, you know, late game juiced up hero powers with Dawn Grasp and Reckless Apprentice, like those can then be your triple Wicked Stab combo that we just saw at the end of that game. So it is very possible that things pan out in a similar way. However, this time Pasqua does have the Dream 1 into 2, the Nuts, Deep Run Engineer, the best card in Hearthstone.
Ace Mulligan win rate card in the deck.
Is it actually?
Definitely haven't looked, but I'm choosing to believe it is.
Okay, fine.
I actually do want to look now. Talks on.
Citation needed. All right, go ahead.
I see you've brought guests.
So we will, of course, see a very straightforward opening here. Bunny Hopper not really having a great deal to do. Quest on 1 from Pasqua is granted. I think Bunny will be delighted to see that far watch post come out, though. Although, you know, every chance it ends up helping as much as it does hurting.
Sworn it went back together.
Doing an awful lot of
this card
scrolling
looks
down to
garbage.
find this Quest Priest.
This card looks pointless. Why would you play a two drop that discovers you 3 more 2-drops? This is a waste of everyone's time.
Okay, it's in like the top 5 cards.
Okay.
Not too bad.
I wonder.
Especially when you consider it's a 40-card deck. Alright, Naval Mine, go aggro, Pascoa. Decision's been made. Like, Amalgam doesn't even feel that good in this deck, does it? You have some minion types, but not too many.
Right. I do think Amalgam makes the most sense, though. Obviously,
Yes,
you whiffed initially on the choice of how you want to fill out your mana curve, but Amalgam gives you the best chance of finding a rebuy, finding something to hit that 3 or 4 slot.
Just play it on curve here.
It doesn't target anything right now, right?
Oh, but you can actually kill the watch post.
I wonder.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I see the argument.
Again, doesn't feel great. Any of the 3-drops would have been okay here, but yeah, not meant to be. Considering it.
Yeah, I don't mind it the more I look at it. You do already have the 4 in hand. 3 is a fairly highly populated slot in your deck. But you can see Pasquale is kind of in agony over the decision, not entirely happy with it.
The worry is that passes this turn as well if he doesn't, right? And then suddenly you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Reasonable. Go for the double bump or the single bump. Question.
I think this is fine. I personally prefer leaving it here. It means if your opponent wants to cash in, get the card draw this turn, they have to make a weird inefficient trade into your 2-1 as opposed to a fairly efficient trade of 1-1 into 1-1 as the board would be at that point.
Right.
Very minor details, but I do prefer it this way around.
But he now has the choice. If he wants to play Reckless Apprentice, he can just take the trade either way he wants it. Again, I don't hate it. I think it's even though Reckless with Dawn Grasp is a really good way to try and win the game late game. I think if you get hold of Dawn Grasp and buff it up, that should generally be enough. And I think, or at least I don't think it's worth just passing the turn effectively. He's going to take the draw first, and he is going to pass, okay?
Yeah.
He's holding on.
I do like this. You can sort of you can spend your mana quite efficiently, right? Just with the ping and then playing the Snow Flurry after the fact and banking the 0 mana hero power. I think this is fine here. And personally, I think that Reckless Apprentice late game is going to be monstrously useful because, yes, you feel like you might have a lot of turns to just be able to shoot your opponent in the face for 6 every turn, and that should get there. But if Pasquale actually puts a better draw together than he did in the previous game, you might not have as much time as you think you do. And so those single turn, firstly juicing the hero power with the Reckless Apprentice in the first place, but then those single turn 14, 16 damage output turns where you get that double hero power going face could be a really, really big deal. Pasquale now, of course, dumping all semblance of spells from the hand right now just to make sure there is no Barbaric Sorceress punish in his future.
We can see there would have been as well. So really solid play there from Pasquale.
Yep.
Either calling Barbara. They've been huge for the runes. Because we could be talking about all this deep, long game strategy, and Bunny Hopper might just cast a Rune of the Archmage and win. Or lose.
You just play it anyway, right? We've seen this before.
Yeah, it's a 3/7, right? Like, why wouldn't you?
Yep, play your 3/7, get on with your life. I love it.
And he still gains info, right?
never works. I've decided, I have decreed, this is the worst card I've ever seen in my life. Yep.
Amalgam again.
Imagine.
Pascal doesn't believe enough. That's the problem, clearly.
I mean, it's just the curse, right? Pasquale said he's never won a series with me casting before, so apparently this is my fault. You know?
And you know what? In a normal circumstance, I would say, you know what, Sol, leave, and I'll solo cast to give Pascal a chance. But I don't really want to solo cast a series, if I'm honest, so you have to stay.
I'll tell you what, Pasquale, if you want to relinquish the curse, there's one simple thing that you can do, and that is unfollow Raven, and then we'll be good.
Oh, God. Started a weird campaign against me for no reason whatsoever.
There's a very good reason. It's funny.
Oh, okay. The only reason.
Exactly.
Pelican. Or realistically, this turn, is it a Pelicant? And the Barber's just a little bit better. Again, very likely. Well, Bunny Hopper knows he's going to miss if he plays the Barber, but it's just another 3/7. Not really susceptible to a Light Bomb. High health to dodge other AoEs.
Yeah, because the Deep Run Engineer was the top deck on the previous turn, right? So he knows that information from the previous turn still stands.
I'm going to take it slow though and save it, okay.
Yeah, happy to take this one a little slow. We are still looking for a 3-drop.
The most common drop in the deck.
There are 2 Devouring Plagues, however, one of those was played at 4 because of the Watch Post. Then there's Renathal itself, 2 Entrapped Sorceresses, and the Amulet of Undying left remaining for natural 3-drops, which, again, when your deck size is 40, that's not that many cards.
Got to play the Colossal here, right? Or is the... Oh, wait. What if it's Hexen or... No, Undying. And then Colossal Amalgam the turn after to get a 3-drop. Gotta think big brain about these plays, Sol.
Yeah, no, I like where your head's at.
Play the cards that don't have minion type.
Behemoth's a beast, right? Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, it's a beast, yeah. When the Hopper just kills these two, the Amalgam's stranded once again.
Yeah, not sure whether the freeze will actually happen here. Looks more likely that the Orca just gets traded and then you use the hero power freeze. Oh, okay. Maybe not.
What is
I
this?
can't take them. Wait, not all of them.
Trade over. Okay, yeah, this works still. Still have the hero power activation to rock the freeze.
There's a minion type alive! This
There is
time!
indeed.
Oh, we could discover a Murloc instead. It almost feels so good right now. Oh, yeah. Well, just remind me, Sol, what number mana cost card did he need?
It's 3, Raven. 3 is the number we're
Well,
looking.
not 2 and not 4.
No. It's the one in the middle of those 2. Yeah. If counting sequentially upwards.
What about anti-clockwise?
When viewed from the front. Yeah.
You are cursing him, Sol. I've decided it's just simply true.
Apparently, yeah.
It's just mutinous. Guys, just play it.
Better than Undying Disciple here. If the trades happen with Undying Disciple, then you're doing a lot of work, right? If they don't, then sure, it doesn't really happen, but fine.
Right. 1 mana away until we can get this game really cooking, Sol. And the bunny can start casting some runes. Pascal is not having a good time, is he? He's just like...
I mean, this is agonizing.
It is. It's not great. I'll be
The cruel part of my brain says, Pasquale, you have chosen to do this to yourself. No one else made you bring Quest Priest to this tournament.
Correct. I stand by that with you.
Okay, fine.
You know my thoughts on decks like this, Sol.
Okay, well, fireworks, at the very least, are probably going to start going off next turn for Bunny Hopper. His hand has been doing absolutely nothing because of how aggressively Pasquale has been dumping spells from the hand. And so because of that, he's had to wait all the way until turn 9 to really make anything happen this game. This game has been an utter stalemate up until this point. A grand total of 2 damage has been done to the combined hero portraits.
I actually think Pascal might have a higher chance of finding a way to duplicate the owl and then popping off with Zyrella to win the game. I think that's got a higher win rate chance than actually completing this quest.
We're actually just Owl Priest now?
The owl, get the amulet. Oh no, because the amulet will be played and do the quest, damn it.
Ooh,
hey, big chomp.
That is bad news for Bunny, I would imagine. Bunny's been very, very greedy with that Reckless Apprentice, chose not to play it early on, did commit one earlier on to take care of the original board state with the Colossal coming down, but now, finally, things are happening. I've never been happier to see a box get opened, Draven.
Yeah.
10 so far, I think.
Oh, Wildfire, big deal. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Not mind-blowing, but definitely not bad for Bunny. I think the Wildfire might have actually been the key ingredient in that one, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Again, the hero power juicing is a little bit suspect now that both of the Reckless Apprentices have been used. But certainly you're never going to sniff at a Wildfire when you are playing Ping Mage cards in your deck.
It does help with the Modress, right?
Yes.
Just getting it, because I don't even think the Modress is active yet. Cool.
Somewhere around 6 or 7, I believe it'll be at right now. There was the one Reckless Apprentice turn that happened, and there was a couple of early game pings, I believe. So not much more than that for sure.
Asco is trying to reconcile how he's going to just deal with this.
Pasquale is currently evaluating every choice he's made in his life that led him to this moment.
He's just sat thinking, how am I ever going to bounce back from this?
I will never financially recover from this moment.
Look, gotta look at the positives. You've got spell damage.
True.
That's... Wait, can he out-ping the mage? Just go Zyrella now. Every other turn deal 5. Let's go.
Look at this though, Raven.
Oh,
That's a monstrous 4 damage going face.
Look at this tempo. He's making moves, and now he gets to deal 5 again.
That single attack for 4 doubled the amount of damage that we have seen so far in this.
Only 10 more turns till he wins through pings.
What are those indeed, Bunny?
You know something's going on in a series when both players are consistently upset.
Yes.
Well, Condemn's going to get some work done. Maybe even a Hexen on the...
Yes, but how?
Even if it's just
You
one
actually just full
turn
clear
switch,
with
right?
the Condemn anyway, right?
Hmm?
The Condemn does 5, I think. Can't quite see it in hand.
Yeah.
But it's past turn 10. You can take care of the Onyxia anyway.
But how?
I'm just wondering if it's worth a steal to get a board full of 1/1s.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's just more damage, right? Like, at
Yeah.
this point, when Pasco is looking for any light at the end of the tunnel, you take a board of 1/1s, right?
That's fair.
And I don't really know what else the follow-up would be anyway. If you play Condemn and Owl, you're not hero powering, which I think is terrible. I think he has to hero power every single damage turn this game.
Yep.
But yeah, I just feel like it's the best option right now. Even though I hate to see the hero power on a minion, this hero power does save 4 damage and spell damage in general anyways.
4 damage! Ghostface! Let's go!
All starting to add up. Wait. You want his Onyxia back?
Probably. And this was the decision to make, right? As to whether you put damage on the Onyxia before you stole it or not in this spot.
Okay, Fire Cell Pink, gonna get the Onyxia back on side.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Drop a Treasure Guard alongside it, yes, makes sense. Gotta get that card draw rolling. Need to find that Dawn Grasp sometime sooner rather than later. Oh, we did it!
Where's the pop-off?
fabled 3-drop!
How did Pascal not even physically react to that? I would have acted like I won the series at this point, let's be honest. Wait. Oh, no owl. If it was a second owl, we can seriously start talking about this OTK plan.
5-drop!
Oh,
Let's go!
all coming together.
We are trucking now.
I mean, this is light speed.
We are absolutely proceeding, Raven.
Yeah. We are factually moving forward in time.
Cannot exist without
Spirit Guide gonna come down, start taking that quest. It's been a long time since we saw it tick up. But it's happened, we're here.
All right, good news. Bunny gets to connect. Big
Yeah, I was
old
actually...
Mahe.
I see that he's going with Belinda now, but I'm very interested seeing what this Modresh is at, because I would have thought just ping Modresh would have been fine that turn as well. This does get the big Belinda on board, and yeah, Amulet's in hand though, so I can definitely see it. I don't even hate the snap freeze here. The Okani's better though.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, I think Okani for minion continues to be quite interesting. You might also want to play around Whirlpool specifically, but you know with the double Spirit going off that there's going to be cheap spells in hand, right? Because generally that does draw
Sure.
cheap spells overall.
Block the next minion on curve.
Well, gonna go out on a limb and say that's a good draw.
Yes. Slightly unfortunate that he's on the wrong hero power, but still doable with Condemn.
Has Desperate Prayer as well, right? Heals both heroes.
Yeah.
Absolutely chilling.
Really want to heal your opponent when you're on the ping 10 times plan.
When you worked so hard for that 8 damage with your
Yeah.
2 jellyfish attacks.
Yeah, exactly.
No time.
Let's see what side.
No, actually, he is going to clear it the other way.
Reject your wicked ways.
Use the ping to finish off the giant minion. Yeah, this makes sense.
How delightful.
Uses a bunch of bad resources from the hand or average resources from the hand. Preserves the Zyrella combo and a Whirlpool now. Knows as well, because of the Belinda stats, that there's 2 Drakefire amulets left to deal with. So there's going to be a couple more big board states presented at an absolute bare minimum. Which means holding on to universal board clears does make a lot of sense. Never mind, that's going back in the deck, because we want a hero card, please.
Yep. Play the other rune, it'll be fine. The full hand and 9 cards left in the deck. What could possibly go wrong?
The other interesting question is, what does this brand get used for this game now that both of the Reckless Apprentices have gone?
Varden to clear the 4-4.
Perfect.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Time runs out on me.
All right, board in a can number 1. These are going to keep coming for quite some time now.
Oh, could Bram parrot?
Yeah, true.
And Bunny's losing his mind.
I think everyone is, Raven. I think everyone is.
Big difference. They chose this and we didn't.
Who's they?
Bunny and Pascal.
I see.
Does have the hero power now for a fairly straightforward heal. Has the Desperate Prayer anyway. Definitely an odd deck that Whirlpool doesn't quite feel as strong, does it? Because they're just generating the minions anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't really do the job you want it to do.
But there is a parrot on board, which might be enticing, right? Like, is this your best opportunity to actually snipe a valuable minion?
Yeah, you get to push 4 as well. Big number.
It's a big number.
Oh, quest.
6!
Never mind, we're in.
We did it. Seven and 8 in hand. This does make the most sense. It was a very tempting Whirlpool because of that parrot, but I don't think Pasquale ever really wants to get stuck in the Vortex again where he doesn't have the right card for quest progression. So holding on to that Whirlpool because it is quite possibly the last 8 mana card he'll see this game.
I hope it's the last 8 mana card I ever see. Modresh will allow Bunny to push through here. Still hasn't got the Dawngrasp hero, but this has the benefit of clearing away the 6/6, not changing the health of Pascal in any way, shape, or form, and letting everything connect face. Looks good to me. The only other thing to consider if he doesn't go for it is dropping Dancer and having the coin for brand coin, Modresh.
No waves can sink this ship.
Draw back an amulet here. And he gained the 5. Obviously, usually going from hand to deck removes enchantments, but they coded in an allowance for tradable cards, since that's something you're choosing to do, as whether you're usually forced to send cards back from your hand to the deck, so they keep enchantments in this position. So no real downside for Bunny of trading those away. Does get to draw them back. I suppose downside is 5 less armor in this position, but if your hero is just going to get exploded by your Quest Priest win condition, doesn't really matter how much health,
Yeah.
does it?
Yeah. You always think, oh, I'm in a good spot here. Tons of health, pressure my opponent. Oh, wait, dead. Auto win. Okay.
Locked up with somewhere to go.
Ooh. Elic Mount is an okay option instead of just being forced to play Owl Pass. I don't hate it here. Well, can't play it here, to be fair, unless he goes Desperate Prayer first. Again, I don't hate, just to accelerate some things. I think the big problem right now is no...
Yes.
Oh no, what's the name of the card?
No
Wait a minute.
time.
No Thrive in hand, right? Because that's normally the way they jump forward, right? They prop the quest and then Thrive. Still didn't play Mailbox Dancer last turn, so still doesn't have the option of just 20 damage from hand. Obviously, it wouldn't be lethal this turn anyway, but I think it's something that Bunny should be looking at.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if Pascoe is going to actually sit and think, oh, I've got to play around 20 burst.
I mean, I think he will, because it's getting to the point where if you put a coin in your hand and you only have 5 cards left in your deck, like, that combo is almost inevitable at that point, and Pasqua will certainly know to expect it as a possibility.
I guess, okay, more reasonable question. Can your opponent play around that is probably more...
Right, I mean, yeah, like, I think it's still certainly a thing that Bunny will be planning to do at some point this game, but don't necessarily agree to with the assessment that it's going to take your opponent by surprise in any way.
Okay. Casual double Deathwing. Go, of course, does just have an answer to pretty much any board state.
Yeah. Yeah, Pasquale giving the thumbs up as if it actually matters which minion come out of the amulet.
Doesn't even need to Whirlpool either, does he?
Nope.
He'll Bunny back up there.
Yeah, a couple of different options. How to go about doing this.
He's on that quest plan, right, for 8-drop, 7-drop? Maybe
What's the
just...
question?
He's on the 7-8 drop, right?
Yes.
Part of the
Yeah.
quest. Yeah, so maybe it's just worth the Whirlpool for that reason alone.
Locked up with somewhere to go.
Oh. Flash heal helps him out in a slightly different way now.
No time.
Alright, he's going to go the Desperate Prayer route. Has had this saved up for quite some time.
Knowledge.
Finally decides to unleash.
Most importantly, pushes the 4. Bunny Hoppers is getting I'm going to guess he's getting annoyed that there's no Dawn Grasp still sitting in the bottom 5 cards there. I think that's a reasonable assumption right now. Rune of the Archmage will draw you Dawn Grasp. Play it.
Will it, though?
Okay. Over draw you Dawn Grasp. Is that better?
That's right. Feel groove.
By my calculations, you need to chill out. Time runs out on me.
Was interestingly set up a spammy this turn as well. Well, sets it up for next turn. Would be a good opportunity to actually go Alec. No.
Guide my hand.
Start with call first. To see what's on offer. Don't really like any of these. I guess there's a world where Ozumat's a pick because it progresses quests without having to play a whirlpool. That is a upside that does exist, but again, I think it's getting to the point as well where won't be much need to play a whirlpool anyway. Oh, he's gonna smite plate now. Okay, that looks good. Bunny now hoping against hope that is Dawn Grasp, and he gets it. Can he afford to play it now going into this board? That's the big question. Is this going to be the moment where after all this pain of not having Dawn Grasp in hand, he actually has to pass and maybe does look at a potential Modresh here. Does have the coin and Bran, so can push 20 straight off the bat with another 7 from the minions on board. And go in for the Dawn Grasp after that. Doesn't look too bad to me. Yep, and he's going to go for it. Absolute sense. Puts Pascoa down to 4. Pascoa is on the heal hero power, I believe, right? So he will have access to some heal, but there's all these minions have to be dealt with, and he has to recover to a higher extent than Bunyopper can ping him for next turn.
Sorry, minor technical difficulties there for a second. I appear to have missed the thing happening.
The thing did happen. The funniest thing was Bunyopper finally drew Dawn Grasp and then didn't play it.
Yeah, well, at this point, like, that's just a pretty, like, I like the way these numbers have lined up, right? 20 damage coming out from the Bram Mordresh, and then a Dawn Grasp being able to follow that up.
Yep, exactly.
Casting potentially a Rune of the Archmage and having the hero power available. It's a big deal.
Exactly, yeah. Pascoa did pick the Ozumat and played it, so got to keep hold of the Whirlpool whilst progressing quest. But as you can see, may not be good enough right now. Does have the heal turn. The heal turn's big though, right? Because if Pascoa was on damage this turn, he would be in big trouble.
But now we have options. It is going to be the Dawn Grasp. I do believe there is a fire sale at the very least thrown in here as well, though.
Great start.
There we go. First flame,
middle.
second flame as well.
Great end.
Okay. Yep.
And I'll just play the Snow Flurry less for the effect and more to get the tag on it. Okay.
Yep. Just to juice that hero power as well. And now there is the backup Rune of the Archmage in the hand as well that can represent damage.
Looking at what's left for Pascoa, because there's still a...
How?
Well, maybe not actually. Maybe I was overestimating. I thought there was a little bit more heal than there is.
Yeah, hard to come by. Obviously, the flips on the hero power are going to be relevant in between hands, in between turns, which I think is why Bunny is sort of taking time to make sure his hero power can outpace that hero power over the course of 2 turns, which is a big deal.
No heal, and I think that was the big hope there for Pascoa, right? They could actually get hold of a heal spell and have that and gift of the Naru to try and beef him up a little bit.
Right.
Even wondering, honestly, at this point, For a world where he plays a 7-drop. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Quest is done. Next turn is 8-drop heal. Turn after has to be the finisher. With a lack of real heal in the deck, then he knows he's going to get pinged down, right?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah.
Bunny gonna go Starfish route here, not wanting to roll the dice. On the rune straight away, can get the ping through, can follow that up with the dragons as well, looking pretty juicy. 12 health on a Hala actually looks pretty promising here. Okay, I mean, this is very interesting.
Last 2 cards, Evoker and Amulet, which is kind of hilarious. Of course, have that Rune of the Archmage as well, which Hala will proc from if they're still alive at the time.
Indeed. Has to survive the entire spell, though, to get that damage to go off, which is not a given. It's likely, of course, because the spells target enemies, but it can still happen. And 2 4-12s do not look particularly promising exactly with this Shadow Word Ruin in the hand on the other side.
Wait, has Pascal played Light Shower?
Guide my hand.
No.
Okay, so hero power, and then draw. Well, heal with Gifted and Arrow, right? Just heal, put the minion on board.
So no, he has. There's only 1 Light Shower remaining, so he has played 1 Light Shower.
Oh, so yeah, so we can Amulet for it. Okay. Still do the turn I suggested with the heal.
No time.
Wait, was that... What was the draw for?
What was the draw for?
Or would you not rather have gone Zyrella, then healed to draw, then hero power?
Well, not if you're looking for actual answers to this board.
I guess that's what I mean. What was he drawing for?
I mean, the second Light Shower, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't answer you straight away, but
Yeah.
second Light Shower is certainly a decent card in this position.
Oh. And don't get me wrong, I'm definitely all in on this.
Absolutely.
Just draw the reward at the end, right?
Has to be, surely. Oh, don't all go into the taunt. Okay, fine.
It's fine, right?
We did it. We did
Well,
it.
he gets coin as well, right? If he needed it, so plenty.
Oh, that's
of
true.
damage.
Yeah.
And after
absolutely right.
all of that, the series still isn't over. Bunny Hopper goes to 2-1 lead, but there's still probably plenty more where that came from. What a slog there, Sottle, honestly. Like, that was a tough game. Yet again, Pascoa struggled because I wasn't lying before. When I play against his priest on ladder, they just go quest 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dead. It's brutal. And Pascoa was not even close to that, right? It wasn't even an average speed quest completion. It just wasn't even close. So rough one there for Pascoa. And now Bunny Hopper just has his Hunter left to get a win with. And again, we're going back to more regular versions of decks now, with it's just a straightforward Beast Hunter here for Bunny Hopper. How do you feel his chances are, outside of the 2-1 lead, of course, but just against what Pascoa has?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I would say that this Hunter probably has as good a chance as any against the style of deck that Pasqua has across the board. It only being the 30-card version, and also it being very reliant on additional copies of things, it can perhaps be a little punished by Whirlpool, but honestly, against this deck in particular, I'm just seeing with the struggles that Pasquale's had so far, if Pasquale struggles like this against Hunter, Hunter will murder you. There's none of this waiting around until turn 27 to actually be able to do something impactful. Hunter is just going to hit you in the face and introduce you firsthand to the Big Beast Manifesto.
Exactly, yeah. And what's especially interesting is, again, you look at this deck and think of the Mountain Bears, the King Crush, just the big minions and Harpoon Gun with Revive Pet. But you've also got to look at just what a Vicious Slither Spear plus Doggy Biscuit does to Priest, right? Like,
Yes.
that's still a serious problem. It can just deal so much damage and be very awkward to answer. But maybe for our own sanity, we are stepping away from Priest for just a second, as I believe Pascoa is going to be moving over to his Mage here, which is going to be the sort of the multicaster version in there, especially with those wildfires. So definitely looking at that ping variant of Mage, not the big Mage we've been seeing from the majority of players.
Yeah, and this is a different matchup, but still shares a lot of similar traits as to what we've been talking about so far. The early curve can still be too powerful if it comes out. First Flame is really the only card that interacts meaningfully with those 1-drops or with those K9atron starts that can come out if they do explode on the board very quickly. And still, like that mid-game, the ability of the Sticky Beast, the Death Rattles, the cheating out of the expensive Beast, the damage going time after time after time. We've seen games against Mage be ended by Hunter by just drawing King Crush on curve and playing it via the weapon. So things can be over that quickly if you're not able to pick apart the early game as Pasquale. So I think he is in trouble this series.
Well, I think he's been in trouble for most of this series already based on what we've seen, but we'll see if he can get at least some recovery options with the Mage here as we get into game number 4 between Bunny Hopper and Pascoa. This is still an initial match from this new Group D. The winner will go on to face, I've forgotten who because it's been so long now. It was Fled, of course.
It was
Yep. But let's see what these openings look like. Going to keep hold of First Flame and Okani. Okani is well positioned to be very awkward for Hunter, right? Because that's around the turn Hunter wants to pop off.
Job's done.
Already, though. Slither Spear, Doggy Biscuit. What more do you want in life? Into Harpoon Gun Soul. Is this not the most beautiful opening hand you've ever seen?
You know what, Raven? In this instance, in this exact situation, I'm not going to argue with you.
I know why. So scary as well. Because there's just nothing Pascoa can do about it, and the health boost from the Doggy Biscuit is absurd. Leopa does have an option to K9 now, but I honestly just don't like it. And that's not because I can see Pascoa's hand, but I just think the singular bigger minion is generally more threatening.
A deep yawn emerges from the throat of Pasquale. He's been without sleep for 72 hours, all while playing this single series.
This one series, yeah.
He's formed a band, released that difficult second album, parted ways due to creative differences, and launched a successful solo career, all during the duration of this one series of Hearthstone.
I assumed it was going to be a failed solo career, as most of them go that way, but okay. You're being generous.
I mean, like, look at Pasquale. That's the successful one from the band right there.
True.
Come on. Come on.
What to do? What to do?
Or at least can move towards planning to fire sale next turn, right? Maybe a ping on the Tron.
What to do? What to do?
Also, just look at First Flame. The problem is the Peasant's always a huge threat. You never want Hunter to draw cards.
Nope.
Ping the Peasant, First Flame.
Stop this snowstorm.
Okay.
Yeah, weaves in the Snow Flurry there as
yeah.
well. I think this makes the most sense. You know, regardless of what is the biggest stats on the minions, like those were really the two must-kill targets. So I think doing that while playing as aggressively for tempo as possible does make the most sense. It does feed a little too nicely into Harpoon Gun, but still,
It's
needs
better
must
than
at this
dying.
point. Yep, exactly.
Hopper taking his time. Let's get a little bit odd with Harpoon Gun and the Saber, because you don't actually have to swing on the first swing on curve, right?
That's true. Yeah,
So
for sure.
if Bunny equipped the Harpoon Gun, there's definitely a good argument for him not swinging there. Maybe
In
that's
which case
also
it's
enough of an argument to
probably-
not equip it, right?
Exactly. In which
Yeah.
case, if you're not going to swing it this turn, it's probably better to just go Peasant Doggy Biscuit.
Yep.
Well, one of these means trade and one of these means face, the way I see it. If you put it on the Divine Shield, you're incentivized
Right,
to trade.
yeah.
If you put it on the dog, you're going face.
2 minions that live through Fire Sale now. Absolutely huge.
I wonder.
What does Pascal even do? This ever an Okani to actually, like Okani Flurry maybe?
Okani for weapon. There we go. Solved it.
Yes. Well, I'm just thinking like any minion trades,
What
because it would have to be a 3-attack minion, right, with the weapon,
Yep.
would help with a Fire Sale second flame next turn, right?
That's true.
But it's
Yeah.
like, I think Okani looks good as just a very painful 2-turn setup to actually achieve anything. Oh, okay. Looks like it's just going to Fire Sale now. Yet again, I think it's the fear of Peasant. It's terrifying. Hunter with card draw. Too strong.
Yeah, and this kind of sets Pasquale up for going with Second Flame Ping on the following turn. And it looks like Bunny is fully committed at this point. He's going to load up Asharan
Yeah.
Saber first. Makes sense. And then go with Harpoon Gun on the follow-up from here.
Yeah, with the probable hero power. And kind of like you said, Saul, we think of the late game stuff, but already Pascal is on 19. We can see Harpoon Gun and hero power at worst next turn to deal another 5, obviously minus whatever else is on the board. So it's quickly getting to the point where we can start doing the old-fashioned counting hero powers.
Oh, I love counting Hunter hero powers, Raven. It's my favorite thing.
Pascal is just a whole lot of nothing, right? Again, is this now Okani, Flurry, Second Flame? Not in that order, particularly.
I wonder.
Why not in that order? That order seems fine if you want to do it that way.
Well, Flurry freezes too, right?
Sure, yeah.
If it freezes the left and right, you can't Second Flame the Saber.
I see. I gotcha.
I won't fall for your tests, Sol. Oh, going multicaster, okay. Deal 5 to face.
Gotta be damage time now, right?
Yeah, don't even look at that tracking, Bunny. I'll be disappointed in you.
Don't you even glance at that tracking.
Yeah, doesn't exist. Just look at the hero power. Just look at the hero power. Press it.
Bam.
Wildfire. I mean, seems okay with Reckless,
does, yeah.
right? Yep.
Yep.
It's actually pretty insane.
What to do?
They both get stored in that Savara.
Savara,
as
yeah,
well, which
I was
I'm
just
not
about to
entirely
say
sure the game will last long enough to make that relevant, but it's certainly a thing.
But if it does, oh, they're going to be relevant.
What to do? What to do?
I think
I
Pascal
mean, the
is in the
freezes
point.
aren't there anymore, so you can't really solve this Saber problem without dealing with
Yeah.
it, right? Like, it's either on your terms or it's on Bunny's terms at this point.
I-
Okay,
Oh,
gonna go like this to get the flurry back.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, I think what Pascal is doing is not thinking about what's a good turn right now, and more trying to think of how do I actually win this game of Hearthstone, right? Because those two things can be quite different. Tracking into a 0 mana kill on the Saber.
Wait, what's a 0 mana kill on the Saber?
Nothing, I'm making up cards.
Oh, okay, good.
But what I mean was, in a perfect world, Bunny would try and kill the Saber, right? And then just play Pet Collector.
I see. But no, I was even thinking like Devouring Swarm, and I was like, I suppose that's technically possible, and then I was checking it's not in the deck. Like, it was a very confusing thing to say, and I entirely blame you.
But there was a way.
Yeah.
Everything was different, there was a way.
Moves quickly.
I'm actually staring at the second tracking, believe it or not.
Yeah, I kind of want to re-roll it as well.
Hydro?
It ends up with a Hydrolodon, though. My favourite part of this turn was the part where Bunny pressed the hero power.
Oh, yeah. And this is the problem I was talking about, right? Yes, Pascal is doing a great job of denying the power plays from Bunny, right? That's clear. But Pascal keeps just getting closer to death every single turn.
Yeah, he is slowly starting to turn a corner, though. The steam is not quite as hot from Bunny as it has been for the first few turns. And now, particularly, the denial from that Starfish could end up being a pretty big deal here.
It'll have to happen, because if it doesn't, we can see the Hydras in hand, right? And the Hydra's the whiff most of the time from the
Yes.
Sunken Saber, isn't it?
Yes.
So now we're looking at Bear or just King Crush from the Saber if it happens. So
Time runs out on
this Starfish is so important, and I'm sure Pascal is thinking about it. Yeah, and it looks like he's going to lock it in. Makes absolute sense.
And then finish it off with a Carney for minion, presumably.
Has to be. Has to be. Oh! I mean, that puts a 2-turn clock, right? Can Pascal a 2-turn Bunny?
Does it? 2 turns is only 10, is it not? Am I dumb?
No, I'm dumb. I was counting an additional 2 for some reason. I have no clue why.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He's going to rip King Crush off the weapon.
Ah, that makes sense.
2-turn.
Yep.
We can... Oh, this is awkward, isn't it?
Moves quickly.
Yep, sure is. Very irritating that this isn't one of those immediate draw dredge effects, because you'd really like something else to be able to break the...
I know, yeah.
Yeah, anything to break the Okani with, but no access to it this turn. You're going to have to do it with Pet Collector instead. Weave that hero power in.
Wildfire, Bran, Reckless Apprentice, go. Oh! That's actually a good turn now. Don't shake your head, you're in. Dance. The Bran sticks, and Modresh pops off next to it. Think he believes, Saul?
Well, whether or not he believes, I don't really see a better plan.
Right. Tempo Modresh?
That more damage over 2 turns? I'm not entirely sure it is.
On the mat, it's actually less.
Yeah. Yep.
Time runs out on me.
Oh my, oh my. There are still draws that can save Bunny here.
And he is going to need one of them. And that's not it, because we
Yeah,
saw it
knew
on
it
the
wasn't,
previous
yeah.
turn.
What's happened here?
Which means the best Bunny can do is Hydralodon to clear or Mountain Bear to wall, and both of those are going to get beaten.
Yeah, 1 mana. If you could work in the quick shot, maybe we could talk, but I think so. Boom. Game 4 somehow goes to Pascoa after the strong opening from Bunny, but I do think Pascoa is showing us the reason why our discussion of him at the start of the series was very impressive, because we would talk about how good those little plays are, how strong he actually is as a player, and we saw him make those plays, right? Those freezes, playing the Savara to refreeze, hold off on the Saber, because if at any point in that series Bunny actually got the Saber combo off, the game's over. It is just over. So Pascoa somehow made it work. Very impressive play, and it means all going into game 5.
Yeah, it was really good navigation with the flurries in particular, right, with the key cards. And then that Starfish coming off the top on the turn where Pasquale kind of ran out of ways to stall. Absolutely massive. And then the bottom of Bunny's deck, unmanipulated by the Sabers and whatever else, was just a little bit unkind to him. No sources of extra damage down there. And then when you pick that Akani from your dredge, you pretty much know you are doomed when your opponent makes that incredibly powerful play.
Right.
The Brown and the Reckless Apprentice on the following turn. So that means, Raven, that we get to go back to the well once again with the Quest Priest. It just keeps losing, so we just keep seeing it.
Yeah, I think we were cursed to see this, but we will see it once again. He's going up against Hunter, and this is, again, talked about a little bit before the previous game, but this is a matchup where Pascoa can't afford to be slow and to be clunky, right? Because Bunny will just keep dropping minions and keep dropping minions and pile on that pressure. Does have Peasant on 1, which is going to be quite strong for him, and access to that harpoon gun. So pretty solid opening here for Bunny already, especially with the use of that coin.
Yes, and you would hope so, right? That there is, if Pasqua whiffs and is slow, then the Hunter is the kind of deck to be able to punish it. However, if Bunny does not get a similar level of draw to he got in the previous game, and instead of, say, flurries, Pasqua is instead hitting Shard of the Naru, for example, other ways to delay those big pop-off turns, then Bunny could again brick and give Pasqua a little bit too much time to be able to set up. But I do stand by it. I feel like Hunter is kind of the perfect deck to be able to punish what Priest is trying to do in this situation.
What is it?
Peasant. Get him.
Answer
Immortal.
this. Coin ramming mount, I would imagine here.
Ooh. There is a doggy biscuit now, though.
I think ramming mount's better.
Okay.
Because if you're expecting Plague, the Peasant dies anyway.
Sure.
Right? Whereas for ramming mount, it leaves a 2/2 for you to build on regardless.
But here's the thing, Raven. Your opponent has 40 cards in their deck. Are you expecting exactly Plague?
Yeah, okay, but if there's not Plague, there's nothing, right?
Well, I mean, as soon as you play either buff on it, yes, yeah.
Yes. So that's
Outside
what
of
I
like
mean,
the
right?
one of like Shard of the Naru, but I think you'd consider that a win at that point if that came down anyway.
Yeah, so that was kind of my, like, the only thing that's a problem is Plague, and I think the ramming mount was better against Plague, but again, it's small. I'm nitpicking.
Yeah, no, but it's an interesting discussion, and we've been a bit starved of interesting discussions during large portions of this series. So I'm going to latch onto it like a leech and not let go. But so the thing that you give up though is the coin, right? Which Bunny now shows you what you can do with the coin in this instance, because you're able to go coin failing into your harpoon guns as a follow-up, right? Which I think is a very nice way of doing it. So I think based on the fact that like you can kind of phrase your argument the other way around, right? Like, well, what else in the deck actually deals with this? Nothing. Okay, cool. There's only 2 cards in their 40-card deck that possibly punishes me for saving my coin. I'll take those odds.
Well, those odds would have been wrong.
They would. That's Hearthstone, folks.
This is going to be pretty crazy, though, and this, I think this is the spice that we need to end this series on. Failing on, well, not even on curve, right? Accelerated curve with coin, with harpoon gun. Things are about to get crazy, and I cannot wait.
What did you draw? I see.
Fine, we have colossals.
Yeah, it's fine. Exactly.
Who cares? The beast schmeasts.
You just got a bunch of behemoths on the bottom of your deck. You'll be fine.
Yep.
How do you say that word, by the way? I think it's one of the most, like, highest range of pronunciations of words that I've ever heard.
What, the behemoth?
Yeah. Same as me, apparently.
I say behemoth, but I used to say behemoth.
Okay.
But there was no big... I think the first one was because of just... like the first time you read a new word, you just make it up, what you think it sounds like. That was it. There was no other reason why I used to call it behemoth. It was just I read it and did it like that. But yeah, behemoth is what I'd say now. Also, Bunny, while we were just having that nice conversation, did not harpoon gun.
I wonder.
Didn't. And with the fabled ramming mount instead. Second devouring plague comes down and lands. Still, a little bit of progress to be made.
About to get a little bit funky now with Pet Collector and staring at a revive pet. You can go multiple ways with revive pet, right? Whether you revive the sunken to try and pull more stuff out of the deck, or whether you revive like the first thing you pulled out of the deck.
Right.
Very tricky, but I do agree that this you can't sit in a hunter game with 2 harpoon guns in hand and have any level of respect for yourself.
Oh,
Plug.
baby.
That's a beast.
That says beast on it.
Yep. That's the thing with...
The little tokens are not beasts, correct? Or are they beasts as well?
I think they are.
Let me find out.
I feel like I've amalgamed one before.
Okay.
I'm
They are beasts.
sure
Okay,
they
fine.
are, yes.
Yep, sure. Interesting existential question as to whether a part of a beast's tail is a beast in and of itself. Obviously relevant. The reason I'm asking that question is, of course, revive pet, making that very, very relevant indeed.
Still think it was worth the choice, though, honestly.
For sure, yeah.
Super strong card. And the second Pascal doesn't have a good answer to it, then it's just very likely to snowball, right? I'll be honest, Sol. I have no clue what proc Pascal is on. He still needs 3, right?
Light cannot exist without dark.
Okay, he needs at least 3 or 4. Or 2. Glug, trade, wing, 0 power.
That all sounds good to me.
Yeah, and I can't really think of any reason whatsoever that it's worth saving this Glug for, right? It's not like some of the other Colossals that are a bit more have like requirements to make them good, like just play Glug. Kill stuff. Done.
Right. Ah.
Time moves quickly.
You know I like Neptulon Soul.
It does cost 10, though. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but do you not think Bunny's got like a million things to do in the next few turns anyway? Neptulon, you know, throws his hands about.
Monster shard, dude.
Weirdly though, Bunny's probably not okay with it. You're not happy to have your Glug silenced, but if there's no AoE, then Bunny's like, well, okay. They'll get to push, what, 6? 11?
There is now a Condemn, however, to go alongside that, which is already upgraded. We'll be able to take care of most of the board.
What is Elun's will?
This is where Bunny Hopper will start to get going at least now, even if this is cleared up, or mainly cleared up. Then he drops a Mountain Bear or the Hydrolodon. Then he goes, you know, Pet Collector or Revive Pet or Harpoon again after that, so on, so on. So this is where, like, the relentless minion generation starts to kick in for Hunter around turn 7.
Yeah, you would hope so. Obviously, that Revive Pet pool is very diluted now. The problem.
I think Sol just turned into a robot for a second.
Did I?
You sound fine now, though.
I choose to blame you.
Okay, then follow me.
Heard him.
Go for Revive Pet. I would... I can maybe see the Hydrolodon, honestly, this turn. Does a single Mountain Bear do as much? Probably not in this matchup. Just seeing...
Oh, the Hydrolodon starts to dilute it so much, though, right? Are you ever going to hit on Revive Pet again if you play play Hydrolodon first?
Good you are.
Fair.
It's just...
Apparently, Bunny decides he's good.
You've just seen a very weak, sort of desperate AoE clear, right?
Yeah, sure.
This is a ton of damage. And again, we were talking about, like... Never mind. Forget everything I was about to say.
What is Elun's will?
We're deep in thought here. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, and looking at this now, I suppose also when I was talking on the previous turn about Hydrolodon diluting the pool too much, I'm kind of looking at my priest opponent as a boar priest, who generally, when a boar priest clears a Hydrolodon, they do so while killing about 35 heads in the process, which isn't necessarily the case. Like, it's only kind of a 2-to-1 ratio of misses to hits that you're throwing into the pool at this point if it gets cleared up straight away.
The path is clear for the world.
Ooh, greedy.
Yeah. Spicy indeed. Bunny Hopper. Well, Pascal wants him to dilute the pool for him, right? Yeah, trade those heads in.
Yeah, but now Bunny has the option, actually get the Glug in the pool, get the Hydrolodon in the pool, go about it that way if he really wants to.
You can actually clear off the Glug, right, first to, like, yeah, put
Exactly,
it in,
yeah.
and then try and resummon. That's huge. Or do it this way. Now he has Harpoon Gun to drag that out.
Yep, looks good. Pressure is really starting to pick up now for Bunny. Picks up that Sunken Saber, of course.
I guess it's very likely for the next swing it is Neptulon, right? Swing turn 9, Neptulon turn 10, as an option.
Possibly, yeah.
'Cause I doubt it's Gigafin in this matchup, right? Doesn't feel very
No, there's a couple of
to
minions that are a little awkward to remove and sometimes you get stuck with, but as a matter of priority, no. I think Neptulon would always end up doing the job anyway, right?
Right. There will, of course, be a new card, right? So,
Yep.
Brave into a whole lot of nothing. Ascot. Still have a solid clear with Gift. But again, pretty nice for Bunny that, although it's a good clear, Bunny hasn't really committed much, right? Because of the heads.
Yeah, right. I mean, it looks like a lot, of course, but if you want to view this as like 2/3 of a failing, obviously, yeah, it's not that much at that point.
Okay. Time to crush. Probably doesn't swing first, right? Wants to just put the Sunken in. Because then there's a potential of reviving the Sunken, which is still decent, better than reviving a 2/2 taunt, obviously. I'm bear.
Really milking this revive pet. And give it rush here as well to be able to clean this up.
Okay. Get him.
Back the board, gets the King Crush. That is the one that you absolutely want in this pool. And then, yeah, the consideration here is the attack or no attack. I think Bunny's going to take it, and I think we'll probably see a Neptulon here. Okay.
I think I still like
Not a bad third card to have gone in
yeah.
there, but I think it is certainly a Neptulon.
Now, if it was a Kolek, oh, we can have a conversation.
What is Elun's will?
That is certainly one of the best draws in the deck at this point for Pasqua. Needs some way of being able to answer this, but obviously the Mountain Bear on the other side is incredibly annoying in terms of being able to guarantee the clear with the King Crush.
There is Serena on the King Crush, right? Serena and then play the Colossal.
What is Elun's
Do it that way.
Who wants to draw? He'll do the Serena Colossal play. Then you make it so potentially the health on the Colossal itself is so much more, right, than if it just straight traded with the Crush.
Yeah, it's very fair.
And like, I don't think Beetle's worth, I don't think Hero Power does as much as Serena's probably going to do anyway.
Ends up being the Mountain Bear, though, which leaves a lot of damage over on the other side.
Oh, is it time?
It's time to throw some hands, Raven!
Let's go! Bop. It's so good. I love this card so much. It's the best unplayable card ever.
That's a pretty good way of looking at it, yeah.
Now the mascot's like, wait, where did the team go?
Oh, I have no idea what's going on. It is fully engrossed in that light right now. Completely oblivious of all surroundings.
Yeah, Bug's lifestyle.
Yeah.
This is not.
All right, 5 is going to finish this stage of quest. Go digging for some answers here. Already has Zyrella locked up in hand. There is a Whirlpool.
Has to be, right? You pick Thrive. What are you thriving for? Whirlpool.
Looks good.
Feel the Neptulon.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Do these Fits beat up their own friends? Because that would have been hilarious. Now, where's Bunny gonna go here? He could trade both Fists into the 3/3, and the Crush into the Neptulon, and then start jamming Revive Pets. Or he could try and revive something with Rush now. Ugh.
Yeah, those all suck. Confirmed.
Ouch. Gotta be Cub, right?
And having now whiffed on this, if Bunny now uses the second one and gets whirlpooled, he's pretty much entirely out of gas this game.
Is he gonna wait, do the trade with Neptulon, then go again?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, does he trade? No, wait, he doesn't trade with Neptulon, right? Trades
Oh, you trade with the Naja.
Yeah,
Yeah, get it back, yes.
gets to go again.
You can finish off the whale. So now this needs to get cleared up, so at least you have something to refill after this whirlpool just deletes you.
So weird seeing Neptulon not next to his hands.
True. How is this game this close again? How have we got here? Why is this my life?
I don't know. I've got no answers for you. Sorry. Got to be Whirlpool, right? Anything else seems way too risky. Because all Pascoa does now, he knows there's a Revive Pet being used with very low effect. Got to, again, survive. Quest is secondary at this point.
Yikes, another one drop off the top's not what you're looking for.
He knows what he's got to do. Revive something with Rush or Taunt. He needs this peasant to live. Okay. You just don't.
Well, that has neither of those things, but it is a King Crush.
Yeah, you take those.
In which case, do you just hold Peasant in hand, looking for situations where you might get a couple of draws out of it? Because, like, your opponent's deck is as of insufficient quality to stop this Peasant from drawing if you can just get minions off their board, right? Like, it can happen at some point in the game.
I think I like the play because even if the Beetle trades, there's still two Slither Spears and the King Crush, right? So a lot still needs to happen. How have we yet again found ourselves in this situation? Where both players are just like wimpily drawing towards the end of the game. Oh. The draw
What is this
here.
draw at this point? Other light shower?
Yeah,
Okay,
pretty
cool.
big.
And a health being restored.
Oh, card draw. This is looking really strong. Gets extra 5 health as well with the natural hero power. Most likely if he doesn't go for the tradables.
But does not answer the board state. And left the Peasant up as well by choosing to sacrifice the Beetle in order to get the death rattle back again. Means this board sticks. Peasant draws. King Crush attacks.
14 damage with just this and hero power. Take a look at what is in Bunny Hopper's deck, because one thing I'm thinking about right now is there's still Tavish, which is something we've not really touched on so far. So I'm actually wondering if the Biscuit actually ever goes on the Peasant.
The Biscuit goes back in the deck, apparently.
Oh, bear time. Again, the big question here is, Pascal gonna hero power for 5 damage a Peasant?
Well, I mean, we've seen him go to great lengths. We've seen various players go to great lengths to shut down these Peasant draws.
Thrive can get him condemn at a 100% chance, right?
That is very fair.
And condemn at 10 mana looks quite strong, especially with a hero power.
Guide my hand.
Reject your wicked ways.
Wait, did he just...
It really looked like it, but
Yeah,
there's
I
no
was
shot.
like-
There is no way that was targeted at the bear.
Pascal's so
It did
confident.
really look like it.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? You can have your King Crush, don't care.
Yeah.
Like,
Clock, pretty good draw, I would imagine, to test the minion counter. Yep, very nicely done. And this is really all Bunny can do at this point, is trust the top of his deck, play whatever he draws, and just try and push as much damage as possible. That's a vanilla 4/4. But I think you're seeing from the gestures, from the body language of Bunny Hopper, that he may have just resigned himself to defeat in this series.
yeah, weirdly enough, not quite over yet based on what we can see in Pascal's hand, but Bunny Hopper needed Tavish and maneuvers for the bear, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, if we were naming what a good turn looks like for him this turn, he needed the Tavish with evasive maneuvers, get double bears, and then build, and then Huffer every single turn of his life.
Bunny, same.
Yeah.
But how?
Yeah, this makes sense. Humongous Owl just seems like the pick here. Hits the quest spot. Gets the quest reward, deals damage, takes care of at least some of the board state, gives yourself a little bit of breathing room. You should now be able to use that owl to be able to clear up a lot of the board state next turn.
I'm 7 moves.
Not Tavish.
And now from here, it's just pretty much a waiting game.
Yeah, the second this bear dies, though, is the problem, right?
Yep.
This really needed to be copied.
Gorpid first, presumably. Okay, never mind. I guess that can just happen instead.
Yeah, there we go. Bunny, with a banana as a consolation prize, loses the series. Pascoa's going to take the victory. And what a victory it was, Subtle. The stamina required to play at a high level between these two players for what feels like 3 months at this point is pretty impressive. And guess what? That was the initial match of this group. They could play again.
And as angry as I am at Pasquale for bringing that absolute disaster of a deck, as soon as I see that happy, smiling little face at the end of the series, all is forgiven. Because yes, of course, it is all worth it. If you think, erroneously, foolishly, if you think this is what you are supposed to bring to this tournament in order to give yourself the best chance of winning, then absolutely that is what you do. And the marathon number of miles and minutes that you have to put in to be able to get there are a willing sacrifice, because this is about World Championship spots. This is about being Grandmaster Last Call champion. This is about prize money and everything that comes with all of those things. And at the end of the day, all of that is much more important than whether your series was 40 minutes or 3 hours.
Or 40 hours. Yeah, I completely agree. But in all seriousness, I do agree. Guess what? You play to win. And that's what Pascoa did, so I love to see it. Going to be Pascoa versus Fled in the winners match of Group D. Bunny will be knocked down, so a rare sight indeed, Sottle, to see our lovely EU players knocked down to that elimination bracket together, and the players from the Americas region actually sitting in the top. But again, I think they both played really well, Fled and Pascoa, of course. So we've got a bit of a spicy European elimination match coming up a little bit later on. But it's finally time for me and Sol to leave you for the day, as we'll be moving over to the Americas casters. Edelweiss and TJ are going to take you through the rest of these games. I'm sure there'll be plenty of Hearthstone coming up for the rest of the day. So we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We are still in the group stages for week number 1, the kickoff week for Last Call. My name's CJ. I'm joined by special guest once again for week number 1. One of our special guests for our shift. It's Edelweiss. Edelweiss, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. We had Pasqua take the win over Bunny Hopper. Fled has advanced as well, and we're going to get to see that match to determine which of our America's players is going to be guaranteed into this playoff. So very excited to see how that one plays out.
It's about time. Kirsty yesterday, the America's players didn't make it out of groups. Now we're guaranteed one. Finally is all I have to say. And unique thing coming into this series is no shaman on either side. Fled playing the sort of counter shaman lineup that we saw Super Fake have a lot of success with early on in the week in Group A. So far, it's working out. Pasqua, I don't know. Yeah, there's a Renathal XL Quest Priest thrown in there. I did not give the deck much respect when I first saw it, but it's annoying to play against, is what it seems at the very least.
Well, and it could present some problems for Fled here. Fled on the same lineup as Super Fake, targeting that shaman, so for it to not be present, Quest Priest is definitely not the kind of thing he's wanting to see with these slower game plan decks that are really just all about keeping the board clear and making sure your opponent doesn't win on board. Quest Priest is one of the few decks that doesn't care about war. They just have a win condition where they play a card and there you go, game's over.
Yep, that's it. So it seems like it's been pretty inconsistent in terms of like actually completing the quest, finding the cards at specific costs. One of the downsides of playing 40 cards is that with not that many cards to choose from, you got to put some stuff in your deck that's kind of garbage, to be honest. Maybe they don't think it is, but it turns out that it is.
Deep Front Engineer, I've never personally been a fan of for these kind of lists. I think the only hit you're really looking for is the Mothership, which gets reduced to 5. So I tend to go for other 2-drops, but mostly I leave my my friend Wicked Good to figure out Quest Priest. He's the one who really plays that deck a lot more.
Yeah, I still don't have a lot of faith in the deck, but we'll see. Pascal already has one win under his belt in this group, in this series, and now we'll see if he can get it done. First matchup is going to be that Paladin from Fled versus the Quest Hunter from Pascal.
Yeah, and so in this matchup, I think as the Quest Hunter, you're kind of hoping to maybe just juice up a multicaster, slow roll the quest a little bit, and try and get that 0 mana Tavish hero, animal companion hero power, because it's going to be really hard to just get there with damage sometimes. Again, it's the Paladin. That being said, it's a 40-card Paladin, so Cariel is not as likely to get online early, so the damage just straight up could work out, but lots of healing.
Mm-hmm. Hello. Us again. Looks like there might have been a technical issue with the match, or maybe the spectate. We'll see as we jump in. Neither player queued a ban deck. That's usually the first check that I make when we jump into a game. Pascal was.
What are our bans here? We've got
Mage and Hunter.
Let's see. Fled's Hunter is banned. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're fine on that front.
Yep, we are absolutely fine. So, okay, Pascoa, we're back in. Pascoa, I like the bunker start here, even though there's already a couple secrets in hand. When you do have the 40 cards, it's important to just cycle as much as possible to actually get to the things that can complete your quest, instead of just all the random stuff that you have to put in as support. So having that bunker early on will allow Pascoa to thin the deck and not have to be drawing secrets in the mid game when he'd much rather be drawing more impactful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Bunker, probably one of the better cards in the mulligan for the Hunter. I mean, both of these decks at 40 cards, you just jam in sort of all the card draw you can. And for the Hunter, Secrets being so important for getting those spell schools, so that if you do find a multicaster later on, it'll be fully juiced. Hunter, I think, might be the only class right now that can get a 4-card multicaster, barring any sort of stealing spells from other classes for additional schools, because you got the Fire, Frost, Nature, and then Arcane.
Yep. The Nature was once upon a time difficult. Is the Shell Shot the only nature spell?
It is currently. There will be additional nature spells into Hunter with the Wild Seeds coming out of Nathria next expansion. But I think this is... Shell Shot may have been the first time we've really seen nature spells in Hunter. And Arcane Shot is just kind of its own weird thing. We see that coming into the hand here.
Yeah. So the one thing that I always like to question when we go into these types of matchups, and that I feel like you have to question even further with Hunter in playing like the XL version with Renathal, is this potentially a Tavish matchup where you want to wait for your quest completion until you get to the point where it's like make or break, right? You wait a certain amount of time to complete your quest to see if you found Tavish by that point to try and actually get the free hero power resetting with the Tavish hero power.
Yeah, I think you would absolutely prefer to have it in this matchup. Like you say, you can only really wait so long. If you're just dragging things out too much, then you end up in a position where your hand is forced because you just have to clear the board, and you can't do that without advancing the quest. All of your clears are damage-based. So I think, as you say, Pescoa will sort of give himself the best chance to wait and try and hit the Tavish before actually getting that hero power reduced to 0. But I would say kind of now's the moment. You just have to clear the board and hope that your opponent, being 40 cards, doesn't find the Cariel in time. And the hand from Fled is looking a little sparse. Package that you add in with 40 cards to the Paladin is Myrmidon. That was in lists and then sort of fell out of the 30 cards in favor of Vitality Surge. But when you hit that 40 cards, you get to throw in Varian, which I'm a big fan of Varian in Paladin. It's just so easy to get all the keywords and draw 3. But then you also throw in double Myrmidon to go with Holy Maki Roll. No Holy Maki Roll right now, so it's just kind of sitting there, not even going to be able to be used with Garden's Grace for some time.
Yeah, there's not much going on. No real way to get the Queen Ashara active. It's going to take even more time now that Blood's going to have to play into the Ice Trap, and with another Ice Trap in hand, going to have to play into the Ice Trap multiple times. So, yeah, this is looking a little bit awkward. Blood's going to take a little bit of a long time to come online. There's Multicaster. So the Shell Shot was picked up. There's an Arcane Shot in hand. Frost and Fire have already been played. So here's the situation you mentioned where Pescoa has a chance to get a fully juiced Multicaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And a Shell Shot, great for avoiding the situation of a Divine Shield keeping you from advancing the quest. Of course, the hero power can be used for 0 to remove that scenario as well, but that can be a factor on certain boards, is like, how do you deal with Divine Shields while still getting to advance your quest? Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. But I think normally, as I say, you'd love to have the hero first. I think just being able to draw 4 cards off the Multicaster, there's just going to be so much gas to start shipping these hero powers face. There have been early minions from the Paladin, but not really card draws, so assuming that Cariel doesn't get drawn, Pescoa could turn the corner here soon as Tavish comes down.
Ooh.
Holy Maki Roll is good for recovering from some of that damage, but Fled would rather have seen it with the Myrmidon in play.
He tempoed it last turn, didn't he? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's pretty brutal. Sure, it's a way to get Garnet's Grace online. It's a way to activate Queen Ashara. There's a couple of upsides, but other than that, while Pyromancer plus Holy Maki Roll combination, not really worthwhile in this matchup, just because outside of Tavish, there's not really going to be wide board of minions. Even with 40 cards, Fled not fitting in a Mutinous, which Pescoa, every time I'm in a position where I'm going to complete Tavish going into 7, I always like question myself, and in this case, Pescoa's case, making sure that there's no Mutinous in the deck, just because that could ruin his day. But this is an early Tavish, not much going on for Fled. This is a good situation for Pescoa.
Yeah, and just more damage here with the quick shot or the Kraken Bane, you know, whichever one you please. Kraken Bane, yeah, just 5 damage, a little bit of board presence. I'm a little surprised. I don't know if Fled couldn't have completed the activating Ajara last turn with a couple of Holy Maki rolls. Maybe just valuing the heal more than anything else. Knowing that the reward is going to come down and he'll have to clear. Could be sort of like an equality pyro and then heal back up. But, oh, yeah, that hand is just running fairly dry.
Oh, I saw 7. I was like, oh, okay, well, could be. I guess Cariel's 8, but I was like, okay, that could be like Leviathan to make sure that you can dredge up something good. Try
Leviathan would have been
fix
perfect.
the curve. It would have been, yeah.
Taking out the Tavish, draw cards, dredge, ideally, you know, Cariel or something. It's very unusual that we find ourselves in a situation where Hunter is the one just with all the card draw. I mean, just cards for days here. A nice thing about having the actual damage hero power instead of summoning animal companions is you don't have to tilt yourself off the face of the planet with rolling repeated Mishas, and you get to actually utilize the damage buff from aimed shot.
Yep.
I've heard of it.
Probably gonna just crack in here to finish it off. You know, refill the board a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly.
Could also just play like Renathal and Freezing Trap or Tracking to try and fix things, but actually it's just going to go straight up damage. This makes sense if Pescoa is thinking, okay, next turn I'm going to go for just the kill. Pescoa could have a read that Holy Mackerel's not there just because the Myrmidon was tempoed out. That could also go both ways, though. Tempoing it out could be a way for Fled to try and draw cards on the next turn, but against Quest Hunter, it's very unlikely that that's going to happen because of how many removal spells that they have. So,
yeah, Varian, of course, coming into the hand just a little bit late. You would have loved to get that down earlier for both the body and the card draw. Now just being forced to go full Maki roll. And I think the way things are being moused over, maybe the goal is to pyro at the end. And nope, just all the heals. Got to do what you got to do, but ultimately, board is still in favor of Pescoa, and the damage is not running out.
nope. Oh, this is a lot. It's 3 on board,
that
needs
might be
24
27.
more. Okay, Kraken is 5. Aim shot is 9.
I mean, one way you can think of the hero power in these situations is that all your spells just have spell damage +2. And so you can just sort of multiply the number of spells you're going to be casting by 2, and that's your additional hero power damage, and then just calculate the damage from the spells as normal. That still doesn't mean it's straightforward. You know, it's a lot of separate instances to keep track of, and I think we're going to be just shy here.
2 off,
Another
right?
10. Well, you've got 3 from the quick shot, 2 from the hero power, and then you could do, what, 5 from the Kraken Bane, or just play another spell? Yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly.
So Pasqua just saying, okay, you healed for a ton. Do it again.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
It might have been lethal if he had conched first.
And just because of the Raj?
The Raj, yeah.
Maybe.
You fit in 2 extra mana. You still would have gotten to fit in aim shot and quick shot. There would have been an extra 5. Okay, whatever. It wouldn't have been. It would have been 1 off. But plenty of damage loaded up next turn, and Flood just has nothing going.
Oh,
Vitality
Surge
Surge?
sometime. Nope, that's a 2-drop. Yeah, going for the Tidestone there as sort of a Hail Mary, maybe to pick up some kind of random spell to full heal, although I don't think we have Tree of Life in Standard. That would have been the only random spell that might have saved you there.
Yeah. That was as far as Pascoa's games have been going, considering his 2.5-hour series against Bunny Hopper. It's a pretty quick game to open things up, but Flood just not really having much to get going early on. Found the Holy Mackerel after the Myrmidon was already played and tempoed out because he didn't have it in hand. Didn't find Cariel, even though Cariel, even then, may not have even been enough because that was a turn 9 kill or right at turn 10. So it was possible that Pascoa would have had enough damage.
Yeah, and that can happen sometimes, again, because, like, say you have the Cariel, but then you don't have some of the healing, and what are you supposed to do? Yeah, everything is reduced, but you're still taking a ton of damage, so, yeah, it's tough, and as I mentioned before, Fled really looking to target that Shaman. It's not present here in Pascoa's lineup, and it's not present in Bunny Hopper's, so if he does end up in a situation where he's in the Decider later on today, facing up against Bunny Hopper, who also doesn't have Shaman, could be a bit of a struggle.
All right, another XL deck. It's XL all the way down for Fled, this time with the Ping Mage. A little bit different from what we've been used to most of the time. Obviously, we mentioned Super Fake playing similar, if not the same lineup from Group A, but most of the other players in the field have been going with a variation of big spell. The Ping Mage does give you sort of that incredible inevitability where at some point in the game you're going to be able to do absurd amounts of damage with the ping, and along the way it's just sort of controlling the pace. You have a lot of room for tech cards, double Smothering Starfish. You have a lot of ways to just buy some time in the early game. Even can fit in double Ice Barrier with Arcanologist, and a lot of ways for you to actually get a ton of value from Magister Dawngrasp with the repeating spells, unlike Big Spell Mage, where unless you play an early Drakefire Amulet, you're not really repeating anything.
Yeah, I really like this build. It's got a lot of flexibility in ways that the Big Spell Mage doesn't. You're not completely blown out by something like an Okani, and it maybe doesn't have quite the same on the disruption front in terms of you can't Barbaric Sorceress to make something expensive or anything like that. Not as much sort of mana cheesing, but it is pretty consistent in having some way of clearing the board. I really like the inclusion of the Nagas. It's not like a full Spite Lash Naga kind of deck, but you have some of those powerful ones, such as the new legendary, well, relatively new legendary from the mini set, who is usually just you play a fire spell, so it's another clear, but you can use it for armor or to reduce costs. And then you've, of course, got Commander Sivara, who can give you additional wildfires. So even when you do miss out on the hero, you can at least pump up that hero power so your Reckless Apprentices are relevant.
Yeah, the curve is quite low in the deck. There's only the only cards that are above 4 costs, so 5 and above, are the Talon, the Lady Nazjar, the legendary you were talking about, Queen Ashara, Magister Dawngrasp, and Mordresh. So 5 cards above 4 cost in a 40-card list. That's what you talked about with flexibility. You have a lot of options in the early game, and you're still pumping up the power. You still have the late game power just because of how big your hero power can get with the double Wildfire and Magister Dawngrasp.
Well, and importantly, you get to keep things like Arcane Intellect here. We see 2 spell schools currently for Fled to be able to draw off that multicaster. A little bit unfortunate, I suppose, to draw a second barrier before Arcanologist, but it's got a ton more card draw than something like the Big Spell Mage, where you're reliant on those 6s.
This is just play the Devouring Plague to get the quest progress. I mean, this is good, right? 2, 3, 4, right on curve.
Yeah.
Just missing the 5? Nah, no 5. Okay.
Yep. Just inactive Nether Drake. Just play it, get the Discover, hopefully discover a 5.
Ah.
Swing and a miss. So I guess you take the Sorceress. Could find a 5 cost spell.
Yeah, Okani doesn't seem particularly appealing against this deck, just because there's so many things that Blood would probably want to throw away anyway. So yeah, I just like trying to find something to fix this curve, get something going. Still gonna need a 7 up in the top end at some point, but 5-6 would let Pesco at least move up.
Yeah, I think the danger of the King Mage here is that as soon as something like a Wildfire comes on, or the hero, like that enables the mage to just start having this repetitive damage over and over, and especially the hero, the Varden hero power is just so strong against things like this Quest Mage, where they just want to be able to deal with stuff on board and not worry about huge damage every turn. I mean, that hero power just represents inevitability.
Yeah. Okay.
No 5s yet. And I believe
there's no 5 spells, right?
not within the deck. You can discover a 5 spell. There's the Against All Odds, I think maybe the only one. But it's typically not run because it's such niche removal. I mean, Priest removal, I feel like it goes one of 2 ways. Either it's something like Whirlpool, where it just blows up everything, or it's something like Against All Odds or Shadow Word Ruin, where it's just got this very conditional, like, yes, it's a straight-up kill, but, you know, you have to have the right numbers. So Against All Odds is just too niche, and it messes with your Thrive in the Shadows as well.
Oh, there's also Psyche Split.
Undead, not dead.
Is that still around?
I think so.
I thought we
Is it
lost
not?
Psyche Split forever. I'm not sure. It just hasn't been relevant for so long, but you might be right.
Well, it was relevant in I mean, the metagame is so fluid, but what, like 2 metagames ago with Naga Priest, but only as a Discover. I'm pretty sure. So I just need to load up Hearthstone right now. I can't remember if that was before rotation or after rotation, but I'm pretty sure. Filter by standard.
Well,
It shows
Naga
it.
Priest wouldn't have existed before rotation.
Yeah, so it must have been. It shows only standard cards when I sort by standard. 5 cost spells, Against All Odds, Psyche Split.
Oh, yeah. All right. I guess it is still around. It's just not relevant.
Not played in anything.
I mean, except Discovers, right?
Yeah. Wait, no, it's not there.
Oh. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just saying.
no, it's only Against All Odds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against All Odds, and then we'll have Clean the Scene coming in the new expansion. Although
I'm not gonna
lots
call
of
out
tech
this
cards.
this site that I'm using that sorts by standard and shows Psyche Split. I won't call it out. I will trust the client more so than anything. And you're right, the client says it's only Against All Odds. So
Meanwhile, things progressing slowly but surely, not in terms of quest advancement, but at least some board presence for Pasqua. Oh, but here comes that Varden hero we were talking about. Just, I think you want to get these hero powers rolling as quickly as possible, right? Both players at 40. Just get it down and start upgrading. I mean, that becomes a Pyroblast very quickly.
Stay where you are.
Sometimes you even get to do something with the Bran and Reckless Apprentice, or just the Reckless Apprentice on its own, to do a chain upgrade where you go down the line in terms of timestamps and have it upgrade as you go. That's always fun when you can get it to happen. Drown's not terrible. I mean, it's remove anything.
Yeah.
What is Elun's will?
I can't see a lot of merit in the other two choices just because how often are you going to need to go remove something wide with Shadow or Devour or beef up something specific? It could be a way to manipulate health to play around the exact hero power number from Dawn Grasp on the other side. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess
Not
that's the advantage
there, but,
to Devour or Smite, is you can sort of manipulate life totals more readily with those. Also, just being 1 mana, you can sort of fit them into a turn whenever. Yeah, and Holy Smite is just fine here, right? You remove the 3/3, no problem. Oh, I guess that was the hesitation with the hero before, is having to burn a card, and Reckless Apprentice, definitely not something you want to see go. One remaining with that Bran. Wildfire maybe comes down, though. Wildfire's kind of odd here, right? It doesn't immediately let you remove something. I guess both of these flames are coming down to then hero power.
Yep.
Though I think you could just as easily have used one of them on the 3/4 and then pinged it and saved the wildfire. Sometimes I like having that wildfire just as an incremental increase of 1 to catch your opponent by surprise, where they sort of manipulated life totals one way and then you say, nope, we're actually on odds now, not evens. Kind of changes things up a bit, but using it now, just getting the higher damage hero power immediately.
Yeah. There will be a point in the game where Pasqua doesn't really have an option of just playing minions
right.
to try and progress the quest. But this is one of those circumstances, but it's going to be fine because we are now on odd numbers with no other wildfire in the hand. But this will be quest completion, and then Pasqua does have the rest of the quest completion ready to go. So this is not bad. I mean, obviously it's a very slow game. Flood needs to just continue ramping up the hero power, and does have Bran plus Reckless Apprentice as quote-unquote burst damage. No Mordresh picked up yet, but I imagine this game still has some time left. Well, maybe not too much if Pesco is able to get quest completion and then has to thrive.
Yeah, now this, Naga being cleared and the wildfire having been used, I believe our current hero power is at 5, so a little bit challenging to upgrade here. 4 might have been the easier number to hit if the wildfire had been saved. So, yeah, I don't know. They're just going to multicast her to dig, I guess. Lady Najjar does need to see something to be active, but that's a pretty good starfish. Denying the mechs and, well, the healing's not doing anything, but at least you get rid of the taunt.
Mm-hmm. And then is this a hold on the hero power from the Snow Flurry? I guess doesn't want to take the extra 6 damage, but
yeah, you want to use.
You could take damage, I feel, especially with Flame Strike in hand.
That's true, and Flame Strike might be coming down soon, if only for a fire spell for Lady Najjar. There it goes. That was potentially a 5/5 to allow the hero power upgrade. Although Mutinous now at a 9/9, you are going to be able to perhaps manipulate that into a total that you can start upgrading again. Flame Strike buff here, though, means that you can't just go Flame Strike hero power because that won't upgrade. Once upon a time, our Flame Strikes did 4 damage.
The good old days.
You know, it's been modernized to 5 damage, but yeah, you know, still doesn't really see too much play usually.
Yeah.
This is the kind of bizarre thing with Quest Priest too, that you just have so many of these minions that you play for quest advancement. You very frequently end up ahead on board. It's just a pile of sort of random marina cards, but that's a little unfair. Mutinous and Light Shower not as much, but certainly Engineer and the Mothership.
I have played some pretty powerful arena decks though, so.
That's true. Arena has gotten more and more powerful in recent times, I think.
Yeah, it's just a lot of times you have sets that have never been together in the past.
Right, of course.
Together in one place, so you can make combinations of things that you wouldn't be able to make in a lot of standard decks. So I think some arena decks could stand up against some constructed decks because of that, but just gonna get the Brand Reckless Apprentice out now. No buffs, even with the double shoot, just because of that awkward 5 number. But this is still a good chunk of damage, and it does give Fled the board back. But now we're getting to that situation where Fled needs to start ramping up pretty quickly, because this is going to be a good amount of heal, because Light Shower Elemental, the Disciple, is going to do a lot. Pescoa doesn't have to worry about second Reckless Apprentice. If he were forced to leave this brand on the board because he saw that it was burned, and back up to a clean 40 with the armor.
Yeah, I think if you're Fled, you really want to see Mordrish off the top or something to take advantage of that brand effect. I guess Okani, not bad either. Being able to counter either a minion and a spell, or the next 2 minions. You know you want to say minion because of Xyrella. Trading off that brand before playing Spinley, because otherwise that doesn't work. That's what we call a Nambo. You just swap your hand with the bottom of the deck and then swap it back immediately. No effect.
Hey, sometimes you really need a 1/3 on board, and you want to keep your brand.
Sometimes you really need a 1/3. Yep. Flurry coming here just as something cheap, and you know the chip damage is relevant, as you say. Fled kind of has to giddy up here. The Okani actually pretty awkward, right? If I think you can pick minion twice, right?
Yeah, didn't we see it happen earlier?
Yeah.
In one of the series.
In which case, I mean, you almost have to spend the turn just sacrificing 2 minions here. Maybe you Call of the Grave just to find something worthless to get rid of?
Yeah. Call of the Grave is also just a check for spell, so...
True. Well, and some death rattles could be useful in cleaning this up if another, Undying is pulled or something like that. Mm-hmm. And you can just hero power the Okani and not have to deal with the effect.
But how?
Venomous Scorpion at this point could also be a cheap way to just start, have a check for minion. If it's not, then you get to discover a spell. But at this point, there's not really that much stuff.
Let's see what side.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, it was minion and then spell, so that Drake is going to be able to clear things up quite nicely with the hero power. And once again, we see both of these players quite healthy. I mean, 11 damage has been done to the priest, but ultimately that's not much in the grand scheme of things. I do wonder if that wildfire had been held for a little bit less damage on the hero power in the moment, but easier to upgrade if things might be a little more in Fled's favor here. He could be dealing a whole lot more than 5 damage with this hero power.
Yeah.
I mean, Thrive in the Shadows, this Xyrella comes down, and it could just be Shard the next turn.
Yeah, Flood did pick up a counterspell, which will buy him a turn, at least in his mind. But it actually won't, because if you can find the Shard, you can just hold on to the Desperate Prayer, and that could be a good check for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't even see the other options from Fled from that Runed Orb, so I'm not even sure. But Counterspell, a lot of times just buying that 1 extra turn that you need before the Purified Shard can come down is worthwhile.
Are we going to see the immediate Thrive to try and hit it? Yep. Oh, a swing and a miss, but Fled doesn't know.
Yeah,
I suppose the question is, what in Fled's mind, is this a tactical rope from Pescoa, or did he not get it?
There's still 8 spells left in the deck. Sorry, 7 unique spells left in the deck. There was 2 gifts. So it was less than a 50% odds to actually hit the shard from that Discover. But yeah, like you said, Fled has to respect that it's there, or saying, okay, I just lose anyways. I can't afford to spend my mana on Counterspell this turn. And just go for it. Finally gets another tick of this hero power upgrade with the Xyrella on board.
With 1 Reckless Apprentice burned and 1 spent, it's not doing nearly as much now. And it's pretty hard to upgrade from 7/7. I think that's something just sort of, in general, I sort of like the scaling up on evens better than on odds.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, knowing that there was a 7/7 coming, that's where you would have liked to do something like use the Wildfire to hit the 7 and upgrade from 7 to 9. And now that Counterspell not having been copied by a Sivra or anything, no additional Counterspells to be had as far as I know. Just vulnerable to any top deck Shard.
But there's still 20 cards left. So we could still have quite a ways to go. And I don't think there's any more Discover effects left. The Shard is a holy spell, so Spirit Guide could be relevant in that instance. So Spirit Guide could be a way to pull it out, but there's still 1, 2, 3 holy spells outside of Shard that are left in the deck in the form of Condemn, Gift of the Naru, and the second Desperate Prayer. But just things to look out for, because 20 cards is a solid chunk to still have to get through, especially when Flood's doing 7 damage a turn with the threat of Mordresh, potentially. Oh, there it is. It was the next card. Oh my gosh.
Double checking with the heal, and then Purified Shard off the top is going to do it. I was going to say, the 5 healing hero power for the priest does mitigate some of those hero powers from the mage, which is why it was so important getting that increase from 5 to 7. But yeah, when the shard just comes off the top, nothing to be done there.
Yeah, and that was pretty smooth quest completion from Pascal, honestly.
It was smoothest we've seen all day for sure.
Yeah, was able to get just 2, 3, 4 right off the bat. Discovered the mothership for the 5, which ended up being a huge deal. Because then 7 and 8 came very quickly after that with Mutinous, plus the Xyrella, which had been in the hand for some time. And Pascoa still had a lot left in the tank in terms of ways to survive if he needed more time to find the shard. And everything just seemed awkward. You quickly mentioned early on that going for that Wildfire, those breakpoints of odd versus even hero powers, I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference, but just the way the board panned out, it looked like Flood could have had a much faster upgrade on the hero power if he had opted to hold on to that wildfire for a little bit longer, maybe even getting it up to 9, which may have enticed him to hold on to Bran plus Reckless Apprentice a little bit longer. Who knows? But Pascoa is 2-0 up in the series now, just has the Curse Lock left remaining, and this is a non-XL version. This is just the 30 card, 30 health version of the deck. Been playing a lot of this deck, and I've been enjoying it quite a bit. It does feel like, especially with 30 cards, that you do have to be a little bit more liberal with your removal early on because you don't have as much health to work with, but you do find your powerful cards a lot quicker. You get Dreadlich Tamsin much more consistently, which seems to be the engine for powering the rest of the deck.
Yeah, it's sort of strange. You don't run things like Twisting Nether. You really are looking to pile on the curses and try and counter-lethal your opponent more than anything else. Looking for big power swings like a Bran on a Noggling for additional curses. Pretty much any way to give yourself additional curses is in this deck. Getting a 1-mana version off of the Ring from Azara can be quite nice, particularly for a mini Tamsin turn, because it still costs 1, so that means you'll get another copy that costs 0. Sort of double your doubles there and really stack on the curses. Yep. Fled going here with the Paladin, which has sort of the most healing of his available decks. Seems like a pretty good choice. Could still struggle, though, being 40 cards. We saw before how just that bit more inconsistency in terms of your draws can be pretty rough for the Paladin at times.
It sure can. Yeah, in theory, you'd think with all the healing you have available with Cariol versus a deck that doesn't really have the space to run like a Rush Rod Viper, you feel safe because it's very hard to get the curses up to enough damage to get through, 30 health of with Cariol up. But if you don't find those things, right, if you only find one or the other, if you don't find the heal or you don't find the Cariol, if the Warlock has time to just sit there and, piece together the ways to double up on curses, like you mentioned, Tamsin plus Ring is the big one with Queen of Shar and Tamsin already in hand for the Dragged Below, and then with Bran plus the Syracuse Cultist, like there's just so many ways you can use to put a lot of curses in the hand.
Yeah, and this Warlock, it's just like a damage upon damage. Being 30 cards, though, it is a little more vulnerable to some of this pressure that the Paladin can put forth. So Okani, definitely a nice play here. There is a 1-mana minion for Fled if he wants to test for minion. But honestly, this 3/6 Divine Shield in the Pogfish, able to just kind of push damage, or at the very least, could take down the Okani. Once the effect's gone, I think you absolutely just go face.
Reporting for duty.
Divine Shield just remains awkward for these Warlocks now that it's all damage-based removal, and there's no things like Siphon Soul or Twisting Nether. It's not that they're not in Standard, it's just they're not run because you'd much rather these damaging removal spells that also heal you or also damage your opponent.
Yeah.
Making some hand space for Dreadlich
Oh, yeah.
here, I think. Yep.
That's the hardest part about Dreadlich Tamsin. It's such a good card, but you need a lot of the pieces, especially against an XL Paladin who can heal up, and you're going to need those additional curses. You kind of have to get to the point where you're dumping cards, and even if it means wasting healing, wasting value from the mini Tamsin, it's fine. And I mean, this is double good because you can't always hope to get value out of the actual battle cry from Dreadlich Tamsin, 3 damage. And in this instance, Pascoa gets it. Now has plenty of options moving forward. A lot of AoE of various sizes. Has the Queen of Shar, which is online now, which is the bonus of dumping those spells last turn. The only thing that Pascal is missing is the actual curses. No cultist picked up, no drag belows picked up, just the one Abyssal Wave.
Abyssal Wave.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even mind just using it right now.
Yeah, it seems fine. And with the null here, you're not able to go null plus entitled customer because you would have to play the entitled customer first. And the null is there more for removal and board presence anyway. Entitled customer is very much premium removal in that it almost always clears the board. And Pascoa here, I think, looking to use those hero powers. So pretty happy to use 2 cards instead of 1 for a situation, just for that hand space to keep hero powering. Now that there's no cost associated with, sort of happy to just do that and get the occasional 3/3 as you work your way through the deck. All those spells having been used earlier, though, actually makes the Okani for minion, if that's what it is, pretty awkward here for Pascoa.
There's the spice bread baker, I feel, is reasonable. Obviously, at this point, Paladin not really putting on much pressure. Oh, okay.
I mean, in some respects, you sort of got 2 counters there, right? Because you forced out a spice bread baker to check and was, irrelevant battle cry on that board. I'm a little surprised to see the spell pick, but I suppose it makes some sense and seems to have worked out. Okani, whether you get the hits or not is always disruptive in one way or another. Oh, and we're 1 shy of playing the Light Ray this turn. The way I think of playing Holy Paladin, especially the XL version, is really in terms of swing turns. And so the decks that it tends to be stronger against are the ones that are more vulnerable to those swing turns. Curse Lock, not exactly one of them with the number of board clears. But I think one of my favorite things is just the inclusion of these Light Rays being able to be drawn from Varian. So sometimes you can get a huge swing turn where you just Varian, rush into something with the Divine Shield, and then throw down the Light Ray that you just drew. Myrmidon is a massive pickup, though, with Holy Maki-Roll.
It's exactly what Flood needed. It also fills up the hand, which makes it harder for Pascoa to go for a turn with a lot of curses, which seems like he's setting up for School Teacher and Queen of Shara, obviously picking the ring. Keeping the hand space high at any point in the game while still applying pressure is a good way to make things awkward for the Curse Warlock.
Yeah, absolutely. And it may look like we're going to overdraw here, but that Phantom Holy Maki-Roll will go away, and then you'll be back to normal. A card can be burned by Pascoa if a curse does come down. There's sort of this awkward back and forth that happens when you start facing the curses, where, okay, the first turn a curse is played, you burn a card, but then you can just hold on to the curse and just say, I'm going to take the damage because the Phantom card will disappear on my turn before I draw, so you can't get any additional curses, but you're not going to burn a card. Fled actually choosing to burn a card here. I guess there's more bad cards than good ones left in the deck is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I feel like Cariel is worth like 4 good cards, or just in itself, but does end up just burning the Righteous Protector, which is incredibly inconsequential at this point. But yeah, now with 9 cards in hand, Pascoa doesn't really want to go for a like a full-on curse turn. There actually is a really good hand for spamming curses with Brand plus a Noggling, which actually did get the Drag Below, plus the Cultist. I'm just going to push some 5 damage, go for Gigafin. There are bigger boards that can hit, but not that much bigger in terms of just raw stats. So especially without Cariel. There really wasn't much else I could see Pascoa doing. Maybe using the Entitled Customer, but that would have also cleared up the 5/5 in the process. And there wasn't a clean way to get the Abyssal Wave out without, again, having to sacrifice the 5/5 Queen Ashara, which is actually got some value at this point.
Sometimes I wonder if Pascoa doesn't just make certain plays because he's like, oh, I spent too much of my turn thinking we just got to do something that the animations aren't going to screw me over. So it's too late to go for something like a brand school teacher play and just had to throw out the Gigafin. I know I have been vulnerable to that myself many times, just taking full turn to think and then realizing, oh, wait, I'm not going to have time to do any of those fancy things I considered. Pyro Equality, iconic of Control Paladins since time immemorial. The interaction there is always favorable for the board clear, so because the main body of the Gigafin is summoned prior to the appendage, it always dies first when you're clearing everything at once, and so you get your stuff back rather than the death rattle of the 4/7 taunt, just nomming all your stuff and it never comes back, which is quite nice. I think that card would be even more tilting if not for that.
I'm not getting any younger.
There's a lot of options. To keep it simple, Entitled Customer, Null, and Hero Power was what stood out to me. Spends all 10 of your mana. It doesn't get any more curses rolling, but it still presents a board, at least a 3/2 and a 5/4. But it's going to go
looks like
Tamsin Wave?
I guess we're starting to do curses. I would expect saving Tamsin for a turn where you can play the ring as well.
Oh, he's going to play the ring.
Like, you can play the ring, but you don't get anything extra out of the Tamsin since the wave killed your own Tamsin. I much prefer using that on the 3-mana spell. But I suppose that's not in hand, so just wants to get these curses rolling and start burning cards in the hopes of not having to deal with Cariel this game.
Yeah. So that's 3 curses at the moment, all from Abyssal Waves. 3 Abyssal Waves played thus far. So the current curse in hand is 3 damage, and then we're looking at potential for a lot more, but no hand space. Able to do those things from the side of Fled. And this is the situation that you mentioned where Fled, not much mana to work with that turn if he was playing Variant, but holds on to the quest, which will, he'll take the damage, he'll disappear at the end of the turn, but it doesn't allow Pascoa to add any more curses to the hand and go for the overdraw.
Now, they did sort of buff curses a little bit in the sense that you can still upgrade the damage even if your opponent doesn't receive them to hand anymore. I think when curses were released, they were especially terrible because that was not the case. So unless that curse actually hit your opponent's hand, the numbers would not start going up. But now sometimes you'll see people just play curses into someone's full hand, usually earlier on, right, for the 1 or the 2 damage, maybe even 3 damage, because they're sort of lower impact anyway and just stepping the stones to getting to your really high damage curses so that, you can start making those scarier faster. But I think 3 already having been played, you really want the full effect of all your curses now if you can help it.
Okay. Well, this board is cleaned up by the free Abyssal Wave. It's also conveniently 1 hand space. It's a nice way to just get the curses ramped up so when Fled eventually does open up some hand space, if he ever does, which is not
Taking so long.
something that he has to do. Only 8 cards left, with how aggressively he's been able to cycle, in parity with Pascoa, who had 10 cards less in his deck to begin with. But we are getting to that awkward state where there's going to be a board presented each and every turn. Flood's not leaving enough hand space for curses to be super relevant, at least not in 2s or 3s or 4s for curses. The curses aren't big enough to where just 1 a turn will kill Flood quick enough. It was a bit awkward.
But at the same time, Fled is burning cards off the top of the deck in order to minimize this curse damage.
Sure.
So, Cariel not having been picked up yet, there's a very real possibility that it just gets, there goes Smite, right? Your primary lethality for the deck. Cariel already pretty late, so it would have been hard to get a Smite lethal anyways, but it's just becoming harder and harder for Fled to represent anything really threatening. And at a certain point, you just have to empty out the hand so that you can be a threat to the Warlock. And as soon as you do that, Pascoa is locked and loaded here with Baran double Siricast Cultist.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing that you can do is just make one giant minion or multiple giant minions. Though Entitled Customer still being held onto from Pascoa, there's not that much that he can't get out of. I guess there's no... the removal was spent. Almost all of it just to empty the hand for Tamsin earlier on. There is one touch left, and that Noggling does have a dragged below, so there is some damage, but a big Divine Shield minion could present a problem. Pascoa is still at 33 life, so not under any threat, even if Fled does stick a couple of big minions. And it's just going to get the curse out of the way? Okay.
Oh, it's really, really rough here for Fled. I think he's done his best to draw as many cards as possible, was seeming optimistic after the Varian and the huge Holy Maki roll Myrmidon turn before, but now hoping to save the Holy Maki roll for healing later on, and that we just get to top deck the Cariel, but with 7 cards only in hand, I gotta imagine Pascoa is considering just the triple curse here.
Yeah. It would be 5, 6, 7. So 18 points of damage. It would burn another card off the top from Fled. The question is, how do you go about it? If he wants to get rid of this 9-10, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the safe way.
Are you gonna clean that up?
Just advance a little bit further. I don't think you're playing these mistresses, given that we're at full health and the paladin is not. Oh.
With every
Bottom 5.
the last guide.
Oh,
Yep.
jeez.
And now you're entering the point as well where fatigue is an issue, right? You can't even...
Yeah.
That's probably why we didn't see a Holy Maki roll for draw before to look for the Cariel, because then you're just fatiguing so quickly, it doesn't even matter. Throws up his hands and goes down, head on the desk. I think Bud sort of knows that he does not have great odds from here, but is going to play it out anyway, see what happens.
Yeah. Like, if you play one more card, if you play the Light Ray from your hand, you open up enough curse spaces in your hand where you just die.
I didn't even see the dragged below on the Noggling. I mean, that's just extra salt in the wound for the brand turn.
Yep.
Sometimes you actually go for the Zola on the brand, but yeah, Fled knows this is more damage than he's possibly going to be able to overcome.
Yep. And the next curse would have been 10 damage. And he knew that because of the brand plus Zola, there was the ability to put 2 additional curses, which would have been 10 and 11. So even a full heal on the Maki roll, that wouldn't have even cleared the brand. So it would have been 10, 11, 12, 13 the next turn. But a full heal on the Maki roll wouldn't have even been enough. So
going ahead and playing out the curses and letting Pascoa finish it off. But I think, congratulations to Pascoa for making it in to our playoffs.
Yeah.
And now Fled, I think, is just really hoping for Levick to take care of Bunny Hopper for him so that he can face something with a shaman.
Yeah. And Super Fate kind of ran into a similar situation in Group A where he was just preying on the shamans, but ended up having a bunch of close series and had to go to the decider match to even get out because the lineup just doesn't seem to be super impactful against anything else. But yeah, this is kind of what I've come to expect from Pascoa. He was on the cusp of being promoted to Grandmasters for so long through the Masters Tour system, a few points away for multiple seasons, like one good Masters Tour performance away. Finally makes it in, and in that first season of Grandmasters that he had earlier in the year, it just felt like he couldn't lose, or if he was losing, that it was very difficult to beat. Like he makes it difficult, and maybe that's just a psychological thing because, you know, he takes his time. He always looks so deep in thought. He ropes out a lot of turns because he's just trying to find the absolute best play. And so when you do beat him, it still feels like the match took a long time. But he's just so good, and because of that cool head, he's always able to find the good plays and continuing his success in Grandmasters, however short-lived it was, not even qualifying until this year by making it to the playoffs. So I'd like to see two America's players get out. I'd like to see Fled fight his way back in that decider later on, but we'll take one. We will take one, because one is all it takes.
We can get, absolutely.
Yeah. But as far as Pascoa series goes, that was a pretty quick one. So we're just going to keep moving right along. And we are going to move on to the elimination match next, which is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Levick. Winner of that will face Fled to decide who's our final player moving to the top 8. But before we jump into that elimination match, we are going to have to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Grandmasters Last Call right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Grandmasters Last Call. We're trucking along here with our final day of groups for week number 1 in Group D here. We have the elimination match, then decider match, and then we're off to playoffs with our 8 players to move into Sunday. I'm TJ again, joined by Edelweiss, who's our special guest for week number 1. And now we get to jump into one that I've been more interested in a match. It's Bunny Hopper versus Levick. Both players getting the sort of the short end of the stick in their first 2 matchups. At least it feels. Levick just kind of running into a counter lineup and fled. Bunny Hopper just running into Pascoa. Not really any type of counter. It's just having to play 3 games against Quest Priest, which is unlucky in itself.
Yeah, I think that was mentally taxing on both players, to be honest, but as Soddle and Raven said, they did kind of, well, Bunny Hopper didn't fully bring it on himself, but certainly Pascoa did, and both of them very much used the full length of the rope for their turns to try and find the best play. So we did run in at just under 3 hours for that match, but now that they've been split up here, I think we should be able to go through these a little more swiftly. And yes. I would not be surprised to see, did we see the bans? Is there a Shaman ban coming out?
No. Levick banned the Druid from Bunny Hopper, and Bunny Hopper banned the Rogue from Levick. So.
Okay. Well, Mine Rogue is a bit troublesome. I think that can be a frustrating deck, one of the few from hand decks that we do have currently, and the switch over to Smokescreen has meant sometimes you're just dealing with some pretty early 5/8s and such. So understand not wanting to deal with that. Shaman, I expected to be the ban because it's just been banned so frequently today. Granted, when it hasn't been banned, it hasn't exactly performed, although that's largely been because it was targeted.
Yeah. I feel like the Mine Rogue, we've seen it like just steamroll games and then lose in 3 minutes. Those have been the 2
it's one of the
Mine
2
Rogue.
Every time.
It's one, yeah. I mean, that's just how the deck is built. But we do get to see some mines at least in this this game number 1 with Levick playing the, I never know what to call this Warlock. Phylactery Warlock.
Phylactery Lock, Mine Lock. It used to be Humongous Owl. Yeah, I think Mine is just easier to fit in, so that's why it's replaced the Humongous Owl. Even though the Owl is typically more damage, the Mine just always goes face and only costs 2 mana. Really not something you want to play on ladder typically. It struggles with most things aggressive, but can just cycle through the deck very quickly. You set up a board of 1/1 imps and then play your Phylactery for the Mine Death Rattle and clear the board with anything and do tons of damage to the opponent's face. It's a very interesting combo, but definitely not one we've seen as much of recently.
Yeah, I like the switch over to the Mine. One of the toughest parts of Owl was finding a safe turn to actually play it, especially if you didn't get the Owl discounted by the Rune Mithril Rod. Whereas Mine, you can sort of just fit in on one of the earlier turns in order to actually get it into that Death Rattle pool. So it's just, you know, the times have changed, right? Like there's a lot of different decks out there that provide more disruption or are faster or can ramp up their damage a little bit more. And you still do need a lot of time with this deck in order to actually piece together the combo. And you rely very heavily on like Dreadlich Tamsin and Rune Mithril Rod to actually get to the point where you can play all of these things in one turn, where you can get closer to your combo while also addressing the state of the board in the same turn.
And we saw thrown back there the multicaster Warlock, another class able to draw pretty well with that card, with access to Shadow, Fire, and Fel spell schools. So you will see certain cards like the Demonic Assault, which deals 3 damage, summons a couple of imps. That is a Fel spell. And then you've got Hellfire as some fire spells, in addition to, of course, the Shadow spells that are pretty much everywhere. Bunny Hopper, though, I think pretty happy to see both Far Watchpost and Barbaric Sorceress in this opener. What better answer to an opponent that wants to draw cards than something that just makes all those things a little more expensive?
It's Barbaric Sorceress is not only disruption, but it's also potentially just game winning if you can disrupt by increasing the cost of a valuable piece of removal while also making like a Drakefire Amulet cost as little as 1. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But now with the Farwatch post, there's not much going on. Okay, cool.
Oh, and I like
Temple
this. Yeah, you see the struggle to clear the watch post. So you expect, it should be all the more challenging to deal with the Bran as well. And so it is going to be the touch coming out. Hellfire does not clear the Bran. So double Deepwater Evoker here for Bunny Hopper is going to be really nice. Probably going to be able to trade back an amulet or something, sort of keep that going and hold on to one expensive spell for that Barbaric Sorceress turn. If you swap costs with the Tamsin's Phylactery, I gotta imagine that's just game over, right?
Yeah. It's nearly impossible to complete the combo if that gets swapped. I mean, even at 5, it's hard. Unless you have rod discounts, which Loving does have rod. And now, in this situation, I don't even know. Like, holding on... so awkward. Holding on to the coin means that it's less likely to hit Phylactery, but then your opponent's spell is cheaper. If you coin Rod, you're still a turn away from Tamsin, so you have to find something to do in the interim. You still don't have a way to deal with this board. And if you use the coin, it means you can't coin Entitled Customer just to be able to address the board next turn. There's so many things that Levick wants to do that are expensive. And I guess getting the Rod online early is a way to just kind of accelerate things. And maybe in this case, if Barbaric Sorcerer comes out, you can get a couple of Rod discounts and bring whatever spell was swapped back down to a reasonable cost. Who knows? But regardless, this is a difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, the multicaster isn't even drawing more than one card currently. You've got to play a Hellfire first to at least get 2. So I don't know, using the coin there just for the Rod, I almost would rather just wait and then, to maybe coin a Tamsin or something. Just play a Hellfire there to at least be able to have the clear on the following turn. Yes, you are starting to get some discounts, but you're at 19. And now Bran's still alive, no way to clear it up. That could be double Barbaric Sorceress.
Oh,
guaranteed.
jeez.
Guaranteed to hit the Phylactery and the Hellfire. Well, I guess you could technically hit the same spell twice, couldn't you?
Yeah.
That is a danger, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, that's awkward. Because if you hit the same spell twice on both sides, it just goes back to how it was originally.
Right. Yeah.
I wonder.
Not really much else to do. I mean...
You gotta go for it, right?
Yeah, at the very least, there could just be a situation where there's no spell in the hand.
Oh, no. Oh, the swap and the swap back. I mean...
It's still pressure, though. Like,
it's a 3/7.
He's gonna die.
Yeah. Gotta play this just for the discounts, for the life, and the clear. But now the brand's cleared. Now you can go for the second Barbaric Sorceress that we see. And so without the brand, of course, not as likely to hit the Phylactery anymore. But there's a 0-mana Grimoire now, so it could be something like Barbaric Sorceress into 0-mana Amulet.
Yeah,
and in some
there's
ways,
a couple of good hits. The
discounts,
Grimoire, okay.
Oh,
lethal.
that's sometimes lethal. That's always lethal, right? Any Pyroblast is just lethal. I would do it. That's all I'm gonna say is I would do it. We could trade the amulet first, although I think I almost would play the rune just without trading, because sometimes you get reduce a fire spell and maybe a runed orb discovers like an ignite or something. But now we're out of time. If you were gonna play it, like he can't work with the animations, so Bunny Hopper just has to save. That gives Levick the opportunity to heal up with Spice Bread Baker, Drain Soul, etc.
Yeah, it could go Spice Bread Baker, Blood Mage Thalnos plus Drain Soul. Clears off the 4 health Barbaric Sorceress, puts a card draw on the board to be able to get the rod discount going into the next turn. Also puts a minion in the way of a potential burn spell from Rune of the Archmage.
Well, and yeah, Thalnos drawing a card means you are going to immediately get that next tick off the Ruined Mithril Rod. Yeah, I kind of feel like we should have done this last turn just on the off chance of taking the game immediately. Explosive runes could be a fair bit of damage.
Oh.
Polymorph, but not on the Thalnos. Okay, there they both go. And is that our full cast? Looks like it is. Oh, nope, never mind. It was just catching up with the Thalnos draw and the Ruined Mithril Rod animations.
No waves can sink this ship.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh.
And there's the parrot. So, yeah, didn't rune before, but now I expect we're just on the triple rune game plan and hoping that it works out.
And oftentimes it does. But Levick does have a good amount of discounts in hand. Grimoire, obviously, being the card that was swapped with the Sorceress, is bad because it was 0 mana and it allowed Bunny Hopper to have a 0 mana Rune the Archmage. But as far as how it fits into Levick's game plan, is one of the least disruptive. I suppose the Hellfire would have been fine as well, because Grimoire can allow you to actually activate the Phylactery a little bit later on and is very cheap removal.
Ooh, flirting with danger here. We've got 6 damage on board. You're going to be at 10 life once again. The opportunity to just roll a Pyroblast from Rune of the Archmage and end the game.
Assuming going to go with the full cost rune here.
Does Bunny Hopper want to take it, though?
What else is he going to do? Build a snowman?
I mean, there's something to be said with the clears being a little bit weaker on the side of Levick, but yeah, okay, here it is. We're building a board, and then playing the rune does run the risk of, you know, rune blowing up your own board, and then you've developed more for nothing.
Yeah.
Cards are not green, so Levick is not dead yet.
He did play the...
Oh, there it is, the ping.
Yep.
The ping will be enough. Yep.
Yep. And I mean, Bunny Hopper, Levick had not even picked up a mine yet, and there was a lot of expensive cards in hand. Had reactive cards, like had a lot of removal with Entitled Customers and Hellfire in hand. But Bunny Hopper, even beyond that, the Grey Sage Parrot still had the full cost Rune of the Archmage to be able to keep it rolling. Had 3 ignites, I think. The first one cast ignite, the second one cast 2 ignites a deck. As far as burn damage that could just be picked up off the top, Levick still needed very many turns in order to actually find a way to win, and then would have needed to get through. I think Bunny Hopper was at like 20 or 56 life at the end of that, which is a good amount of armor.
Usually that's somewhat inconsequential if you are doing something like playing Phylactery for mine and you get 2 of them because of the mini Tamsin, right? Kind of doesn't matter what life total your opponent has because you're doing an insane amount of damage anyway. But yeah, 26 is the point where, or I guess 56 total is the point where you're starting to maybe get out of range. But
we have to question it at least.
It's just the pressure. Right, exactly. The most important thing was the pressure, and of course, Rune of the Archmage with that crucial difference of text versus Yogg-Box, Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron, that it will, if it can, it will always target the opposing side of the board. So it is somewhat more reliable in going for lethals in that sense.
All right, it's time for the deck to end all decks.
The XL Shaman. I appreciate this tag here, mid-range shaman instead of control shaman. Just call it like it is. I think as a community, we don't use the term mid-range enough because no one wants to admit they're playing a mid-range deck.
Yeah, because mid-range shaman has such this this bad air around it, where back in the day, mid-range shaman was the deck that everybody played, but no one wanted to admit that they played. We're talking, Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem days where it was
a curve.
Multiple tournaments in a row. 3 tournaments in a row, I think. Like the entire playoff season plus 2 championship events where every single player in the event had mid-range shaman in their lineup. Where ladder was, if you tracked your stats, your ladder games were like 60 to 70% mid-range shaman games. So people just shy away from that as a label for shaman decks just because of how bad of a name it's been burned into people's mind. But yeah, and I think that the what we call control Murloc shaman is just overcompensating for the fact that you really want to separate yourselves from the actual Murloc shaman so much.
Sure.
That you skip right past mid-range and go to control because you don't even want to be anywhere close to associated with regular Murloc shaman players. You want to be so far away from it that you label yourself as control. That's the only reason.
Of course, that is easily done just by calling one of them Murloc shaman and the other one, just mid-range shaman or something. But it's all just semantics.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call what we call control Murloc shaman now. That is now Murloc shaman.
Oh no.
And the other one is aggro Murloc shaman.
That does sound like something that all the data collectors would do. I don't know. I've seen some pretty goofy names on HS Replay before.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just run out of names, right? Because you don't want to call something a unique name that a deck has been in the past, because there might be some confusion. And decks these days, like, there's so many different tribes now, and so many decks play a ton of each different tribe.
I think the funniest thing is when we call things tempo, fill in the blank, right? Tempo warrior, tempo mage. It's like, well, you always play for tempo. It's just this stigma around mid-range, once again. Like, tempo is a thing you play for. It is not an archetype.
Wow, the real hits coming out here.
Yeah, I mean, Double Clownfish has the opportunity to do something, but you really need the Ravager to completely pop off and make a board out of nowhere. I think Levick hoping for... well, normally you would want a Caverns top deck, but the funny interaction between being immune and having Divine Shield is you get to keep the Divine Shield for being awkward for your opponent to clear with removal, and then you're still immune while attacking, so you just have this unstoppable minion when it comes to combat damage.
Yeah. A tough quick blocker to deal with.
Yeah. Now, the upside for Levick is that it is only 3 power, so in terms of minions that could have that mount on, it's not so bad.
Yeah. Was sort of forced to pick the quick shot in that last Discover. Hadn't had any Beast Eye, already had a Revive Pet in hand. That was one of the choices. The other choice was the Slither Spear, which doesn't really fit into anything that Bunny Hopper's trying to do. At least the quick shot provides some sort of value in the interim. So now just swing again and hope for something good, or try and wait to see what the next draw is potentially. Maybe get an Ambassador Phelan, and a Shard Saber, something off the top, which makes the Harpoon Gun swing a little bit more palatable. Because he knows now that Revive Pet and Slither Spear are going to be 2 of the options, and he's only getting 1 additional.
Yeah, it's sort of the drawback of Dredge is even though it's not actually any different than drawing a card off the top, because you're seeing one additional new card after you know there's two you don't want, whereas the top of your deck is completely unknown, so it's still just one additional card. It feels bad knowing, like, well, if I swing here and I dredge, there's definitely two cards I don't want. So I respect just saving it, knowing that your top decks are probably better than that one other card on the bottom of your deck, and just trying to hold on to this as long as possible to try and get some value. As you say, Phelan or the Saber or Pet Collector, there's actually quite a few draws that would make that weapon swing just so much better. Oh,
So,
no.
One cost Mutinous.
That sure is. Oh my goodness. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it come down. You know the opponent's hand has been clunky. So you figure there's some kind of chunky minions sitting in the hand there. Is it going to be it's the King Crush. I think you almost would rather have hit the bear because it comes down earlier, but I don't think it matters. A 12-12 against the Hunter.
Yep.
No, they don't run Starfish, unlike every other deck, it seems. And then the Mountain Bear off the top just taunting Bunny Hopper.
No choice but to swing.
And it was a Biscuit.
Aim shot? Oh, was it Biscuit was
Biscuit.
the last one?
Yeah.
Shot on the list.
I mean, this is... It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, just feels like you... why am I playing all these enormous minions in my Hunter?
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a quick game number 2 as Levick takes the win. And 40 card deck, but we only got to see like 9 cards of it, apparently. Just the ones that mattered. The Bolner plus Clownfish making it so Mutinous was able to come down for free.
Yeah. Don't see that every day.
No. But very impactful in that situation. May have not been, but I think Levick still goes for in that instance. And because of how, I guess, weak Bunny Hopper's plays were with 2 cards sitting in the far left of the hand, obviously not great choices coming off the Discovers, no attack on the second Harpoon Gun, and the play after the Harpoon Gun was pretty weak. He picked a quick shot off the Harpoon Gun swing, so obviously was trying to dig for something. Pretty easy call to say, get the Mutinous out right now, and it won the game. So now we move over to the Prestor Druid.
Oh, and
another
let's see if it
XL
can
deck.
Let's see if it can perform better than what we saw yesterday. Those rolls just were not coming through before, but I like this Stockades Prisoner inclusion that we see here for Levick. They talked about it a little bit, Sottle and Raven, but just having a 2-mana 5/4 among your dragons post Prestor is nice to actually have relevant bodies, even if you don't have something like a Starfish to swing things back to their normal dragon size.
Yeah. And even if you get it in the early game, it's not that difficult to actually activate it and get a 5/4 on board if you have to play it as just the standard Dormant minion.
It's no Felmaw.
That's what you're trying to do.
It's no imprisoned Felmaw, but it's playable, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. The downside is worth it considering that the 5/4 can sometimes be a huge difference maker when you're talking about once it transforms into a dragon post Prestor. So starting things off, Levick going to keep the Vibrant Squirrel in the Far Watch post. I think that makes some sense. Obviously, you'd love to have the Jerry Rig Carpenter or Prestor early on in the game, but actually just finding a way to stick in the game early on, still meaningful against a deck that does have snowball potential in the form of this Beast Hunter.
True, although the Far Watch post, I suppose it disrupts some top deck buff spells from the Hunter, but it can't attack on its own, so I do kind of question that keep a little bit when you know that your deck is so based around finding Lady Prestor or Cold Tooth Mine or Jerry Rig to get the Lady Prestor. I'm not sure that Hunter is really a deck that cares as much about the Watch Post as some others. We see just, very easy 1-2 curve here from Bunny Hopper. Maybe even Slither Spear coin click clocker if you really want to giddy up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that plays a bunch of random 1 and 2 drops in the deck, so if you can play more powerful 1 and 2 drops and snowball the game, you can put them in an awkward spot where they don't have time for Pressor to come out. But it also does mean that your power plays are delayed. Like you don't have the coin to maybe coin into Pet Collector or just anything that's more impactful in this instance.
Yeah, for sure. And it makes sense, you know, not getting too much value out of the Slither Spear if you are going to coin. So you've still got the 3/4 K9-Otron that will be able to kill the Watch Post on the following turn. Of course, didn't know about the upcoming Watch Post at the time. But we can potentially, hopefully for Bunny Hopper, draw a 1-drop from the bottom here. Oof. Not so much.
Just try again next turn.
Well, when you're dredging here, you know that whatever you pick is going to cost 1 more. So the question is, which of these do you want to cost 1 more?
That's true.
Could be the other K9-Otron, or just Ramming Mount. It looks like it was the Ramming Mount pick.
Yeah. Okay.
So now pointing out the Slither Spear to...
But the Ramming Mount's going to cost
Yeah.
4, so now Bunny Hopper doesn't really have a play lined up for the following turn, but does have more power in play.
True.
Which could have some merit.
I am a bit confused by this. Maybe it was just sort of forgetting about the Watch Post, or knowing that we're playing the tracking, just something to get buffed by that spell. I could still pick up a Doggy Biscuit here. That would be quite nice. There it is.
Okay.
I suspect that's the pick every time.
But the question is, what do you put it on? You make your board more resilient to the Stalker on the other side by like protecting the K9-Otron or protecting the Click Clocker. So there's no value trade available. Make a giant Slither Spear.
Yeah, all valid options. The Slither Spear having the highest health, so that would sort of give you the most sort of Voltron minion. It depends on whether he values a single big minion or more of a wide board. And considering that the Druid for a while just plays sort of janky small minions without any real way of buffing them, I kind of like going wide here. Regardless, can just fall prey to the Starfish if Levick wants to play that out.
If I got in, I could get out.
This hand is just... Oh.
It really is comical when you look at the deck without Lady Prestor, and you're just seeing these random minions that you sort of wonder, how did this happen in a constructed Hearthstone deck that we're running Murloc, Tiny Fin, and Stockades Prisoner. Now, being patient here does mean the Starfish is going to be able to clear up the Ramming Mount in addition to the Doggy Biscuit buff, so is actually going to pay out for Levick. But there's not a whole lot going on from there. The Stockades Prisoner wakes up, I guess. I mean, you do have some semblance of board, but then it immediately goes away to the Pet Collector that comes down.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even worth playing the Ramming Mount here. Obviously, 40-card deck, Starfish may not be that likely to get there. Ramming Mount provides a good amount of damage right now, but you're still weaving in a hero power, which is only 1 less damage than the Ramming Mount. When the Stockades Prisoner emerges next turn, you have the ability to just play the Ramming Mount, but it does delay your plays. Obviously, we have the benefit of seeing both hands, so we know the punishment of the Starfish, so I'm more inclined to say,
right,
why should you play it? But I guess from Bunny Hopper's perspective, he's got a curve with Pet Collector coming almost certainly next turn, so there's less reason to actually hold on to it.
And in some respects, you're happy to see the Starfish come down for your minion buffs rather than your actual Death Rattle minions. You know, if that came down on, say, the Ajaran Saber, I think you'd be much more unhappy. Oh my goodness, TJ. Never punished, just Lady Prestor off the top here. I mean, I suppose we shouldn't say never punished. The only thing I'm thinking of was the Watch Post keep, but... yeah, that Lady Prestor just right on time to get played on curve.
Yeah, never punished by playing a Prestor deck. That's what the punish would be for.
Exactly.
Playing a bunch of garbage in your deck to get cheap dragons. That's what it would be. Doesn't have any follow up for Lady Prestor though, which is a big deal.
Nope.
No way to draw.
Gonna be looking for a composting or I think.
Ooh,
that harpoon gun, particularly with the pet collector this turn, is able to do something. Although it's a little awkward. You have to wait a turn, right?
Yes. If only you could draw it immediately. And maybe if that's the case, you expect Prestor, so you value trade the Starfish.
That's what I'm thinking.
So you have more power on board? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Assume that your opponent has the best case scenario of Lady Prestor, so there won't be a hero power to clear your 4-1. Now, it's unfortunate in terms of this current turn, but still powerful. You are able to trade in the Saber and Harpoon Gun knowing there's something to go fetch, and you've got options on the following turn of something with Saber and reloading another Harpoon Gun, or just playing the Hydralodon, which, you know, unless a very powerful dragon is pulled off the top, Hydralodon is extremely challenging for the Druid to deal with.
I wonder what he's thinking about.
Money up?
Oh, okay, that's what he's thinking about. Whether or not it's even worth to trade into the Prestor, but it's going to just go for... Oh, it hits! Wait, did he pick K9-Otron?
I think he picked the Mountain Bear, right?
Okay. It looked like the little extra poof went on the K9-Otron, but that wouldn't make any sense. Mountain Bear would be much better. But I like this. He has a lot of weapon swings. Hero powers to weave in. Realizes that, like you said, Levick has to pick up good dragons. That's a little bit of a punish to the play. But it's 0 tempo. It's a 1/1 that heals for 8. So
I'd much rather see that than a raid boss Onyxia or Ysera or one of those. So and leaving this Prestor up just means you're forcing your opponent to make the trade into your highest power minion for you. And you can still play Hydralodon and have stuff to trade into, making that big wide board of 3/1s. And there's kind of only one turn to answer the Hydralodon before you're just taking tons and tons of damage.
Yeah. And then more options would be available. The Saber's going to be traded, so you can pull the Sunken Saber out of your deck. So then you have Hydralodon for next turn, then Mountain Bear plus Saber the turn after that. Weapon swings all along the way to be able to push more damage.
Yep, gotta imagine it's Hydralodon here. You get the double trade, leaving you with quite a lot of power in play.
Oh, yeah.
18, and then the hero power is, this is just a 2-turn setup, so what's the top card? Guff is a reroll.
Yeah, and actually, the only beast left remaining in the deck after the draw for the next turn is the King Crush.
Oh,
there won't be anything to trade into.
3 misses in a row.
Yep.
And if you're Levick, you're just praying that the 5 armor is enough. But even if it keeps you alive 1 turn, how are you surviving from then on?
Yeah. I mean, this is even just, 2 damage off lethal with Harp.
Sets up just hero power for the following,
Yeah. So he would need a cheap Deathwing off the top, dump your hand, composting, Deathwing, and then draw into heal.
Oh, don't speak it into existence, TJ.
Oh, jeez.
That's where
It's possible.
That's where we play the Sunken Saber here, right? So that if that happens, we just get a King Crush and win anyway.
Yeah, Bunny Hopper might think about that very scenario because it can happen.
Yeah. I imagine you're hero powering no matter what.
Yep.
So the question is then to play the Saber or not.
I guess Mountain Bear would also provide you with. You can always play the Sunken Saber and trade into some. Well, no, you can't always because the dragons might be too small. Mountain Bear would also give you
small.
minions. Well, I don't know. There's still a Stockade's prisoner in there.
That's true. Oh, Azure Drake is not it, but it is a reroll. Just keep us in suspense. Moonlit Guidance. Oh, Brasswing clears the 3/1s, but no honorable kill to gain life. The only honorable kill is on the 1/2, and just not enough to clear the 5/5. Oh dear. Oh, you do get 2 of them. That's right. But without the main body dying, it's still not enough. You can't play the Claw Fury to hero power the 5/5 because you're just dead.
Yeah. That'll be it. It just resummons. Just put more power on board. All right. Well, nice little game for Bunny Hopper there. Had a really nice opening curve to be able to put on the pressure. And that gave Levick, even with the 40 health start, less time. Even with Prestor on 6, just whiffed. I wouldn't say completely, because there were some reasonable dragons. But on a turn where he absolutely needed to draw dragons, just run and runner spell. And did have some miracle outs there in the form of dump your hand, cheap composting, cheap Deathwing, draw a bunch of really impactful dragons. It's a very rare scenario for that to happen, and didn't cast or curse it into existence this time around. So Bunny Hopper now 1 game away from not moving on to the playoffs, but at least staying alive in the group and being able to face Fled, who's waiting in that decider match.
Yeah, 1-1 now, and I think this is exactly what the Hunter is around to do, is just to punish any inconsistent draws from the opponent. A lot of these decks, particularly the XL ones, do have issues in terms of consistency in their draws, so Hunter always able to capitalize on that and just snowball an early board into suddenly large minions. You've got a little bit of high roll potential in terms of the weapons, and Bunny Hopper's hand wasn't even that impressive there, so being able to close that out all the same, quite nice.
Yeah, and now we're going to move on to the last deck remaining, which is going to be the Thief Rogue, which, said it yesterday, favorite deck. A lot of cool things that can be done.
Least favorite.
Oh, it's beautiful. Curse Warlock's moving up there for me in terms of favorite deck.
Oh yeah, okay.
When I first started playing Curse Warlock, I just didn't like it. It's too predictable.
Indeed, as
not wacky enough.
Oh yeah, I like a little bit of wackiness, a little bit of high roll potential, but mostly I want things to be predictable. I want to be able to formulate a game plan before I even enter the game. Just look at my opponent's class and say, okay, this is what I'm trying to do, rather than look at my opponent's class and saying, this is what I'm going to try and generate. That's just not something I enjoy doing.
I don't even try to come up with a plan of what I'd like to generate. I just let the cards tell me what to do. Trust in the heart of the cards.
Of course. Just assemble Exodia. It'll all be fine.
Yep. And with Thief Rogue, there are just like 10 different Exodias.
Is Thief Rogue your grandfather's deck? Is that it?
It is, yeah. No pathetic cards.
Oh, and Levick on the Mine Rogue here. That's right. Or sorry, Mine Warlock. I always assume it's cursed because that's the Warlock we see the most of.
like to call it multicaster Warlock, actually.
Sure.
What to do?
No, wait, Wicked Shipment Warlock. That's I think that's the label we should go with from now on.
Well,
I think on the Wicked Shipment Warlock.
We're gonna have Wicked Shipment in like Imp Warlock with the new expansion, so.
Then we can change it. Then it'll be multicaster Warlock. Oh, Trickster drawn. Oh, jackpot.
Prep, jackpot, and even the coin trickster if there is something really crazy pulled. I don't think you even need to prep, but it's sort of fine since you can still reconnaissance.
Yeah,
This is
I
a bit
guess
of a
if you
miss.
want board pressure, but you pop out earlier if you don't jackpot or reconnaissance first. Because you played a prep, so the nulls are more expensive, but I guess he doesn't care. Avoid.
Oh, this looks a little like 3 misses, though. I mean, the thing you're really hoping to do with prep reconnaissance is to find a 4-drop death rattle that you can play immediately, or in this scenario, potentially a 5-drop death rattle that you can coin out because of the 2-mana discount. So in that way, you get to sort of prep out a minion, but Void Gill, yes, a minion, not really the thing you want to be getting back on your contraband stashes. So at this point, Bunny Hopper always drawing 1 null off of his Shroud of Concealment. Gets to keep it stealthed, safe from this null, the opposing null. And then, God, do you Proving Grounds? You don't have any good hits.
No, if Krakatoa wasn't picked up, I could see it.
Right? Yeah, that's probably the best hit.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to replay Proving Grounds, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at a certain point, like, you run out of minions. There's not that many minions in the deck. Right now, there's only 4 minions in the deck. There's Queen Ashara, Tess, Null, and Trickster. And that's it.
You know,
Maestra. Sorry, Maestra.
Arcane Overflow is not actually that much of a miss if I think about it, because there are a fair number of minions on the side of the Warlock that you're happy to hit. You know, if Entitled Customer comes down and you play Contraband Stash, there's only 1 target for the Overflow, and then you get a 6/6. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Okani, maybe?
Many options.
Yeah, but I feel like you'd expect Tamsin, but I guess the Okani would still stick around going into the following turn. As weird as it sounds, I was thinking maybe even like coin Blood in the Water if you expect Tamsin just to have more power. But there's not that much burn in the hand at the moment. There's just the Tooth, there's no Wicked Stab. Though you're not really getting close to lethal post-Tamsin.
Obviously, we have Caster Vision, but if you do pick Minion here, knowing that you're trying to deal with Entitled Customer, it's just really tough, right? Dreadlich Tamsin doesn't deal enough damage for the clear. You don't have to worry about something like Abyssal Wave, which also wouldn't do that much damage to clear, but it's not in this deck because it's not a curse lock. So it is Minion is the pick, and then Tamsin comes out, but that's still 9 damage in play.
Unless he picks Spell to protect it from a touch. But I think it was Minion, so...
Yeah. Touch just coming down to clear the 4-1, but now Krakatoa is sort of activated. This is exactly what you want. You want to be able to swing 1 minion in, get your weapon swing face, and then still be able to pick up the weapon from the other claw when that one dies. Blood in the Water also okay on this board.
A Tooth.
Tooth could let you discover something goofy, it's true, and knowing you've got the Contraband Stash, and now with that Shroud draw, the Tess means you're really looking to find something spicy. Tamsin's Phylactery could
buff all the Murlocs.
Be good, but yeah, with the Reconnaissance being such a miss, it's just not good enough.
Yeah. Goes with Galloping Savior, which is really the only reasonable pick in that scenario. But I mean, still some stuff left to do. There's still still one jackpot, still a 2, still a reconnaissance, double wicked stab for some burst damage later on. Queen Ashara could be pretty good, but with Rod into Tamsin and not much damage being stuck from Bunny Hopper thus far. Second Rod in hand, which will be double discounted with still plenty of card draw left for Levick.
There's the minion counter and then healing coming out. A second Baker also available, so Levick is feeling pretty safe for a while here.
Yeah.
Decides to save the Thalnos. I just want to go in. I just want to play this Krakatoa.
Yeah.
I guess there's an argument of just like play more spells to activate the Queen Ajara so that you can get your Colossal Minion to start replaying off Contraband Stash and Tess.
So many options.
Proving Grounds is very useless right now. There's a Trickster, a Null, and Maestra in the deck. Those are the minions. So,
yeah, just taking up hand space. You never want to play that because you never want it to get replayed either.
Yep. Well, I mean, at a certain point, you play it once and you're out of minions.
Right.
Nearly at this stage. So,
so once you have
at least
a
there's no
single minion
downside
remaining, you could maybe play it.
Yeah. Wicked Shipment picked up again, the namesake of the deck.
No phylactery to go with it, though. And I wonder how many times has that shipment been traded? Just
once, I believe.
If it's the same one, then once.
You gonna clean that up?
You're really hoping to get that up to... Although you don't always have to get it up to 6, because sometimes once you've played the Tamsin hero, you just end up with imps in play from the hero power, and so you're able to utilize those minions. I'm not sure Levick's even really concerned about giving a 3/4 in terms of this Paladin secret.
Fresh out of the oven.
Good.
But there's also nothing else to play, so.
Yeah. Okay. In this test, we have Arcane Overflow, Void Gill, and a Galloping Savior.
Not quite what you want, huh?
Nope.
It's all riding on this Colossal. There's 2 misses. Of course, if you hit either neutral, you're not going to get those back. But Hydralodon, a great pickup here. Can be one of the more challenging Colossals to deal with just because of the reviving heads. So if there's no answer to the main body, out of luck.
Yeah.
And unlike the Hunter, who has to rely on Revive Pet hitting the Hydralodon itself, just by being played, it's going to be able to come back off of this Contraband Stash, off of the Tess. You, of course, don't get the Rush anymore, since that is a Battle Cry effect added to the heads. But you're pretty happy with just repeated sticky boards.
Anything to get that recurring damage in, because Bunny Hopper's still a long ways off from actually killing. But no AoE being found from Levick here. Does have the mini Tamsin, but that does limit the damage. But Rogue doesn't have reliable ways to gain armor or life, so not the biggest of deals.
Yeah. I mean, the only AoE in the deck is Hellfire and then Grimoire of Sacrifice, which is a 1-of.
the second entitled customer still there.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. The non-spell AoEs.
Yeah.
Hero and entitled customer. That's right.
Yeah.
There goes the Galloping Savior. Still a lot of power in play, though, so I think this is finally a great turn for Blood in the Water, able to remove both taunts and push a considerable amount of damage.
20 damage. And we're coming up on Wicked Stab rank 3 next turn. So
Your consolation as a rogue for the game going to 10 mana crystals is that you get 2 mana, 6 damage.
So many options.
yeah, no, your consolation is the fact that you still have a jackpot left in the deck.
And Bunny Hopper actually going to clear up more of these minions, I guess. Hasn't seen the Mind played yet, but with the discounts from the Ruined Mithril Rod, there's always the potential of the full combo coming out all at once. But yeah, just taking the 20 damage. Oh, removing the Thalnos. Oh, just with the dagger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
But full 20 damage outside of that, so.
Oh,
Vic.
and there it
Okay.
is. The customer, although this board is just going to come right back for the most part. You'd almost rather see the Grimoire of Sacrifice in this instance because it clears up most of the stuff while you can still maybe do something like play Ruined Mithril Rod multicaster.
Yeah, well, one of the things to worry about here is Levick currently has no healing, and Bunny Hopper's representing lethal. Obviously, Levick doesn't know this, but is representing lethal just in hand.
That's
with
true.
rank 3 Wicked Stab, Blood in the Water, plus a dagger swing. So that 10 health breakpoint actually ended up being a pretty big deal with everything sticking on board. So, and Levick does have touch in the deck, but is going to go with the Demonic Assault. And that does mean he's alive because the dagger swing can't come in.
That's true. I suppose you could start with a Cutlass trade and just sort of
Yeah.
see what you hit.
If you hit Tooth, and it discounts Tooth, Wicked Stab, or Blood in the Water, you still have lethal. If it hits second Wicked Stab, you have lethal regardless. There's Tooth. Oh, but it hit the Proving Grounds.
Yeah. It might just be Tooth for the Discover, yeah. And then you can still Contraband Stash, and you've got an Arcane in there. Arcane Overflow to remove another one of these minions.
Yep.
You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Tess is
That's just for a board.
Yeah, a little more board presence.
Yep. Okay. Well, entitled customers are both gone. Still no phylactery in hand.
And as soon as a Hellfire is played, that's just it.
Yeah. And that also is there's one rift left. So there actually is 10 cards left in the deck fully.
So you got to go for just the OTK, right?
I
Like Ruined
guess.
Mithril Rod multicaster?
I've heard of it.
Doesn't play the Rod, though. But the Rod is 3 mana in and of itself.
Right, so you would need to get just as many discounts for it to work out. Still no Phylactery or Grimoire of Sacrifice.
Yep.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Starfish, and
There's the Phylactery, but costing 4 is just not enough.
Yeah, even with the Rod played, I don't think there would have been enough discounts to actually go for everything in one turn with the mine. And
Oh, and just the shipment coming back. It's really just trading for trades. There's second mine. Just couldn't find a way of holding that one together quickly enough.
Yeah.
Bunny Hopper scrapes his way back.
Yeah, and that's the real loser of that series is probably Fled because now he gets to open against a Shaman, but then gets 2 non-Shaman players in a row with Pascal and Bunny Hopper. So getting ahead of ourselves there. But Levick not able to get it done quick enough. Bunny Hopper, I'd like the test play there, presented a big board. Knowing that both entitled customers were gone meant that there just wasn't really enough AoE that could reach, or at least enough to where Levick could clear the board plus stabilize the life total to play around the burn that was in Bunny Hopper's hands. He presented like this multi-pronged threat of from-hand damage that Levick didn't know about it, but also just a board that Levick ended up not even being able to deal with. So Bunny Hopper just ended up winning on board. And then the Prestor game, having Prestor on 6, but absolutely no follow-up, no card draw, no nothing to get it done quick enough to stop Bunny Hopper on the Hunter. So nice little series there. Unfortunate for Levick, but you know, he could take solace in the fact that pretty much every other European player got out of groups. So they can't win them all.
Yeah, exactly. It's illegal. You just can't be that dominant. Something's
I guess one European player had to be eliminated from the group since that was the elimination match and it was the 2 European players. But so now we have the decider set. It's Fled versus Bunny Hopper. Winner moves on to the top 8. Loser had a long day of groups and goes away with very little, which is would be pretty disappointing for either of those players. But I do worry for Fled, considering the deck just in both his case and Superfake's case has not performed well against those non-Shaman lineups.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gamble of a full target is if you don't hit what you're looking for, then it can always be a little bit shaky. Even, Levick has a couple of decks that I think Fled's lineup aren't great against. Both the Mine Rogue and the Mine Warlock are not really ideal, but as soon as there is that Shaman, then you're like, all right, I'm in my element. Just got to deal with this one deck, and that's all she wrote. But Bunny Hopper, not only not having the Shaman, but also just one of the most seasoned players in this last call in general. I think one of the few who's been part of Grandmasters since the very beginning.
Yeah, and one of the few who's been part of competitive Hearthstone in many different aspects since the very beginning. So not a lot stuck around for that long.
Is he a doctor now? I feel like I remember.
Yeah, he's been a doctor for some time now, for a couple years.
Dr. Hopper.
Yeah, Dr. Hopper. Yeah, still chugging along playing competitive Hearthstone, though. Still making time with his busy schedule, which we all very much appreciate because always a pleasure to watch. But we've reached the point where it's time to go to our final break of the day, as we only have one more match left remaining. It's going to be Fled and Bunny Hopper, the decider match for Group D, which is going to be coming up. But we are going to have to go to a break and give Bunny Hopper a bit of a break to reset before his last match. So don't go anywhere. The conclusion to day number 2 here at Grandmasters Last Call, right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire. When it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everybody, to Grandmasters Last Call. We're wrapping up Group D here with our final match of the day for day number 2. My name is TJ, joined by Edelweiss, and we have a good one coming up next. It's Flood versus Bunny Hopper to decide who's going to be the 8th and final player to move on to the playoff stage tomorrow. And again, there seems to be a trend for this group. A no shaman match.
Yeah, gonna be an uphill battle for Fled with that target shaman lineup, but he is our last hope for Americas. We've got one in, we'd love to have another. Gotta get that double representation for the region.
Yep, and with how it works in general is if you have 2 players from the same region moving on from the same group, the way seeding works, they'll be on opposite sides of the brackets. Then you're more likely to get
All America's finals.
An All America's final. There you go. That's what I was getting at. So a lot riding on this match for the entire region of the Americas. From Canada all the way down to the tip of Peru, if my geography is. Is Peru the southernmost point in South America?
It's not really. You've got Chile and Argentina go
Chile, okay.
all the way. It's
Chile. Okay, that's what it was. Chile is the bottommost point. Peru is north. Chile is mountain. You have the Latin American heritage advantage.
It's true.
Where I don't. It's as much as I don't like to admit it because I hate giving anything to Sottle, Raven, Derek, and Lorinda. I'm all British. I was close though. Peru does border Chile, and Chile does have the southernmost point in South America.
That is true. It is just also a very north-south country in terms of it's very long down the coastline.
Yeah, Chile is just a string that goes all the way down. Okay, well, we can move on as I embarrass myself with geography even more. Wait, okay, here's one. Canada has more northernmost points than Alaska, right?
Yes. I mean, it's a much larger area.
It is, yeah. Okay, yeah, because the Canadian territory actually goes up even north of Greenland. That's crazy. I doubt many people live up there. Well, it depends how you look at it. It depends from your perspective. Like looking at the globe. Like if you're in the Pacific Ocean, I don't know. I'm making a fool of myself even further. You know what? No, I'm going all in. If you're in the Pacific Ocean and you're looking north, then Greenland's higher. But if you're in the Atlantic Ocean and you're looking north, Canada's higher. Because they're like equidistant from the north. They're equidistant from the North Pole, depending on where you are.
What you just look at is in terms of latitude and longitude, right?
But if they're
point in the United States is actually in Hawaii.
Okay, but let's say they have the same latitude. Latitude is horizontal, right? If you're looking at like a map. Is that correct?
I think it is the horizontal lines, yes.
Okay, whichever one's the horizontal line, we're going to use for the sake of argument latitude. If you're looking at the latitude, it might actually be longitude. Whatever one's the horizontal line, the northernmost part of Canada and the northernmost part of Greenland have the same longitude or latitude, whichever one's horizontal. So it depends on your perspective.
I think we're just embarrassing ourselves. We need to talk about the game, the stuff we actually know.
I don't get enough of a chance to embarrass myself because you say smart things too often. I'm used to Neil, who he goes right down the rabbit hole with me and says dumb things with me. So to be fair to you, yes, let's talk about the game. But this is a conversation that I'm going to have with somebody at some point.
Once we figure out, which ones are the meridians and which ones. Oh, jeez.
I make my own geography.
Takes me back to high school. Sure.
Okay. Talk about cards. Go for it. Have at it.
So Bunny Hopper's got a pretty reasonable start as the Paladin. Or sorry, wow. See, you're throwing me off my game now. As the Hunter, got that 1-2 in terms of the Slither Spear and the K9otron. We could try and sneak out a Peasant here, try and get a little bit of extra card draw. Paladin, not one of the pinging hero power classes, so it can struggle to deal with a Peasant without committing some very heavy removal. There's the card you're really looking for, Harpoon Gun, although there's an argument for Pet Collector as well with the Saber coming out.
Yeah, Pet Collector, I guess they both serve like a similar purpose in that regard. Pet Collector does seem like it fits the curve nicer, but Harpoon Gun gives you way more options.
Yeah, you sort of missed the prime window for Harpoon Gun in the sense that you can't equip it this turn going into the turn 4. It gives you potential to high roll things like Hydralodon or Mountain Bear early, but unless you're looking to play Blademaster Okani on turn 4, I would say Pet Collector is nicer in terms of getting rid of what is otherwise potentially a dead card in your deck. If you play the Saber and take the Harpoon Gun, then any Pet Collectors you find from that point on are basically dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fled picks up the combo here with the Holy Mackie roll and the Myrmidon, which is tucked away on the left side of the hand there. Also, Garden's Grace.
Well, you might
just need some mana to work with.
Yep. You might prefer to just remove the board. It's not like an ideal use of the Holy Maki roll. I think there actually might have been an argument for not using the Holy Maki roll at all, but just going coin hero power to remove the most threatening minion there, which is the Peasant, and then saving the Holy Maki roll to go with the Myrmidon.
Yeah. I think I actually would have liked that better, because you would have left a 2-1 on board, right? But not really that threatening, and having the card draw engine of the Myrmidon seems important. Though I guess there is a variant written hand, so maybe Fled's not too worried about it in that sense because he knows that he's going to have a refill at some point. There's another Holy Mackerel in the deck, but it's tucked away amongst 32 other cards, so who knows when that'll come.
Yeah, and it would be some time before you could get meaningful amount of draw off between the Holy Maki roll and the Myrmidon, so you're sort of top decking for other stuff to do in the meantime regardless.
Yeah.
Jaren, Saber, or Okani is the big decision here. And I kind of see it with the Barak Kodobane coming down the following turn that Bunny Hopper's more willing to just wait until he's got something more reasonable to rush into. Yeah, sure, why not? That works.
It's the second time that I've said, wow, yeah, when you're playing a 40-card deck, that card's probably all the way down deep. I did it with the Purified Shard earlier, and it came off the top. Did it with the Holy Mackerel now, and it came off the top, so whatever. That's all I have to say.
It's still not a ton of value, right? You're paying 5 mana for a 3/4 and draw 2 cards. I think the huge swings are when you're able to draw like 4+ cards off that combo, which requires just considerable mana investment.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to do it this turn. With the Knight of Anointment pickup, there is other plays to be made, but what did the Righteous Defense buff go on? Did it go on the Myrmidon?
I went onto the Varian, so that is a very beefy Varian. Yeah, had it gone onto the Myrmidon, I think you could almost just tempo out the Myrmidon and say good luck dealing with this 5/10.
Yeah. But you're just going to get the value while it's there. And now plenty of plays over the next few turns for Fled. And Bunny Hopper here also decisions to be made. Could trade in the Saber Pet Collector to get the Sunken Saber out. Obviously, it would have nothing to attack into, so you wouldn't get immediate value from the beast, but it would force Fled to have to make the tough decision of when do I address the Saber on board. Do I keep taking 4, or do I address it now and try to remove whatever comes out from it, whether it be a Mountain Bear or the King Crush?
Yeah, always a tough call. I mean, I think something to be said for just getting a Sunken Saber out is you are pretty likely to have something in the following turn. Like, there's no silence in this Holy Paladin. That is a difference between the XL Holy Paladin versus some of the other XL decks, like the Ping Mage and like even the Prestor Druid. I mean, it seems like everyone has Starfish, but Paladin does not. So this is definitely, in some respects, an easier deck to get through if you are the hunter, just not having to deal with any of those silences.
So, look at the potential pulls. The Brock Codebane. So tracking at 1, Doggy Biscuit 2, Ramy Mount, Revive Pet at 3. None of which are doing anything immediate onto the board. So have 7 mana, have a Mountain Bear. Spend mana, play a Mountain Bear. Easy peasy.
Well, and now this Ajaran Saber can get traded in, and with Brock drawing most likely that Revive Pet, you can immediately get another Saber, and that could just be a massive swing if Bunny Hopper feels that there's just not the clears in hand.
Yeah.
I like this from Fled. It's very much a just board-based match, and so you're not as concerned about getting the massive Mr. Smite at the end for an OTK. You'd rather fully utilize these Garden's Grace for just tempo now. Again, I was saying about no silences as a Paladin. There's no silences in the Hunter either. So you're able to fully utilize these early buffs of the Garden's Grace.
Yeah, but as you mentioned...
Oh! The king himself!
I wonder if I would have preferred a Drawlodon there.
You better watch your step.
Maybe you don't get the rush though.
That's true.
Something
but it still makes it very awkward for Fled with the limited amount of attacks to get through it all through 2 taunts.
Emergency maneuvers.
That's good.
Emergency maneuvers and potentially the freezing trap, quite powerful here. But the... I wonder about that. I might have just gone for trading in the 4/4 and 2/4 to the 10/6 and leaving King Crush as the only minion to activate the maneuvers onto. Freezing Trap's still pretty good here. I mean, you're not paying 5 mana for an attendant there. But having the minion still in play does mean that we get to attack with the Varian, which is much more important. And the Mishas do get to protect the King Crush if we can find some other way of punching through this Varian.
Which,
and obviously getting this hero power online is nice.
Yeah. Pet Collector, nothing to pull, unless, of course, following turn, you go like Barracuda Bane and pick the Asharan Saber, if it's there.
Right.
But right now we have many beasts in the pool. We have one of the Cubs, we have a Mountain Bear, a Asharan Saber, and the Sunken Saber, all in the... and a Misha as well in the pool.
The ramming mount, though. It's not quite clean, but it does make you feel a lot better about swinging that King Crush into the Varian.
Oh, it sure does. Huh.
Bunny Hopper. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I guess you go for the gun. I don't recall what is on the bottom of Bunny Hopper's deck. Oh. I'm not sure if this is in order. This is just what remains.
Yeah, it's not in
So
order.
not too many hits in terms of the harpoon gun, but it is damage. That being said, Fled remains at 40 life. Not usually how you want to get your quality clear, but it'll do.
Grant you peace.
18 cards left. Oh my gosh. Still at 40 life though, and we're starting to get to the point where Flood is getting quite a bit far ahead on tempo, which Hunter usually doesn't do a great job of getting back. Obviously, they can make a big beast every turn, but sometimes that's not enough, especially with Flood having Righteous Defense plus the Leviathan in hand. Can fight back onto a board pretty aggressively, but okay. Gets to get the rush on the Mountain Bear and actually kill the Varian, which is pretty good, and gets the hero power roll each turn.
Yep.
And ignore that.
But the Paladin just is very much winning the card draw resource game here. I mean, we see finally pulling things like the Bannerman, like Vitality Surge. You almost could have just Vitality Surge there first for another minion buffed, since it doesn't seem like the healing is coming into play if we're sitting on 40 currently. And there's the man himself, Mr. Smite. No Cariel yet, though.
Yeah, but at a certain point with how far ahead Flood is in this game, Mr. Smite maybe even by itself could be enough to finish things. Oh,
Yeah, absolutely. Phelan might have been one of the better draws in the deck just because Bunny Hopper needs something, you know, a little non-standard, a little high rolly to sort of come back from this situation. We could even see, this hardly ever happens, but something you can do to utilize a pet collector is if you get, you know, multiple beasts from your Ambassador Phelan, you could set up a situation where you're able to swing with the weapon to reduce something and then just immediately recruit it with the pet collector. Even though it was on the top of your deck anyway, like recruiting it can many times still be better than having to go through the motions of playing it.
Yeah. Just outside of the battle cry effect, but if you need the immediate value from it, sure.
Yep.
All right, let's see what was in the box.
We have 2 beasts. That'll do. And actually, both of them are inexpensive enough that they can be played alongside the pet collector. So if Bunny Hopper does want to go for that reduction and then immediate recruit, he can.
Kill him.
The new card here is the Equality.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta imagine, you know, we didn't pick Smite before, but we're probably more interested in it now with this much of a dominant board position.
A city. Maybe I'm just really bad at seeing things, but it seemed like that was city.
It did seem like city tax, didn't it? I mean, you do get to trade it
in
back.
preparation for Hydralodon or something. I don't know. Or trade, yeah. If you don't like any option, you
I
can
do
trade
wonder
back,
if it was just the re-roll. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The question here, how best to do this? I would think weapon swing onto the 1/2, 4/6 into the 2/4, and then Behemoth.
Yep.
And we'll see if Bunny Hopper does decide to take the recruit of the Kolak.
You could.
We're also on 10 mana. We could take... And he does do it. Yep.
Okay.
Comes quite the board swing. Kolak can't even be targeted by that Righteous Defense because of the immune from the shield, so some attacks have to be made first.
The shell actually has some attack as well because of now double Eok. Okay, holds off on the behemoth
Oh,
as well
interesting.
this turn.
Okay.
Just to get a clear on
Sure.
the Cariel.
Well, it means you can weave in the hero power, and when you're starved for resources like this, every little bit can matter in terms of just eking out value.
May the light
5 mana, Knight of Annoyment.
I did not think we would see that get played. That is astonishing investment, but there have been at least one reduction from the Cariel.
With every step.
Wants to cycle through the deck, I suppose.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's a lot of taunts setting up these repeated immortal and stones. There's the Cariel. That's, I think, what Flood's been looking for all this time. Just in addition to the hero power, giving you a weapon that not only halves the damage you take, but means you get to swing for 2 every turn. And I think we're always so focused on the damage reduction, we forget how much damage it represents to the opponent.
I know I've been about only 50-50 with my dredge choices, but that looked like equality was chosen.
Reasonable with this board.
Yeah.
Present. And that may also be a reason Bunny Hopper's holding back the behemoth.
Yeah.
It's just in case of another board clear.
Yeah. As the quote-unquote activator for the equality as well with city tax in hand. So kind of has everything checked, still at 40 life, so not worried about taking anything from these minions. That's Vitality Surge, Flash Flight, city tax is left in the form of healing. Knowing that Cariel's on the bottom, it's a little rough, but hey, you know, if you're just able to kill everything that Bunny Hopper plays, there are not many threats left in the deck. I think it's just the Hydrolodon that's left in terms of, in the final Colossal Minion, which is at the bottom.
Right,
In
that
terms of
Neptulon.
actual threats.
So probably not going to get to that one.
Double Revive Pet, however.
Oh, wow. So we do see the behemoth come down, and Bunny Hopper probably imagining that. Oh,
Wait, what?
no.
Was the deck shuffled?
Well, so what happened is that perfectly calculated dredge of the equality, Behemoth then forced the Leviathan to attack again. And when Leviathan attacks not on your turn, it just dredges randomly.
Yeah, it dredges randomly. Okay.
So yeah, that equality is not on the bottom of the deck, but it's not on the top either. So Fled's going to have to recover mentally here to try and, I mean, I guess you just have to flash heal to look for it. I might have gone for the Surge first just to, and you can see the relief on his face, picking up the equality immediately. The Surge being reduced, I might have played it first just to increase the odds.
Yeah.
But it is going to work out, and even the lifesteal from the city tax a little bit nice as well, being able to gain that 7 on top of everything else, just hop off. And from here, yeah, it's tough to know how Bunny could recover. I mean, it would have to be immediate Hydrolodon, and we can see that with that Pyromancer draw from Fled, Righteous Defense plus Pyro would be enough to deal with that. Revive Pet, one of the better top decks if he's able to roll the right minion.
Oh no! There's so many random pieces.
Not really what you're looking for. The adorable Orca just not really going to cut it without his Predator. So summon Pet is what we've got.
Yep. Still one more Revive Pet left in the deck. There is also a Hydrolodon in the deck, but in terms of threats, that's it. There's a Harpoon Gun left for damage, but there's Doggy Biscuit, Click Clocker, Peasant, K-Nanotron. A lot of stuff that's really not going to do Bunny Hopper much good at this stage of the game. So it is running out of time to piece together enough pressure. Fled is, I guess, sort of light on removal, but with
So
equalities
much
being
time.
gone. Yeah.
I mean, you've got double Immortalized in Stone to just set up taunts. You do have the Righteous Defense as emergency escape button if something really threatening does come down. And 8 cards remaining. I mean, Myrmidon Flash Shield draws 2 if you heal the Myrmidon. Or just, yeah, opponent's out of cards, just play it down behind these taunts. Hope it lives. That's got to be one of the best top decks, if not the best.
Oh, yeah. So, probably wants to make some clean trades here to put as many heads on the board, I would imagine. In which case,
The question
have
is,
to
do you
trade
hero
in the
power
Misha.
first? Right. You could hero power first, and if you get Leok, you trade in the Misha and use the Elemental, and then your rushing minions are quite strong. That was probably the role you didn't want to hit. But it does protect the Hydralodon if you're imagining that answers are coming from board. Not quite able to deal with the Myrmidon, though. Either a Huffer or a Leok roll, I think, might have done it. Maybe Leok wouldn't have. Oh, wow. So lots of card draw available here.
Yep. Could start off with just a Righteous Defense on the Hydralodon, and then trade in the 1/1 Wild Pyro and throw. It's not. You can play everything. The Immortalized in Stone would get damaged, but does it matter at this point? Probably not.
I think you'd prefer just to draw a bunch by using the Flash of Heal on the Myrmidon.
Yeah, but in order to clear the Misha while also pushing 8, I guess he doesn't care.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you get to heal 4, back up, draw 2. Can throw down the Pogfish at the end if you want.
There's nothing left. Revive Pit is...
Yep, that's all the Miracle top decks you could get. Neptulon, we know, is at the very bottom. You can try and raise it up higher with the trades. I guess this Harpoon Gun is going to fetch Neptulon.
Oh yeah, Neptulon. I forgot about Neptulon.
Instant pick. It's the only relevant threat remaining.
Yeah, and then next turn you could get the Revive Pit and then hope to...
Oh, and the
line into something.
Okani.
Yep.
I mean, it just doesn't matter. When you're down to a single card, there's just no way of playing around it, and Fled has to know, hey, there's a Colossal Minion left. It's the only thing that could be a threat to me. We got to pick Minion here, and that's going to be a lock for Fled on this game. No Shaman to target, but off to a 1-0 start.
Yeah. Nice little game there. Was able to have some early game tempo, enough to just kind of put things in the way, but then just basically hit all the clears in the mid game with enough card draw to keep the resource count high. Immortalized in Stone was hit, what, 4 times? It's played 4 times. So just put stuff in the way long enough to where the removal came in, and then that was it.
Couple naturally, and then you get them off of the Battle Vicars. That's, tends to be one of the better picks. I think in my build of the deck, I actually don't run Immortalized in Stone naturally. I rely on stuff like the Holy Maki roll to reduce the Garden's Graces, but they can just be great for recursive boards and stalling, and it works out.
You play XL Paladin, though?
I do, because I love playing Varian.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was 4th land. They discovered it from both. That's crazy. But Fled now just has the Mage and Warlock left remaining, with the Hunter being banned away at the beginning of the series. Bunny Hopper had the Druid banned away, so got the XL Mage and the XL Warlock in terms of remaining decks. And it is the XL Curse Warlock. So it's got the standard 30 cards from Curse, but you also can fit in Rune Mithril Rods. You get to throw some Demonic Assaults and Hellfires in there. A little bit of early game tech with the Smothering Starfish and Sir Finley. It's got everything.
Yeah, I mean, I said that the Beast Hunter can punish some of the inconsistent draws in the 40-card decks, but in some respects, it may well be that this lineup from Fled and Superfake is just intended to secondary target anything that is just heavily board-based, and that does include something like the Hunter. If you're able to keep them from snowballing too much, you can, as we just saw, run them out of resources. So Bunny Hopper opting to switch over to the big Spell Mage here, which makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's going to have a much better shot against what Fled has remaining.
Mm-hmm. And it's not the XL version, just a good old big Spell Mage. Thought Bunny Hopper have a good amount of success with this deck thus far today. Specifically against it was a Mine Warlock from Levick, but a Warlock nonetheless. Usually you have some good targets for Barbaric Sorceress, some key spells that the Warlock player doesn't want to have increased in cost. Maybe not as much as the Mine Warlock, because there's no phylactery to hit and basically make the game unwinnable. But you know, let's say you do hit a Dragged Below, it makes it tough to actually get enough curses to win the game in time before you get muscled out of the game by big dragons or Pyroblasts.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Warlocks just being so damage-based in their removal now. Barring Entitled Customer, it can be extremely challenging to clear out particularly 12 health dragons, of which there are many. The dragons that you're hitting off of that Drakefire Amulet tend to be from our Dragonflights, right? Your Iseras, your Malagos, your Deathwing, all of which have 12 HP. Just pretty rough on the Warlock to clear without twisting Nether or Gigafin.
Yeah. But we'll see. Looking at the other remaining deck lists, Fled has the Ping Mage, the XL Ping Mage, Bunny Hopper, Beast Hunter, which didn't have success in Gamer 1, plus the Thief Rogue. Yes! Still left. May not see it.
I'm sure we'll see it. I think if I were Bunny Hopper, I'd be looking to play the Mage and the Rogue first before switching back over to this Hunter.
Okay. Belinda in the opening hand.
Pretty good start. Pelican as well. Deal with anything that gets down early. Make sure that you can set up a good Okani. I like it. It's a nice curve.
Yep.
It's pretty amusing that that's what we consider a nice curve in this deck. Not your usual, keeping a 4-drop and a 6-drop. But, you know, somehow it just seems to work sometimes.
It works. And Fled gets a Rune Mithril Rod, which is not like absolutely crucial to the win condition of the deck, but does provide you with some nice discounts to be able to fit more into a single turn. So always a nice to have in many circumstances.
Yeah, and especially against an opponent that you know is going to take a little bit more time to get online. Rune Mithril Rod just lets you keep things a little more smooth in terms of your plays. It's nothing, you know, flashy combo like the Mine Warlock, but it can enable some pretty slick turns.
Side effects? No.
Just classic Warlock early game, drawing cards. far watch post, though. Gonna be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pelican just, it smacks.
Yeah, just get him. 4-1. What are they gonna do? Hellfire, I guess.
Yeah.
Still did its job. Able to play the Okani now.
Okani into Belinda.
And I guess he picked Spell, right?
It looked like he picked Minion.
Okay. Yeah, I could see it both ways. I think in my mind, I would expect, okay, my opponent might be looking to dump spells going into my turn 6 because of something like Barbaric Sorceress. So maybe we can just counter one of those spells.
Yeah.
But there's always the double fake out, right? Where if you think your opponent expects you to do something, then you pick the other thing.
Yeah. I mean, in this instance, it works well to play around the starfish. I guess Fled could, if he really did think.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he
picked
me.
Renethal. Oh, disaster.
That's rough. Oh, my goodness. And now it's just pressure forever, as long as Bunny Hopper wants it, to reduce Drakefire Amulets, Grey Sage Parrot, just as many large minions as Bunny Hopper would like. And we are coming up onto turns where Entitled Customer could be an issue, but like you said, a lot of these powerful dragons are out of range. Those aren't. But hey, what can you do?
Not those. 8/8s. But no customer currently. Oh, wait, are those whelps? Does that work? I think that works. This is just impossible for Fled to clear. Because the one in Nixia summons whelps and then the other one becomes immune.
Yeah. Yep, you're right.
Bunny Hopper cracking a little grin there. I think maybe he also wasn't positive that it would work that way, but it certainly tips things in his favor.
Yeah, but Fled doesn't find any AoE, so no Entitled Customer, nothing to worry about at all, and yeah, quick game. Belinda unanswered, Drakefire Amulet unanswered, and Fled couldn't really do much. Smothering Starfish, you thought it would be a spell. Fled also thought that it was going to be a spell, apparently. Realized that also he probably had to take the risk because he made this big investment on the Rune Mythal Rod, and you need to keep tapping to try and actually make use of the discount and pay off that mana that you spent earlier on. But ended up taking 10 more damage because of it. Never even found the Entitled Customer, so not like it would have mattered. But now we have ourselves a tied series.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to risk it for the biscuit. But, you know, I think you can let that one slide, just say, yeah, it's 40 cards. Sometimes you don't always get the clear. Moving on to the next one. Switching over to the Ping Mage, which I gotta say, this might be my favorite deck in the tournament.
It's got so many cards. And like, I know that sounds like such a simple thing to say, but because it's a 40 card list, but even just looking individually, it just feels like it has so many cards. There's so much text on my screen right now that it's overwhelming. Even the cards that it does have are long card names. So it's like, not only are there a lot of cards, there's a lot of letters in the name of the cards, and it's just assaulting me.
Well, because you see, something like the Quest Hunter, it's 40 cards, but it has a whole bunch of 2-ofs. This XL Ping Mage, you've got 40 cards, and there's a ton of legendaries. So that makes it look even longer, where you've just got all these 1-ofs making the list run on forever.
Legendaries with, 8-syllable names. I don't know. Maybe not 8 syllables. Blade Master Okani, Commander Savar, 6 syllables. Magister Dawn Grasp, Mordresh Fire Eye. It's just, I don't know. It's overwhelming. Oh well. Bunny Hopper's going to be playing a much more respectable deck.
The
Thief
Thief
Rogue.
Rogue, of course.
Yeah. Honorable. This is an honorable deck choice for Dr. Bunny Hopper.
Only Tooth of Nefarian. That's the only honorable card.
Nope, they're all honorable. He's so honorable that he gets to he's sharing other people's cards.
There you go. It's a group hug deck. That's all it is.
Yep. He's showcasing what everybody else can do. He's spreading the love. But this matchup, it's impossible to evaluate Thief Rogue matchups. I don't even.
And when so many of your cards are just coming in the middle of the game, who can say what the percentage win for a given matchup is, because so many of your cards, you don't know what they are yet. And so things like being up against a deck that's vulnerable to Najak or Tyrion or whatever minion you're gonna find off Reconnaissance, you don't know, because sometimes you just get a 3/2 Murloc like we saw earlier.
Yeah. This deck can sometimes get just beat up by Knolls, which is
That's true.
If you don't find like specifically like First Flames or early Wildfires, your removal comes quite late. Fire Sale doesn't even touch them, so you can a couple of Knolls can just run away with the game, or at least deal a lot of damage before the mage can kind of catch up.
Yeah, we do see the Magister Dawngrasp keep. I think something to consider when you are playing these 40-card decks is that your mulligan is that much more important. So if a card is very vital to your game plan, you can't necessarily just dismiss it and say, oh, that's a 7-drop. I'll find it eventually. No, Magister Dawngrasp is extremely important to this decklist game plan. So Fled says, since I'm less likely to draw it than if this were 30 cards, I've got to keep it in the opener, because otherwise I might not see it at all. So you just try and build redundancy in terms of your low-end cards, your early curve, so that you can be a little greedier with some of those keeps.
I wonder.
This looks like a coin shroud, looking for that Null. I think this is the first time he hasn't drawn it. Bunny Hopper always gets one Null off Shroud. What's going on?
And not great pickups regard. Oh, okay, there we go.
Oh,
What's the next card?
off the top.
Okay, so I think I want a Tooth and try and find something really expensive and really good for the Trickster.
Yeah, I mean, just anything proactive, right? The stuff you're typically looking for, just things that when you replay them off of cash, or sorry, stash?
Stash.
Yeah,
well, you could call it cash
and
because it's like putting contraband and stash together. It's like in a nickname.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. Unintentional abbreviation, but that works.
It's a celebrity couple
And then
name.
the Tess. Yeah. Stormpike Aid Station, I guess. I mean, not great, but it's the only thing you'd like to replay.
Oh.
Gotta be jackpot.
Double
You've got
Trickster in
double
hand. Oh, yeah. I get so excited.
Well, and you said 3/5 was hard to clear. Imagine with Stormpike coming down.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be a 3/7. Is he going to wait because of that? Just go Knoll, Trickster, Aid Station next turn? That'd be interesting.
Maybe figuring that, hey, I'm going to be building towards these bigger sorts of boards. I can afford to wait, see what comes off the Reconnaissance, or just if there is a minion that needs to be cleared up. Because it is a slower hand.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes things pretty awkward for Fled. Nothing to respond to, no reason to play the Starfish. I kind of think you maybe just hero power. You might play the Lady Najjar next turn just to activate the card draw. You almost hope the opponent plays a minion so that you can go Flurry and then Lady Najjar, gain 8 armor, and turn on your card draw there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Okay. Bunny Hopper just going to play super slowly. Oh!
Ooh, the tiny toys. It's interesting. You don't really want to put both of those in your pool, but sometimes, like, I don't know, you just get a little bit extra damage from the curses, being able to play it now and then off of 2 stashes and then off of Tess. It's a decent amount of damage. I think probably you'd rather do the tiny toys over and over.
Yeah. It depends on the board state. He's got a turn to decide. This one's interesting, too, because you have a Sharon Defector where the Sunken Defector is damage, but Kresh also represents damage. I know, one of the very few charge cards that's left remaining in the game. So, but Kresh also is damage because of the weapon.
Yeah, that spike, particularly post scabs, you just never have to hero power again. You almost have, in terms of the damage, a carriel weapon just sitting there, getting in 2 every turn, and that adds up. Second Starfish, though, might mean that at least the first couple crushes aren't going to be giving you much.
Fled is just like, just play your cards. He finishes his turn in 3 seconds and then has to wait until Bunny Hopper finishes his turn.
Don't do anything crazy. Yep. Total opposite of Pascoa versus Bunny Hopper that we saw earlier.
Yep.
I think that was a 2.5-hour match. So quite a marathon there for Subtle and Raven. And the players, of course.
Nah, just Subtle and Raven. Okay. Well, don't play the Starfish. That's suggestion 1.
That will make things awkward, yes. Don't want to increase those stats. Fire Sale, definitely the kind of thing you're looking for.
Yep.
Also puts it in the pool to be replayed by Dawn Grasp.
Yeah, and I don't think there's been any other fire spells played. Nope, doesn't look like it. It's just the Gifts for Arcane. Flurry was played. And Fire, so it would have one of each. So it would have Flurry, Gift, plus Fire Sale next turn if he were to go for the Fire Sale this turn. No hero power upgrade just yet, so Reckless Apprentice would be nice and clean if there was a Wildfire able to be played, but unfortunately, 'tis not. Oh.
Really? I mean, I know these minions aren't that threatening, but you get to draw an extra card once you play the Fire Sale as well. And again, if you're looking to play the hero on the follow-up. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
And now you've got something you want to silence and then other stuff that you don't really. Bit of a double bind that is now here for Fled.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you
so
you can
greedy.
silence away the one, but they're just out of Fire Sale range now, and silencing them doesn't help because they'll just revert to their original stats.
Maybe he was thinking like could pick up a Wildfire potentially off the draw and then use Reckless Apprentice to clear.
I mean, you almost just have to play the hero here and look for some Reckless Apprentice shenanigans.
Yeah, or you don't play the Fire Sale. He planned on playing the hero and then would get an upgrade from the hero power from playing Reckless Apprentice on the following turn.
Stay where you are.
We do get to freeze one of these. Oh, no, I guess multiple because of that. So it certainly could be worse. Still have the 0 mana hero power. Currently dealing 2.
They're only going to get more health.
Yeah.
Sun sets.
I mean, it's the timestamps are definitely weird, and the ability to silence to manipulate their health is also weird. So there is potential for some just really strange Reckless Apprentice play where And I think that's what he's maybe trying to set up here. You can Starfish at the start, which turns the Naga into a 2/2, which will, since it's the first minion, timestamp-wise, that will upgrade the hero power, so that now you're dealing 4 during the Reckless Apprentice animation.
I wonder.
The Abomination isn't 8, so that doesn't help. Ajara, I guess,
and
would
Queen
stay
Ashara are
at
both
3.
5s.
Yeah.
So nothing works out. Here's what you do. Okay. No, you can't do it. Never mind. I was going to say you Reckless Apprentice, and then during the Reckless Apprentice animation, after it shoots once, you play a wildfire really quickly in between shots instead of upgrades.
Yes. When Hearthstone and Magic coincide, that's what we're looking for there.
Just real fast. You gotta time it properly, though.
Are you gonna go ahead and take the armor? But not much else to do. I mean, something to be said for leaving these up and just freezing them is they don't do a ton of damage, and they do keep the board full to keep, additional scary things from coming down.
Such an awkward health total on every minion for what this hero power is currently.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get it upgraded pretty high, though.
But not immediately, right? You get the initial one.
Kind of. So, oh, here we go. Okay, so you fire sale, and then you just upgrade it with the 2 damage ping onto the 5, or onto the 5/5 that then it becomes a 5/2.
Sun sets.
Okay. And then you're left with a 5 health minion, a 6 health minion, and that's it.
Well, and I tend to find that evens are easier to upgrade on. Fled could even multicaster hero power his own multicaster to upgrade if he does end up having the time to do that. And then you've got a 6 in play. 1 mana shy of going multicaster, kill your own multicaster, and then Reckless Apprentice. There's no hand space for Bunny Hopper to even scabs here.
I know. There's is also just trying to play around possible hero power upgrades. I mean, at a certain point, you just have to kind of say, forget about it. But is he even going to go max damage here? Not really care about minion health, the health of the minions, and
I think
fit
he
in the
wants to
dagger
get-
hit.
Yeah. I think he wants to get this Ajara active so that we can get that Colossal in the pool. I mean, usually a class Colossal is the thing that you're looking to bring back with Tess and the stash. So the quicker that Bunny Hopper can get this active in terms of the Colossal, the more readily he's looking into playing the Tess, etc.
Yeah. Second jackpot now. Hero power's at 6 for Fled after the ping plus Reckless Apprentice hit on the 8 health Crash on the last turn. So getting up there now.
Yeah, it's always this thing of you wait for them to upgrade, and then suddenly you're like, whoa, I'm taking so much face damage every turn. How did that happen? Nourish and Light Bomb. Not really things you want to replay.
I know. Light Bomb just by itself isn't even very good because the threat's coming mostly from the hero power at this stage of the game. And he already has the Abyssal Wave as far as wide board removal. So Light Bomb's kind of just doing the same thing, but a little bit stronger AoE, but a little bit weaker of an or no effect. Whereas Abyssal Wave at least has the Curse, which could force an overdraw, or like you mentioned earlier, stack up as you're replaying them with Stash and Tess.
Yeah, it is going to be the Abyssal Wave, so that means when it comes to replaying Tiny Toys and Abyssal Wave, Bunny Hopper is going to be hoping to roll the wave first, so as not to blow up those minions summoned. But it does mean that these curses are able to get in a little bit of chip damage along the way. 6 damage, though, off these Arcane Bursts. That is pretty rapidly approaching danger zone. Good scabs, finally.
Yep. It's back. Force the overdraw as well. Going to the next turn. Oh, no, it won't.
Well, no.
The Abyssal Curse will go away.
Yep. Could just be Hero Power Reconnaissance, see what's in there.
Just a little field work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shadowed Spirit. This is a lot of damage. That Shadow Spirit gets replayed, and it's 3 every time. The Wicked Stabs representing 12 from hand.
And Fled had the Talon, big 5-minute investment, put back in the hand by Scab, so Mordresh further away from coming into the hand now to provide that finishing damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Mordresh definitely very strong threat, both in terms of clearing board and setting up your own sort of lethal. This Wildfire coming in could be interesting in terms of switching up breakpoints from even to odd. Fled gonna say, nope, oh, we don't want any of these. Just gonna throw him back.
Yeah, I want new stuff. Oh, I like this new stuff.
Reckless Apprentice, great pickup, and the and the Bran and the Zola as well. What a swap!
That is incredible. Unfortunately, can't also fit in the Wildfire on this before this first Reckless Apprentice, just for maximum damage. But this is plenty. Now be able to Hero Power the next turn has Bran, Reckless plus Hero Power, and that's exactly 18. So it doesn't even matter that he can fit in the Wildfire.
Yeah, exactly. Just still setting up that 2-turn lethal, and it's so incredible sometimes how Finley can be used in some of these 40-card lists, basically saying, hey, I don't like any of these cards. Since I'm a slower, more controlling deck, I do have a bunch in hand. Let's swap with the bottom and see if we can find something better. And Fled able to pick up the 2-turn lethal setup.
Yep. And Bunny Hopper does not know that the Bran is there, but knows that the second Reckless Apprentice is there. So at the very most, unless Bunny Hopper is able to find some way to heal, has 2 turns. So really needs to kind of get things going. Is there any way that Bunny Hopper can try and set up a 2-turn lethal of his own? 12 damage in hand via the Wicked Stabs, more from the Curse, the Shadowed Spirit. Okay, good order.
This is interesting. Playing the Nourish for crystals previously, just to have a little bit more mana after this, but then getting it in the pool for Tess to replay.
Oh, wait. The Kresh.
You kind of want to damage your own Kresh, yeah. You'd have to give up Tooth for it. You can forgive him for not making it the play, though. Oh, actually, it's high enough health, yeah.
Yeah. Because of the aid station. Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, because it's 2 separate instances in terms of Bran repeating the battle cry. Now, granted, it's still a full clear. This is sitting on 7 now? Or 6?
6.
So we can set it to 7.
7.
But there's not enough mana to Bran Reckless and do like double first flame.
And
Yeah,
now
so
is there
it's
enough
just this.
damage for Bunny Hopper? Because the Crush will... Oh, he's frozen. Okay, never mind. I was going to say the Crush will die, but won't be able to attack. So it's just the 3 damage from the Shadowed Spirit, Wicked Stab, Tooth. Not enough.
Yeah, so still 1 hero power away from lethal.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh, and Queen
It is
Azara
lethal.
for, oh, is it?
For the ring.
Oh, once again, the ring. Yeah, the ring means we get the triple Wicked Stab. This is the 2nd time Bunny Hoppers have been able to do that.
Wow. No way.
Such flexibility with the Azara. You know, I think many times you do get people tunnel visioning on, hey, I've got to look for a Colossal to add it to my stashes and my tests and everything, but this is the 2nd time we've seen Bunny Hopper able to save it just long enough for additional 6 damage from Wicked Stabs, and wow, does that pay off.
It's crazy, just like the ripple effect of choices that Bunny Hopper made throughout that game. Like, put him in, like, the perfect scenario to get lethal on that last turn. I'd forgotten about the Kresh and forgotten the fact that the Kresh would actually be completely out of range of the hero power, so would get the Frenzy and the 8 armor. And then beyond that, yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. When I see Queen, I tunnel on Horn and say, okay, what Colossal can I get to get me out of this situation? But when you're just looking for that little bit of extra damage with those rank 3 Wicked Stabs, it's enough. So I like the way that Fled played the previous turns, right? Setting up the 2-turn lethal, realizing that this hand wasn't going to get there fast enough, so going with the Sir Finley. It all played out well, even that last turn, to make sure that he played the Amplified Snow Fury to freeze the face to reduce the maximum possible damage with the weapon swing. It just wasn't quite enough. Bunny Hopper had the rest of the burn damage in hand, so now it's just 1 game away.
Yeah, and this is going to come down to whether the decks here remaining for Fled are able to beat up on the Hunter, which is the one main board-based deck that doesn't have, you know, crazy rolls. I have to say, as much as I harp on the generation in these decks, I do have a lot of respect for the players able to just adapt a game plan in the middle like that, and so very well played from Bunny Hopper, able to pick up that win. We'll see if he can do it with the more straightforward Hunter.
Yeah, not a lot of room to flex your creativity, so to speak, in the Beast Hunter. Or to snowball games with cool jackpots.
Ooh, but you know what can snowball games? Double Peasant.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what is it? It did... Okay, Flood's on the Warlock. Ah, okay, sure.
I mean, at worst, you force out some pretty intense removal early on, and you deny the opponent early taps, which usually they're hoping to utilize that early game to just build up a big hand. And once again, 40 cards, less likely that the point removal is there. So
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised to see even a coin peasant start for Bunny.
Yeah, then you get 1 card at the very least, unless your opponent has 2 of the 1-mana removal spells, some combination of Touch and Mortal Coil. But you said it. I'm going to say it. We've both been saying it. The other casters have been saying it. 40 cards in the deck.
Just they never have it.
They never have it.
I see you've brought guests.
Does end up throwing one of the peasants back, I think, just looking for some of the sturdier 1-drops and potentially just not wishing to use the coin in that way and being able to save it for something more impactful. But as we can see, doesn't have it. So that biscuit into ramming mount start is available, and that could just be huge disaster for Fled if Bunny Hopper does just go in. Drain Soul picked up, but it's not going to clear the 4 health.
Yeah, I think you got to do it. There's nothing in the deck that answers it at this point. Oh no, K9 didn't hit a 1. You could have drawn 1,000,000 cards from that peasant. I guess there would have been something in the deck that answers it. It would be like a combination of Drain Soul and Touch. But
Yeah, it is a curse lock, so they do have access to the 3 mana 4 damage as a possibility.
oh yeah, 4
I think
health,
I would
not
have
5
liked
health. Sorry.
to see the buff. Yeah. But this is also a pretty good minion to buff. You're not necessarily anxious to play this Harpoon Gun on curve when you know 2 of the bottom cards are not beasts.
Yeah.
And again, Bunny with the double Mountain Bear in hand, just really not going his way in terms of those expensive minions just hanging out early on. They just want to cuddle.
It's such a sad card, though. I know I've mentioned this before. Maybe not to you, but there's a lot of sad cards, but a lot of Hearthstone's whimsical. But Mountain Bear is not whimsical. Mountain Bear is hardcore, and it's sad.
I think there's a lot of cards that when you really think about the flavor of them, they're pretty tragic. And for sure, Mountain Bear is one where you kill the mother and then there's 2 cubs remaining. I mean, oof.
And then you kill the cubs, too. They have taunt.
Yep.
Like that's the
have no choice.
saddest part about it is not only Mama Bear has taunt. That makes sense, right? It makes complete sense trying to protect her cubs. But then the cubs have taunt too? Like why? Why can't you have the choice to leave the cubs alone? That's what I don't get. Whatever.
Well, because see, they're so upset that you killed their mother that they're not going to let you pass.
But they're just
At
cubs.
least try and deal with you.
They're just little babies. They don't know any better. Let you make the choice, not them.
Ooh, the Phelan. It was looking a little rough for Bunny Hopper potentially there. Going for this buff, there's pros and cons here. It is going to get silenced away, most likely, but then that isn't around for the Mountain Bear or for a potential glug off of the Ambassador, many other things. So I still think even if you do walk into a silence, that playing your buffs like this to force it out is pretty worth it.
Yeah. Force your opponent to make a difficult decision, knowing what's still to come in the deck. Speaking of difficult decisions, as much as this hurts to not just play the Rod on 5, stopping a ton of damage, I think is worthwhile.
Yeah. Now that Phelan plus the 1 weapon swing, it's usually good odds for Colossals that one of the 3 is going to be a beast that you can discount.
Oh, he's going to tracking first. Did he tracking first? No, he didn't tracking first. Okay. Oh, 2 beasts.
Glug! Glug! Gotta love Glug. I don't know if it's actually the pick, but you did just see a silence. And a lot of damage.
And a lot of damage, whereas Glug is exceptionally weak to the entitled customer.
It's kind of a bummer. I mean, you almost wanted to see one of the other Colossals, because the Krakatoa is just on top of your deck already.
Yeah.
You could pick it just so that you draw something else, right?
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
Yep. Because without another Harpoon Gun swing, there's nothing cool you could do with Pet Collector, and reducing the cost of a beast because Krakatoa was going to be the next draw regardless. So
Right.
might as well just re-roll, get a different draw next turn.
I actually wonder if, like, maybe you do want a tracking first there so that you can hit one of the Colossals and then
Yeah.
there's another one to reduce. I suppose the risk is with the tracking, since it's from anywhere in your deck, if you end up finding Colossal and it's the only beast, and then you do the swing, and now you don't have a beast to reduce, it's kind of tricky, like, which side of the information you want to work with.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Could set that up for an improved maneuvers going
Yeah.
into the Mountain Bear turn, but then you
Yeah.
have no board immediately.
Yeah, but you could also say that you want to actually get value from the Krakatoa before you leave it up to your opponent to dictate how it's removed. Get some of the rush value and the extra weapon damage in before like potential entitled customer. Ice Trap really only makes sense, and there's the improved emergency maneuvers.
I think it's got to be the best secret you can find for this deck, and honestly, in most decks. We saw even with the Quest Hunter picking improved emergency maneuvers, getting 2 of, and I never remember its name, but the Naga that whenever you cast a spell deals damage equal to its mana cost. And starting a turn with 2 of those is a lot of damage.
Raj, I don't know the rest.
Yeah, Raj Najan.
Sure. You could have said any word after Raj, and I would have said, "Oh, yeah, that sounds right." Well,
Once again, we see Okani rearing its mohawked head, I guess. I didn't want to say ugly. I don't know.
you could hero power, and if you get Huffer, just ramming mount.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe what you have to go for. I mean, this got brand, though, so it could be spell and
yeah.
minion.
Yeah, true. Wow, this is annoying.
Yeah.
Just slam a mountain bear. Who cares?
I mean, you
Don't have to.
gotta hear power, right? Oh, jeez. Oh, the poor bear. When it was, I guess, that would stay there no matter what, right? So whether it's minion or spell. I guess maybe do you always have to pick both? Because otherwise it would activate both effects
Both at the same
on
time?
the same. I'm not sure.
So I don't know because I've never been brave enough in a game to pick minion twice. Because I always assumed that what you just said is correct, where you can't pick minion twice because it'll just go on the same minion. Because of that, because of my fear of that happening, I've always picked spell and minion, the albeit limited amount of times I've branded Okani. So, and maybe every other Hearthstone player in the world is the same.
Oh, and Fled now just getting to pop off with the brand. I mean, allowing that to stick in this deck. Just really bad news. These curses are going to start adding up.
Yep.
Getting rid of that improved ice trap. I didn't see what's on the remaining Noggling.
I'm not sure either.
Okay, so it is spell, which means this minion is going to be able to clear up the Okani. How does that work with curses? I guess you don't have to, because it counters the curse, but then the curse isn't in your hand either.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're getting rid of it one way or the other. Well, you need to kill the brand, but it's about how you kill the brand, I suppose, is the question
I
here.
would think with the weapon, so that you don't take as much damage yourself.
I want the weapon to go
Oh,
face. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And then you kill the brand, and then ramming mount on the crap. Oh well, emergency maneuvers is up. So
Right, the maneuver is.
yeah. So I like this because you gotta kill it. And Flood had not tested into any other secrets at this point. Didn't attack
True.
last turn, so had no
You
idea.
kind of know what it is, but yeah,
Yeah.
just I don't think there's any way to really play around knowing that that's what it is, right?
Yeah. And now, regardless, this
Well, you
weapon is going to be
can.
6 attack next turn, and you can't get rid of it.
And 1 mana off from being able to play the Abyssal Wave, which would at least allow you to get rid of all the weapons or all the claws so that they represent less of an immediate threat, gives you another turn to be able to clear the main bodies.
What?
I guess you
He's
just
dead.
Jara here? Is he?
Well, yeah, because you can clear off 2 of the claws, but then your Okani is left at 4 health still. But then you can only attack once. But then you have 1, 2. The claws become 6 attack. Plus the
That's
claw in the
right.
weapon becomes 6 attack.
Yes.
So,
all
yeah,
the
there's no way.
claws have +2.
It would depend
Yeah.
on what the Noggling had, but it looks like it didn't have any type
Oh.
of removal.
Well, we said it was going to be a struggle without the shaman to target, and that does come into play. Fled putting up a good fight, taking this to at least 4 games. But Bunny Hopper is going to come away with the win there.
And with the end of that series, we've passed the 14-hour point for the broadcast today.
Oh my goodness.
14 hours and 7 minutes ago, we went live. Not us, not me and Edelweiss, but the broadcast in
of course.
general. So 14 hours to play through Group C and Group D today. Yesterday, I think we stopped at 11 hours, I believe it was. So we broke our record out of 2 possible day sample size today. So well done all
A
around.
single game, a single match rather, accounts for a good chunk of that.
Oh, yeah. We just happened to have Bunny Hopper and Pascoa match up. Now, it's possible that... Oh, no, it's not possible that they could have matched up twice. Because they were in initial match. No, Bunny Hopper Levick. No, I don't remember. It's been so long. It's been 14 hours. I can't remember what happened 7 hours ago. But there you have it. Group D, Pascoa and Bunny Hopper, the 2 players to move on from the group. We slightly broke the trend yesterday of the most seasoned players making it through. Today, again, Group D, we slightly broke through it, at least in terms of Grandmasters experience, because Fled has been in Grandmasters longer than Pascoa. But Pascoa did make a big splash in his very first season. But Bunny Hopper, not really surprised to see him make it through. But there's the top 8 bracket.
Yeah, and we've got some pretty great ones to start us off. Fury Hunter and Bunny Hopper, I know I'm looking forward to. Bly's Super Fake as well. I mean, all of these I'm expecting to be very good matches. But we do fortunately get Pascoa and Bunny Hopper on opposite sides of the bracket. So ideally, unless they meet in the finals, we will not have that marathon for quite a while yet.
It would be a worthy finals, though. But looking at this,
would.
we have 6 European players, 1 Asia-Pacific player in Possessi, and 1 Americas player in Pascoa. Possessi and Pascoa are on opposite sides of the bracket. So we have the dream scenario, at least for us. So we don't have to bear the brunt of the bragging from the European casters. We have the potential for an Asia-Pacific versus Americas final. So that's what I'll be rooting for outside of a Pascoa versus Bunny Hopper final, is a Possessi versus Pascoa final. That would be the good stuff.
Look, as long as our man wins in the end, I'll be happy.
Yeah. And I don't even know why I'm saying this, because I'm pretty sure it's 6:40 time Eastern. The European casters are probably sleeping right now. Wait, no. Sottle sent the message 8 minutes ago. He's not sleeping. Okay, then he can hear this. That's what I'm rooting for, Sottle. That's what I'm rooting for. Where are you at? Okay. But yeah, we've reached the end of the broadcast today. I always do this, Edelweiss. I didn't do it yesterday because it was your very first day of casting. But I'm going to do it today because now you are a seasoned veteran on the Grandmasters broadcast.
Oh, that's how it
full
works.
days under your belt.
After the 10-minute solo cast, right?
After the 10-minute solo cast, you're now a seasoned veteran. So what are you looking forward to most tomorrow as we go into the playoffs?
Ooh, most tomorrow. Probably just seeing if this trend continues in terms of the target shaman lineup with Super Fake. I think that has been the most interesting lineup to me, and I really want to see if he's able to make it play out. We saw Bunny Hopper does not have that target, and Pascoa also made it through, does not have that target. So we'll see if he's able to sort of maneuver what remains here. I think there's still a decent number of shamans, but not all of them. So it's not an instant home run in terms of the target there.
He's got to wiggle his way through the bracket to find all the shaman players and hope that the non-shaman players all lose before they face him.
Exactly.
But no, that was a good answer, and you beat Neil in terms of your answer being coherent as far as what you're excited for. So well done. You've passed yet another test of casting with TJ for Hearthstone Grandmasters. But we do have to end it there. So thanks, Edelweiss, for joining me once again. And I know you'll be back tomorrow to finish things off. But tomorrow we are going to play through all the way through the top 8 in the playoffs to see who's going to win week 1 of Grandmasters Last Call. But we are done. The broadcast is done. 14 hours will be the stopping point. So thanks, everyone, for tuning in today. And from myself and all the other casters in the broadcast crew, thanks for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action. It's a bless off the top. Pascoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
top for Yala.